Today, we would be deliberating on the theme forest conservation and management. In the present context of climate change, habitat fragmentation, and increasing anthropogenic pressures, discussions on forest conservation and management are more relevant than ever before. Today's program brings together experienced administrators, scientists, and academicians to share perspectives, challenges, and future directions in forest conservation. We would start with the first sub-theme and outlook in forest conservation and management. We are privileged to have two eminent speakers in the first session, Dr. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐻𝐿, Chief Wildlife Warden and APCCF, Department of Forest and Wildlife, Government of Kerala, and Dr. N. Krishnakumar, former Head of Forest Force, Tamil Nadu Forest Department. I am extremely happy to welcome Dr. A.V. Santosh Kumar, Professor and Head of the Department of Forest Biology and Tree Improvement at College of Forestry, Kerala Agriculture University, as the moderator of the session. Over to you, sir, for the conduct of the session, and I also invite Dr. Krishna Kumar and Dr. Santosh Kumar to be on the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. After a very hectic session yesterday. Are you saying something? We can't hear you, Pramodji.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I can hear.
Yeah, we can also hear it. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. After a very hectic session yesterday, we are on to the second day, and we have a very important session. We talk about the perspectives and outlook on forest conservation and management, and we have two doyens talking to us on this particular day. We start off the day with a talk by Dr. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐻𝐿, who is the Chief Wildlife Warden and Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest Administration. And he is a distinguished officer of the Indian Forest Service with extensive experience in forest conservation, sustainable forest management, biodiversity conservation, and climate resilient forestry. He's widely respected for his scientific approach to the natural resource management and his contributions to policy formulation, research, and capacity building in forestry sector. Dr. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐻𝐿 has been actively involved in integrating ecological principles with practical forest management, and his work has significantly contributed to strengthening conservation strategies and sustainable development initiatives. His leadership and commitment continue to inspire professionals and researchers in the field of forestry and environmental management. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐻𝐿 has been contributing extensively to bringing a research outlook into forest management in Kerala Forest Department. I hope you are ready, 𝐓𝐹𝐺. Something wrong? 𝐓𝐹𝐺, you can hear us?
Sir, am I visible now?
Yeah. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yeah, Santosh, I lost out. I lost out the last part. Can you just?
And
Yeah.
I was just
So,
introducing you.
yeah, I just able to listen to you. Yeah.
As
Oh,
is-
sure, sure. Please,
oh,
please. Yeah.
my introduction is over. I introduced you to the audience. And I think we are
Okay,
ready to
okay,
go.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay,
Over to you,
okay.
sir.
Thanks,
You have 30 minutes to
Santosh ji.
go.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, so that's a big time. I don't want that much time. Okay. Thank you. Am I audible now clearly?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm particularly glad that KFRI is organizing this session, which is very important. It's a pretty long, what do you call conference or whatever you call it, during which we will be deliberating various aspects of forest management. Okay, it's very, very important. You know why? The entire concept of conservation, then its positioning, its future, etc. These are being even to some extent, I would say their very relevance is questioned. The world has started. No, there are multiple narratives now being what you call floated around about the future relevance of forest management, and at the same time, where what is the scope of horticulture forest management in the years to come? Okay. So, in that perspective, I would say that this conference or this program, Biodiversity Conclave, this organized by KFR is extremely important. And I'm sure that actually this will definitely enrich a lot of people, definitely enrich a lot of people. I mean, some of these thoughts, the perspectives on forest management, this is a topic, you constantly talk. There's nothing, we would say that, we talk afresh. We have been actually, talking about this all the time, and trying to actually position forestry in its contemporary reality. That has been our effort. So in that perspective, let me actually try to actually introduce a few thoughts on this, which may be, some of it may be repetitive, but little bit of new thinking, because we are trying to develop this idea of relevance of forest management in the years to come. If you look at the forest management world over, or even to some great extent in our country, and to that scale, if you bring the scale, if you lower further to our state, we can see that in what perspective we look at forestry. This is a fundamental question. See, you can view forestry from an economic as an economic entity. You can view forestry from an ecological entity. You can view forestry from a cultural entity also. Okay, so one is purely utilitarian, that is economic forestry developed as an economic entity. Okay, that is a prime objective of forest management, to derive economic benefits out of forestry. Okay, now you can also say that actually forestry is something in which a lot of what you call ecological functions are actually attributed. So forestry can be viewed from an ecological entity also. Then there is a group of people who argue that forestry is predominantly, or it has to be viewed predominantly from a cultural perspective. So basically these are the three perspectives in which forestry can be viewed. Okay. Now, no, if you look at forestry is a the theory and practice of what you call managing a forest. If you very, very simple terms, if you put it like that. Now, in terms of objectives, objectives of management, for what are we managing forests? If we again look at what you call the past, present, the scheme of things, and with what objectives you were managing forests, you can say a combination of this. So in the past, as we all know, predominantly, especially in the colonial period, especially after industrialization, the focus of forest management has been utilitarian. It was primarily with an objective of ecological entity. Sorry, economic what you call perspective. Almost 100% we can say. Let us not have any doubts about that actually. I have seen some people or some writers attributing conservation to the objectives of colonial forestry. I would not subscribe to that view. That is just an ancillary what you call byproduct of commercial interest. Little bit of interest maybe for game hunting, etc. would have given rise to this what you call ecological, no, so ecological, what you call underpinnings to colonial forestry. So in the past, if you look at it, if you say that the primary objectives of forest management has been utilitarian, economic purposes with a little bit of ecological concerns. That's all. Okay. Now, what was the hallmark of this particular era? If you look at it, why I'm saying is that there is also social theory which says that actually, if you look at any paradigm, it has three elements. One is that residual paradigm. For example, the remnants of the past era will continue to be present in the current era. Okay. So then the second paradigm is called dominant paradigm. What is actually the most important management or cultural paradigm exists as on today. And third is an emergent paradigm, which is actually on the anvil, which is coming up. We can actually apply the same theory into the realm of forest management also. If you look at actually forest management today, see, as we have seen, actually, the colonial forest management, historically, forestry has been based primarily on what you call managed primarily for economic benefits. So the residual paradigm has largely been economics, utilitarian objectives. Okay, and what were the hallmarks of these utilitarian objectives of forest management? Number one, especially in India, number one, it was people's alienation. People were actually distanced from forests, particularly through the reservation of forests in 1878 onwards. The common man were alienated from forestry resources. The forest as a resources were managed primarily for the economic considerations of the state. So people exclusion was a hallmark of this particular era, number one. That was a very strong dominant paradigm of that era, but the remnants of that are seen even today. Okay, number one. Number two, I would say that the era was also characterized by a lot of emphasis on the biophysical aspects of forestry, particularly the mathematics. The forestry became, the forest resources were managed primarily on the principles of mathematics. There was very little actually cultural aspects of forestry that was built into forest management. No sociology, no anthropology. Nothing was actually built into the forestry management architecture or what you call that institutional framework of the colonial era in the historical past. So the hallmarks of that era, we can say that that was a dominant paradigm of colonial forestry it was characterized by people exclusion, a lot of emphasis on mathematics. The third was actually the biophysics. Okay, that's largely the biological aspect, and it is very with the absence of emphasis on the cultural aspects of forestry was evident by the absence of reliance on ecology, sociology, anthropology, and any other cultural disciplines, and also much of absence of ecology. Okay, so this was a dominant theme of the colonial forestry, I would say. Now, when we gotten into, and this continued even in our protected area management realm also, because protected areas were also what you call the management of protected areas were also based upon the pupil exclusive model that we brought from the Western concept. So the alienation of people from mainstream mainstream forest resources was the hallmark of the historical forestry, the past era. Now, the post-colonial period in the independent India also, we continued the same infrastructural for institutional framework because of various reasons. One of the main reasons was that actually immediately after independence, we gave a lot of emphasis. India's 5-year planning process gave a lot of emphasis on industrialization, and as a result, supplying industrial raw material was one of the prime functions attributed to forestry. So we could continue with the same practice. So even in the post-independent, post-colonial era also, the dominant paradigm continued to be this economic, economic perspective characterized by the same three hallmarks which I said about people exclusion, it's biophysical attributes and relying a lot on actually the mathematical aspects of forestry. Okay, this has actually led to a lot of contemporary issues as we face forestry today. See, for example, 70s, post 70s onwards, you can see that in many parts of the country, there were actually social unrest happening on forest fringes. Okay, the people who were naturally very poor, who were living on the forest fringes, who were alienated from almost a free access or even a limited access to the forest resources, they started actually protesting slowly. You can see that actually all across the country, most resource rich areas, most forest rich areas of the country started witnessing unrest among the people, especially the poverty stricken people. And one of the main reasons is actually this institutional gap. On the one hand, the rich forest resources were still managed with the residual paradigm, with the tools and concepts of the residual paradigm of the colonial era. Whereas the contemporary reality would have necessitated actually ushering in programs that would have catered to the needs of the people. And little late, maybe during 90s or late 90s, some efforts in this direction would have happened through the initiation of the participatory forest management. That I would not say that participatory forest management ever became a dominant paradigm in forest management. Of course, it became significant after some time, but it never became a dominant paradigm. Okay, so maybe around the beginning of later half of the 1990s and the early part of 2000, maybe two and a half decades of participatory forest management infused little bit of people inclusion into the forest management, but not to the aspirations, not to the levels that people were actually aspiring it to be. Okay, because even then we can say that the residual paradigm of the colonial era continued in terms of its management objectives, in terms of the tools and concept that was used to manage forest resources. Okay, so now if you again now especially when you come back to Kerala, I mean Kerala had a little different trajectory, especially during the last one decade. We can say that, especially after that colossal, that devastating flood which we had in 2018. Now the slowly the dominant paradigm of forest management in Kerala has started becoming the conservation. See, if you look at, you can see that very careful analysis, will reveal that this conservation has started entering into the central part of forest management. The eco-restoration policy, the forests were managed primarily for the benefit of ensuring ecological and hydrological security of the state. I would not say that it is across the country. It is only in the state of Kerala this happened. Slowly and slowly, conservation started sneaking into the centrality of forest management, and in the process, the production functions that were dominating the central part of forestry for almost, I would say 150 years, both as dominant paradigm as well as a residual paradigm started pushing towards the periphery. Okay. Now, this is a very interesting development in the history of forest management. Now, during the last 5 years, what is also happening, at least in Kerala, that these wildlife, management, particularly because of the emergence of the issue of human wildlife conflict, whether it's narrative. Now, the concept of wildlife is also now getting pushed into the centrality of forest management, and production functions are actually getting further what you call pushed out. Okay, so it's a transformative process. So if you look at now, as of now, if you ask me what is the contemporary perspectives on forest management, I would say that like slowly and slowly, in at least in Kerala, not in the country, we would say that this conservation, particularly the wildlife related issues, have now become slowly becoming the dominant paradigm of forest management. But a lot of what you call residual, what you call remnants, residual elements or remnants from the colonial era in terms of its practice. Even see, in order to address the new dominant paradigm, we still have to rely upon the tools and the concepts of the residual paradigm, both in terms of thinking, concepts, training, even research, I would say. I will just have I will just tell you one anecdote here in terms of research. See, if you look at, say, the establishment of FRI in way back in 1906, the first discipline to have formed there was wood science. because wood was the primary, commodity. That was a concern, and the entire forestry establishment was, it was established. Forestry was established to realize wood. So that was the prime concern of research. Okay, fine, that is expected also. The second and third discipline was also equally interesting in FRI. That was pathology and demology. Anything affecting wood production became an academic domain, research domain also. Okay. Now, but you look at, we never have any cultural domains in even now in any of the research institutions of the country. Forestry research institutions of the country are lacking in terms of actually, the focus of research on these social anthropological issues and cultural studies. Because that was not required during that time. But even now, this continues, notwithstanding individual efforts of a few scientists, okay, or few individuals. But you look at it now. See, look at it, the mainstream forestry establishment, research establishment, and also even the training establishment, they carry the residual elements of a colonial era in order to manage the contemporary reality. Okay, this is actually the dichotomy that we need to bridge. Okay, now let us also look at it actually, what is going to be the future of let us, we have very briefly, we just saw the historical outlines, then the contemporary reality, and also the future of let us also now just see within very 5 minutes we can also let me share my thoughts on the future of forest management. What is happening, the same perspective we can bring in. See, forestry has to be now looked at as a multiple use, what you call, objective. Okay, from that perspective, we will have to see from a multiple use framework. See, forestry, or what are the objectives of forest management? I would say that these are five. One is to ensure the ecological and hydrological security of the country. Number one, and number two, it is climate amelioration. We are living in an era of climate change. It has an important function. Number three, of course, biodiversity conservation. Number four, ensuring livelihood security of the people, particularly the tribal people, the fringe area people, as well as the most disadvantaged people of the society. And number five, production function, including timber and non-timber forest product function. These five the functions, objectives have to be seen from equal importance. That's my first humble plea. See, earlier we had a problem. See, we used to identify ourselves with any one of these objectives. If I started talking about climate change, then I tend to actually maximize that, even at the cost of diminishing importance and function on any the other four functions. It's not like that. Forestry has to be viewed from all. Same is the case with the production forestry versus conservation function, the debate. The moment I say that I talk for conservation, automatically it was presumed that actually I am anti-conservation. It's not like that. Reverse also. So forestry has to be viewed from a multiple use perspective. That is the most important actually, my point number one. This is actually the process, it's a thought process basically. This has to be built into the mindsets of the people. See, an associated thing, along with this is also the concept of multidisciplinarity or intersectorality, which we have been talking. Okay, right now, most of our actually thought process management approaches, even the research approaches, are largely based on sectoral approach. We don't talk about themes, thematic area. See, the moment when you talk about thematic area, thematic approach, the people tend to think that actually we form separate departments. The current departments will actually wither away and the thematic new. It's not like that. It's not like that. Largely, this thematic thinking, like, the thinking about, say, human wildlife conflict, thinking about climate change, these are highly multidisciplinary in terms of its thinking, in terms of its what you call networking, in terms of, in order to understand in its totality, you require such a thinking. So I would say that the future of research, particularly vis-a-vis the research in forestry, will have to move from this sectoral thinking, sectoral approach, to that of this multidisciplinary approach. The management of forest management has to again move from this sectoral approach to that of intersectoral approach, involving maybe other departments which we were never even thinking about in the past. Somebody was saying the other day that if you want to actually address the human leopard conflict issue, the first focus has to be on waste management. That is on the urban bodies or the Grama Panchayat. Okay, look at the linkage. So this is the intersectorality I have been talking about. One more point I will tell you that the most important aspect, one other important aspect. See, if you look at, I mean, there is a concept. There is a concept called empire. Okay, empire. Because this has relevant. This has actually, I mean, a lot of relevance in the years to come. That's why I'm trying to just hint at this particular point. Why cultural studies and cultural aspects and addressing human related issues, both sociology and anthropology, are extremely important in terms of forestry. As we discussed briefly, ever since the reservation of forests in the country that started in the year 1878, the people's alienation started in the country. Okay. Now, some of the underpinnings, some of the animosity, some of the negative feelings that people are expressing against the forestry these days, both to forest department as well as the forest as a concept itself, you can actually trace back its origins to this alienation. I mean, that took place in 1878. Okay, people say that they don't connect. The common man, they don't connect. We all talk about clean air, clean water, fine, but they don't connect normally because of this alienation that started in the year 1878. Now, this is a problem in terms of, earlier, if you look at the power structure, how power used to assert itself in a large society, we used to say that, this is through a process called empire building. Because, superpowers, empires were very powerful. They could assert its what you call influence over its this large, sections of the society through its might. Okay. The Rome was an empire. Now, United States was an empire. China was an empire. India was an empire. The Britain was an empire. We can say that. Okay, it's very difficult to fight with an empire. Okay. Now, the first time actually when an empire was actually shaken was in Vietnam War. Okay, small guerrilla groups could challenge the power notions of an empire. Okay, but that was before the globalization. That was before the emergence of social media. Now, what is happening is that forest department or forestry as an establishment, it involves both, all the aspects of forestry, whether it is forest as a department, forestry research institution, training institution, all together. People used to actually see this as an empire of colonial origin with a lot of might, controlling large extent of land. It has its own law. Okay, it could exert its authoritarian, quite often attributed oppressive, what you call regime over the subjects who were denied access to the forest. Okay, this was continuing. But 2011 onwards, you can see a very important phase in the history of the world. That was the emergence of the social media, particularly the WhatsApp groups, etc., etc. That actually led to the emergence of another sociological, what you call, power centers, another set of power centers, which can be called, as Antonio Negro calls, multitude. Multitudes are actually small groups. They wield considerable power. These groups actually center around a common objective. Okay, this could be highly autonomous groups. They highly, but their networking is quite high. They could be geographically scattered also. I could sit on this side of the planet. Another member of the same group could be in the other planet, the other part of the planet. But there could be several such small, what you call, multitudes, small groups. Such multitudes only, will only drive this what you call Gen Z revolution. That is what is one of the observations. Like without an apparent leader, suddenly, a popular movement arises against the empire. Okay, but what is required is actually the common and the presence of a common enemy. A common enemy. If there's a common enemy, then and apparently these multitudes with the divergent opinions and objectives can come together for a short period of time in order to fight this common enemy. Now, at many places, if you see in the country, you can see that actually forest department has been actually, forestry establishment has been, made us, what you call, made to look like a common enemy for a variety of these multitudes. Okay, so one of our approaches in recent years has been to diffuse this notion. We are not common enemy. We are one among you. That is actually the relevance of this what we call infusing cultural studies into the cultural aspects, humanities into forest management. It's high time we start with actually. Our research, our training, our forest management practices. We have to have these aspects and show to the people that actually we are one among them. We are part of the mainstream. We are not an alien. Look at the narratives, human, wildlife, vis-a-vis. Okay, so this is an issue. So I stop here by saying that in the years to come, maybe another 50 years to come in the country, see, we are going to actually undergo dramatic changes in terms of forest management. Number one, I would say from an ecological perspective, this may only hypothetical at a hypothetical level. I can say that at least in Kerala, in the southern Western Ghats, the high intensity rainfall is going to increase, but the number of rainy days are also going to come down, with the resultant net biomass accumulation and high amount of rewilding will take place in Kerala, but the dryness also will increase. The generally species will mean proliferate, but rare, endangered, and specialist species may suffer. Okay, this is one aspect. Demography, we have been discussing that Kerala is an aging population. We have hit the net what you call TFR several years ago. Several years ago, our population is going to go down significantly after 2035 or 2040. And it's an aging population. Maybe almost 40 to 50% of the population will be above 60 years by the year 2050. And lots of migration happening across the, from the state, especially from the younger section of the society. And a lot of places are actually getting abandoned. 18% of Kerala's hinterlands are now, or homesteads are now abandoned. With the resultant rewilding taking place, it is actually creating a lot of readjustments, opening up of new habitats for wild animals. Okay, so it is not that actually animals are coming out and people are running away. In many places, it's the other way around. The abandoned areas are now becoming good habitats for the animals to come in because the people have migrated out. So these are aspects, and in that case, then how do we do it? And also, when we talk about production forestry, do we have actually, many a times we say that we require this much quantity of wood in the years to come. Yes, we do require, but can it be cultivated in agroforestry systems, such abandoned homesteads? That will also act as a buffer zone between the inviolate forests, which are managed primarily for ecological and climate amelioration functions, as well as hydrological functions. But what is the future of agroforestry? Okay, I would say that actually the next 25 to 30 years of time in Kerala is going to be extremely crucial. We are going to undergo radical changes in terms of its forestry practices, and I would also foresee actually, what you call the less and less functions of production forestry from our state-owned forests because of various reasons. Let us be very, very realistic. But as I said, primarily the state-owned forest will have 5 functions, and production forestry will be one of the 5 functions among that, which used to be actually the prime function once upon a time. But this is a new reality. But a lot of agroforestry systems can come up actually. We have to actually resurrect our agriculture. Resurrecting agriculture is the prime purpose of forest management in the years to come, particularly as a strategy to mitigate human-wildlife conflict. On a lighter note, I can say that several years ago in 1952, the then agriculture minister, Mr. Munshi, said that actually, the central minister, he said 1 hectare of forest land can supply water to 2 hectares of agricultural land. It was just a guesstimation, but that is how actually 1/3 of the 33% of the geographical area of the country was earmarked for forest conservation. And see, that was actually a time when forestry and agriculture sector, these 2 sectors were actually working in hand. There was no dichotomy. It was a continuum. Forestry was never different from agriculture in a way, I would say that. Even forestry practices, if you look at Tongia, it was an integration of agriculture versus forestry. But now you look at the narrative, agriculture versus forestry. This has to be bridged on. It's not only from an ecological perspective, but from a social perspective. That is creating so much of acrimony and hatredness within the society. So we have to actually now again, I mean, researchers or as what you call as extension workers in the forestry fraternity, we'll have to come out and say that resurrecting agriculture is the prime aspect of what you call forest management. By resurrecting an agroforestry system, I mean, we are actually what you call creating a buffer area against intruding wildlife. Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to actually figure out the future contours of forest management. We need actually a lot of deliberations on this. I just stop by, I mean, saying this because it's a huge topic. Let us also hear from others, and if there are any discussion, definitely I would also try to join. I mean, just stop by saying that it's a complex topic. It requires a lot of time to actually narrate. I was trying to summarize it in 10-15 minutes. There could be several inadequacies. But it was only a broad contouring. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod. You finished well in time, 30 minutes. We can take a few quick questions before we go on to the next speaker.
Pramodji?
Yes.
Very interesting talk and a very important talk. At the same time, we have to see how even some of the classical forestry, technological revolution has changed, facilitated or make the possibilities of some of the classical management systems to bring in. You can now take drones and airlift the logging systems or WP or this. Again, cultural. Cultural also, some of the aspects like tribal development, what we were taught classically. And if you just take the thing, it is possible. There's a lot of scope for social, economic, and ecological integration from a multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary perspective.
Yes, I fully agree. I can only agree to you. That is exactly I was also trying to tell. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the insightful session, sir. So I am a social science PG scholar. So when we're dealing with the topics such as human-wildlife conflict, one of the major issue that we faces in the field is some people are against conservation and some people are supporting conservation, especially when it comes to wildlife management. So how do we tackle this trade-off between conservation and agriculture, especially if you look at the fringe communities in Wayanad or region like that?
Yeah, exactly. That is precisely the point I was trying to look at it. But that would require, I mean, a couple of hours to actually deliberate upon detail. But I would say that this what you call dichotomy between conservation and what you call agriculture. I mean, largely it happened after 1980. Prior to that, this was not much. We've gotten into an assumption that all agriculture is, or people who are living in Wayanad, these are all encroachers into forest. I won't subscribe to that. See, there are two terminologies. One is actually, say, migration to the hills. That took several years ago. In that perspective, all of us are actually migrants to some part of the wilderness. Okay, but encroachment is a term, that is actually which is actually taking place recently against, the norms, established norms. See, once upon a time, the state was promoting the farmers, the people to migrate to the hills and then clear the forest and start agriculture. That was the requirement of that time. But of late, post 80s, what has happened? We narrowed down this narrative. See, we didn't actually distinguish between this migration as well as encroachment. All the farmers who were living in the upper reaches were considered as encroachers, who were actually the who had cleared forests and destroyed forests. This narrative took place during the last 30 years only. If you very carefully look at it, prior to that there was no such what you call distinction. Okay, so that has to be brought in, but it's not that has to be corrected. It is not that easy. So even talking about that openly like this, okay, in meetings like this, debating upon this, then understanding actually the intricate relationship between agriculture and forestry, reiterating that. Say for instance, 1 hectare of, we have study in Trivandrum, 1 hectare of forest land from in Trivandrum district provide water worth 28 lakh rupees to the city, to the society. Okay, mostly for agriculture. So these are the benefits agriculture sector derives from forestry. Okay, similarly, see, look at actually the pollination services provided by the forestry, the forest as a resource, and how much is agriculture benefited out of that. But nobody talks about that. Unfortunately, all our narration is now revolving around small unfortunate untoward incidences that is happening around this human wildlife conflict. Now you see, I'll tell another parallel. You look at, you go to say Wayanad, or you go to say Periyar Tiger Reserve. The kind of economy that is built around Periyar, around tigers, is immense. But everybody conveniently forgets about that the moment if there is a conflict issue. That is unfortunate, but at the same time, this is the problem. So as what we call educated people, as researchers, as managers, as people who understand this issue in a little bit more detail, above emotional what we call underpinnings, we should actually, all of us should actually try to what we call resolve this particular issue through constant what we call dialogue, effort, and understanding each other's concern. Okay, that is our responsibility. Well, it's a Herculean effort. It's not that easy because, off late, I would just stop by saying that, human wildlife conflict can be viewed from 4 levels. Level number 1 was Wayanad in maybe up to 2000 when it was viewed as an ecological issue. People will say that, an elephant came, it ate a little bit of rice and it went. No problem. That was its share. Okay. Level 2, it becomes a social issue with occasional protest. Why not in 2008 or 9? But then after told, what has happened is that this issue become what you call rampant when it assumes it assumes political character. Another stage is called the level 3 plus, when it becomes part of electoral politics as well as to some extent communal politics also. So at least in some parts of the state, it is part of communal, this sort of level 3 plus scenario. So as responsible citizens, our responsibilities are actually to bring it down at least to level 2 from this level 3 plus situation. That is where actually research, our good management, everything, all of us have to join hands together. Okay, forestry and agriculture, these are not too different. It's a continuum. It's a continuum. Thank you.
I guess there are no more questions. Thank you, Pramodji, for a very enlightening session. I hope you'll be staying back. We have a talk by Krishna Master following this.
Okay, thank you all.
Friends, our next speaker is Dr. N. Krishna Kumar. He is a senior Forest Service officer retired who served as the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force of Tamil Nadu. He has provided long-standing leaderships to Tamil Nadu State Forest and Wildlife Administration, and he has been attached to research in the form of being the director of Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, where he represented the institute in national and international forums. Beyond administrative posts, Dr. Krishnamurthy has chaired important bodies such as the State Environment Impact Assessment Authority of Tamil Nadu, served as the chairman of Research Council of this very institute, contributing to the policy, environmental governance and applied forest research. His long career blends field conservation, institutional leadership, and engagement with research and regulatory institutions across the region. Dr. Krishnamar actually needs no introduction to this audience. Sir, welcome.
Morning, friends. Uh, the director, Dr. Anita, senior scientists. It's a pleasure. Dr. Santosh, thank you for that excellent introduction. I never knew that I did all this. So you pepped up my energy in the morning. In fact, we had a very wonderful talk by Mr. Pramod Krishnan, another illustrious officer. And, I remember, let me go with one small understanding. A cine actor who did 100 films was once asked, you've done so many films for a period of 3 decades. Do you really go back to see your old films? And then the film actor said, I just saw this somewhere on YouTube or something. He said, no, I don't really revisit my old films because I would have done blunders. Maybe I acted in a very crude way those days, and that I really don't want because I'm trying to look forward and go ahead. But one profession where we are always proud to go back and see what happened is only with foresters. We're very proud of going back, seeing historical issues, seeing what pitfalls were there, correcting measures, and trying to look forward in a very, very, positive way. And that's what Dr. Pramod did now. So we definitely know that forestry has a lot of, scope and positiveness in the country with a lot of youngsters sitting behind. Forestry also, I think, probably requires what is called as passion-driven. It has to be passion. It has to come within us that we need to protect, we need to conserve. Whatever green gold that we are sitting on is ours, and this is our nation's pride. And that becomes important. I think I've gone on 2 international missions to China. And every time when we went and sat with the Chinese Forest Academy, they would only say, what can you give us? Can you give us germplasms of red sanders or sandalwood? But what they would in turn give us is technology. So please know that we have so much of asset with us, and protecting it is very important. There was a nice little WhatsApp going on some 2 weeks before. Mary Had a Little Lamb, Mary Had a Little Lamb is a poem that all of us would have read as youngsters. Mary Had a Little Lamb was not just the imagination of a poet. It's actually a true story, and which says that Mary was a lay girl who really loved animals. In Britain, cold nights, one particularly very cold night, a lamb outside her house was bleating, crying, and this girl somehow she told her father and mother, I want to bring that little lamb into my house and protect it for the night. The parents said, nothing doing, you're not going to bring it inside because we have fire just enough for us and not for that little lamb also. But she somehow convinced her parents and brought it inside. And then the lamb was so attached because it lost its mother. And after some time, couple of times, she used to also take it to her school, putting it hidden in a basket. And then the lamb one day bleated. And the teacher got wild and then it ran out. And there was a poet then watching all this. He really wrote the story. For 30 or 40 years afterwards, when this true story was there, Mary was alive to see that this particular thing was hers, and then she tried to pull out all that old basket and other things to the audience. So what I'm trying to say is passion, her love for the animal, that becomes very important. Restoration forestry, when you talk today, I just thought of talking to you about the significance of restoration forestry. For an audience like this, I don't have to tell, that's why I didn't even plan for a PPT. See, forester's life, when you talk of restoration forestry, definitely we also need to talk about a little history of our own service. 82, when I joined the service, all that we knew was protecting forests by patrolling, by policing, or by planting. And then there were project formulations that we need to do, and those were the things that we were doing. And of course, we had the 5-year plans on us, which told us this is what we should do. So I remember my career starting eucalyptus plantation, wattle planting, small things from 85 to 90. That's what, when we did all that. Then we were also planting teak. We were planting Albizia falcotoria. It was all planting because target driven. So they said, go ahead and plant every year, 25 hectares, 30 hectares, 40 hectares used to come as targets for us, and we were asked to do the planting. Then, of course, we also had other works like thinning of forests and timber harvesting, sale of timber, collecting revenue. I still remember good old days when we all joined the department. My principal chief conservator, when we went to call on him, a very elderly person, he always had a nice fancy board behind him, 2 boards, one showing the name of all the principal chief conservators, illustrious people from Britishers, and another board showing the revenue and expenditure. He was proud of showing us the revenue and expenditure statement, and he says, look, 1975, this was the revenue of the Tamil Nadu Forest Department, this was the expenditure. So revenue expenditure statement became very important for them. From that, I think today, if you go to any principal chief conservator's room, revenue and expenditure board is not an important thing. That's all removed. And people like Dr. Chako will know. Those were the days when we probably thought revenue was important. That's what probably Dr. Pramodji also was telling. Today, everything, suddenly from 90 onwards, I remember my mindset, I was having a shock from all this planting. Then our targets became watershed-based approach. We started what is called the Hill Area Development Program, started in 1975-80s. We have the Western Ghat Development Program, which wanted to see on a watershed approach, trying to protect forests. And then we also had small other planting programs. But let me tell you, friends, restoration is a word that is very loosely understood, and restoration is very, interestingly fitted for everything. Today people talk about restoration of Jum forests, restoration of rivers, restoration of lakes, restoration of water bodies, and n number of other restorations, or restoration of eucalyptus sites, restoration of sholas and grassland. So everywhere this tag restoration is put. And maybe this word will have implications and meaning for the next 20 years. Because this particular decade, you all know, is the decade of ecosystem restoration, 2020, 2030. And here, it's the opportunity for us to ensure that degraded ecosystems are brought into a good state. I still remember 2006 when we used to discuss about ecosystem restoration. We were talking about reference sholas, reference forests. When I was doing a lot of ecosystem restoration in the Nilgiris, those days, we used to say, look for a shola that is untouched. And that becomes a reference shola, wherein the structural elements are there, the vegetative elements, all those complexities are there. And then look at a degraded forest and try to make the degraded forest as much as a reference shola. So what we again understood was that take all the plants that are available here, collect seeds of them, and then put it into this shola. All that we looked into was only probably planting some more species in this particular degraded, so-called degraded sholas. But today we know that restoration is just not planting. Restoration is not just rehabilitation. Restoration is not just changing human impacted ecosystems, but it is trying to put nature back for better ecosystem services. It is to put forests into active ecosystem services, the provisioning service, the cultural service, the goods, other goods and services that it has to provide. And if you're able to do that, then probably the job is done. But having said that, restoration is not so easy because fixing goals becomes very difficult. It is very, very goal setting for restoration is difficult. Even today, it's a challenge. How do we really evaluate a restored ecosystem? How do we evaluate and monitor a restored ecosystem? And when we look at ecosystems which are degraded, we'll have to probably look at the socio-ecological dimensions. We'll have to look at the composition of the vegetation, the soil chemistry, the functions, the heterogeneity, the key species available, those species that have been lost, the previous the species assemblage, and as I said, the ecosystem disturbances, the genetic diversity, the carbon stock available, and where do we really go? So understanding the ecological process, the seed bank available on ground, all this probably is not understood. Like we write working plans, I think it is also time that ecological restoration should be on a mission mode. This is what I was trying to talk today, that ecological restoration should not just be taken as another job, let it be foresters or anyone for that matter. We'll have to probably write a plan. And when you're talking on landscape approach, it is not just 30 hectares of forest that we're trying to restore, or 100 hectares of forest. We are trying to look at landscapes which have diversity. And it's definitely, landscape is an avial, no? It is a mixtures of all sort of complexities. So understanding that and trying to put it back into the natural trail becomes very, very important. Though the SCR, Society for Ecological Restoration 2004, has defined ecological restoration as restoring, putting back damaged sites, destroyed sites, degraded sites back into its original trajectory. I do not know how much, but one good thing is we should also look into good case studies and success stories. Yesterday I was reading somewhere Tal Chabar in Rajasthan, where for the last 22 decades, they have brought back the area, blackbucks have started coming, and they were all damaged sites. So such good case studies becomes very important for restoration. Chilka Lake becomes another good case study. Shola restoration by Tamil Nadu Forest Department, Kerala Forest Department, where we have restored some patches of forest, brought back the original elements. So there are good case studies, and this is what should happen at a landscape level. So what we are trying to understand today is, I was only trying to flag two things for KFRI. And if that is my objective, is just that. Yesterday, from all the discussions, today's discussion is just a continuum of what happened yesterday. We talked about biodiversity, we talked about ecosystem goods and services. If ecosystem goods and services and biodiversity, everything has to be established to its original state, then probably restoration of ecosystems, degraded ecosystem, becomes very important. And we have n number of degraded ecosystems where probably everybody is vying for the land. The captive industries are looking for lands to put in plantations. But we have to probably, even agroforestry models today have to be looked at, multidisciplinary models which give space for everything, the wildlife, everything to be together. That is what truly it is. But I was only trying to see how best, since all youngsters are here, how do we really find out what KFRI can do for ecological restoration. And not only just for Kerala, I feel the good examples of Kerala, the research experience should go out. So the one lesson that we probably learned yesterday was Western Ghats is an immense scope for KFRI for the next 2 decades. We need to do a lot of research. We probably need to have a wealth of research complexities identified, particularly in restoration sites, restoration areas, what sort of research we can do. For 4 or 5 reasons, I find KFRI it's time that KFRI has what is called a tropical ecosystem restoration division itself, or a tropical ecosystem restoration wing, whatever name you want to call it, because I don't think there is any other institute which has got so much of history, so much of knowledge hidden in us, available with us. For one reason, because I have myself gone to the long-term monitoring stations of Kerala. Now probably that is one of the, in Tamil Nadu also, we also have the population dynamic plot, where we probably, even today those plots are being monitored, but not as systematic as the long-term monitoring stations. I've gone with Dr. Srijit and seen those stations, the way they are all looked into. And the amount of information that these long-term monitoring stations or the permanent preservation plot gives, it allows you to look into the soil changes, it allows you to look into the tree declines, it allows you to look into the new recruitments, the species composition, the dominance factor, the biodiversity changes that is happening, the floor seed bank, the carbon monopoly there, the ground density, and then other issues like structure diversity, insects and pollination possibilities, and the biology, the succession, the interconnectedness, utilization, ecological process, nutrient cycling, hydrological cycle. In just 100 hectares of area, or even less, 20 hectares of area, look at the sort of ecological dimensions, ecological research issues, gamut of research issues that we are able to see. The next important reason why this should be declared as a center of excellence for tropical ecosystem restoration. I think KFRA should, in the 50 years, in its culmination of 50 years, our the Diamond Jubilee, take a resolution and call this center as a center for ecological restoration of the Western Ghats. The possibilities are because of, as I told you, the long preservation plots. We have a very strong botany division. We have a very strong seed center. Now that is something, again, I don't think anybody has the diversity and dimensions of seeds handle. And then working closely with Forest Department. We know the pulse of the Forest Department of the state so well. And this is one state where probably everything started first, in the sense I don't think any country has what is called as a restoration policy 2021. We were trying to look at even pan-India level. India also, there is no restoration policy. India has taken restoration in most of its program. It is very important because we have a commitment under the Bond Challenge. Under the Bond Challenge, Africa, they said that Germany, they said that 350 million hectares have to be brought into restored by 2030. And India also has committed 26 million hectares to the Bond Challenge. And we have drawn up so many programs to support Bond Challenge. You know that, most of you who have been reading. And then that's how all the lake restoration, water restoration, forest restoration all came in. Of course, restoration should not be in numbers, as as Dr. Santosh Kumar was telling yesterday. We need to look at it in a different perspective of how we have changed scenarios to bring in ecosystem services. Then the other third reason which I find important is that we have a strong ecology, ecophysiology department. We have strong knowledge on invasives. And then definitely our silviculture division is very strong, and an upcoming hydrology department. For these 7 or 8 reasons, I think the next decade is a decade that we should concentrate on ecological restoration as a very important core theme of this institute. And maybe all other things, of course, the other divisions will naturally support it. And if these things are probably brought in, we can probably support Government of India's program. Now, Government of India has got a very ambitious program of GIM, Green India Mission, where they are trying to look for 5 million hectares of degraded forests to be restored, 5 million hectares of forest to be brought under through afforestation. So 10 million hectares is what we've committed. And then, of course, in many states like Chhattisgarh and Assam, other states, they're trying to convert monoculture to polycultures, where eucalyptus plantations or other plantations we want to bring in as multidimensional plantation by putting in things. So one thing that again emerged yesterday was data deficiency, research data deficiency. And I was very happy to understand from Dr. Anita and then Dr. C.T.S. Nayas and other, because we recently had a stream of discussion where we said we have wealth of information available in the form of research reports in our KFRA, and some, at least I would easily say that 50% of our research reports not only have historical factors, but has so much of significance in it, which can all be pulled in for restoration process. So we should probably not only bring on policy papers on restoration, we should also become guiding institutes for Government of India, who probably need to look. I can only tell you one thing. When way back 10 years before, I've told this a couple of times in this audience, I went to see the DG Forest because I was selected as the I was posted as the director of the Institute of Forest Genetics and Tree Breeding, for which I was director for 7 years. So when I went to call on the DG Forest, he said, Krishna Kumar, that was 20 years before. He said, have you been to KFRA? And KFRA is one institute. Mr. Dilip Kumar was the DG then. He said, there's one institute that you should really try to and learn and see. But KFRA is an institute that I've come a number of times, and I brought my research wing of the Tamil Nadu Forest Department here, because we had doyens like great people like Dr. Chako is here, see Dr. Sita Lakshmi, I can name Dr. Madhavan Pillai, so many people here, and those were the days. And fortunately, the legacy continues even today. We have illustrious scientists who are very capable, who have the passion driven, as I said, into eco-restoration. So if this is all done, then I think probably restoration is a reality. It is possible, not only in Kerala, but many states are looking for information on how to restore. I didn't really want to go into fundamentals of ecological restoration. I have a PPT also with me. I have been working as chairman of the State Environmental Impact Assessment Tamil Nadu for 6 years. One of the biggest pressures on SIA is for mining. And then we have a lot of mining programs going on. But you ask the mining people, because we really try to get money from the mining people for restoration. But ultimately, who will do the restoration? We have 1,000 odd pits, which are all mine pits for 3 decades, 4 decades, just abandoned and left as it is. They are all cesspools where water collected there. And of course, some of the mine pits are good because they become water collecting points during urban drains. When we don't have rains, the water inside is purified and sent to cities and urban areas for drinking water. But that is just not it. How do we really restore so that sometimes, mine restoration is also closing the mine and trying to put back the serial stages, ecological serial stages, and trying to put back the forest into its original shape. People are not really thinking into all those things. All best that we try to do is they fence the mine area, and then they ensure that no sheep or goat goes inside and little bit of vegetation comes back. So this is not what is mine restoration. Mine restoration exactly. I went recently to a mine restoration point where the Ramco Cements somewhere in a place called Srivilliputtur has done some good work. So there are lot of good works in ecological restoration in very many tricky sites, like there are examples of lake restoration, examples of water river restoration. Now the Namami Ganga project, that's again a very good project where they are trying to restore the Ganga river, and based on that, lot of other rivers also have been taken up, 13 other river systems for restoration. So innumerable restoration programs are going on, but my fear is they are only going to end up as merely repair and going to be a rehabilitation, because it should not happen that after 2 decades, after you do all the work and come back, and then when you go for a post-mortem or an examination, all that we have done is planted a few trees, ensured that we did a little bit of soil and moisture conservation. But that's not it. We need to do a pre-documentation, we need to do a post-documentation of the restored site to see what are the changes it has brought about, what sort of goods and services it has given, and how things have really changed ecologically, socially, community staying happy and things like that. Really is the meaning, bringing smiles all around, because smiles to cross sections of the people for the area giving us the best of benefit. So these are the issues that I want to take today. Of course, we have very big challenges, wattle restoration. Yesterday somebody was talking about it. We have pine restoration, eucalyptus area restoration. All of us, I remember 30 years back in an eucalyptus area, when we said no more felling of eucalyptus, we took shola elements and planted into the eucalyptus, and thought that we could convert the eucalyptus into shola. In some areas where probably remnants of sholas were there, what we planted also came up. But then, we also chose to plant what is convenient in the nursery, like rhododendrons or, some species that can do well in the nursery. But then that is probably not what restoration is. Restoration is definitely looking into serial stages, right from seed to at all levels. We need to infuse those elements, and that is what is true restoration. I find that probably there can be no institute in the country which can think about restoration of ecosystem better than KFRI. And I leave it here for you to think and see how best the next decade can become a decade of eco-restoration, how KFRI can become a center of excellence for restoration ecology. Restoration ecology, like conservation biology, has got tremendous scope. And 20 years before, when I sat in Nilgiris and discussing with the so-called fathers of restoration ecology, Dr. Aronson and Clevel, they told me, at the time I was a very young DFO, they told me, Mr. Krishna Kumar, the next 3 decades to 4 decades, your country or every country in the world has to talk about restoration, because tropical ecosystems, when you talk of moist deciduous forests, the dry deciduous forests, the thorn forests, all the ecosystems are under threat and degraded. And we don't have really any reference systems to go and verify as to what is really the condition. So we'll have to probably do an imaginary restoration to ensure that the best of ecosystem services are restored and brought back. And for that, I think we are the best managers, the best people available in the country. Always feel proud and see that Western Ghats again becomes a very good experimental site for us. Eastern Ghats also similarly is a very neglected area as far as restoration is concerned. And generally in Government of India also they say that when it comes to restoration or wildlife management everywhere, people talk loudly about Western Ghats. Eastern Ghats is another area that probably needs attention. So this so-called our knowledge has to be sent to Eastern Ghats. Maybe the Himalayas also need all these things. And with all this information, let us make the data science available for the good of the country so that we have better water flow, we have better hydrological cycles, we have better soil chemistry and understanding, and thriving butterflies, bees and fauna all around us, and we have the conflicts all reduced so that to a great extent animals are all much within the confines of their own ecosystems. They don't come up. You know, there were a lot of discussion last week. Do we need to have, country need to have a wildlife service in the country, or you know, even 2 decades before, when we all, or 3 decades before, there were a lot of discussion, should we have an IFS and should we have an Indian wildlife service. These things get debated today, but I think a good forester, a good forest scientist will be able to understand the dynamics of wildlife, the dynamics of forest management, and able to do it better with this simple thumb rule that if your forests are good, everything around you is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very enlightening session. Questions, please. We can take a few questions.
Or otherwise, I will ask you questions. That's also possible.
So thank you for the session, sir. So my question is, today one of the major things which we notice as far as sociological research is concerned is the traditional ecological knowledge, especially the tribal population who have a rich knowledge about the traditional practices. So why are we not bringing up these traditional ecological practices when it comes to conservation or for restoration?
It's true. Even, you know, I do agree that they're all small folly on our side. We didn't even tap the knowledge. We didn't know that there's immense wealth. But I think last 2 decades we have respected traditional ecological knowledge. We understand. We have all been into a lot of participatory discussions with tribals, etc. What happens is this top-down and bottom-up approach. We take information that probably, but when it comes to implementation, something, as I was telling you yesterday, there's a pathway problem. As you rightly said, for success, now in future, I think it's already happening now. I see good change because even the knowledge that is available with tribal life system, etc., is getting used in a very big way. It's not that it is getting neglected. What you said probably may hold good for 5 or 10 years before, but today you'll have to all be very positive, and I see that their values, their knowledge is respected a lot. Even, you know, Government of India, MOEFCC or anywhere, people say that did you take the last man around with you? That's what they say. Today, what is SDG ultimately is taking the last person with you when it comes to development and growth. So I think that it is happening, and we cannot live neglecting their knowledge. Hope I have answered you. Oh, I find Dr. Isa and Dr. Naveer, you know, thank you. Nice. A lot of ecological restoration will also be, you know, their talks also will cover, I think so. But ultimately, you know, the broad topic, most of us today is conservation and management. Conservation and management for us has been always looking into protection, development, growth of forests, and trying to ensure that the so-called benefits from forests are brought out in the best way. As rightly told by Dr. Pramod this morning, gone are the days of timber, because from 1979 there is no timber harvest, nothing is being done. But then the question that is often asked is, should there be hands-off forestry, or should we intervene judiciously? There is probably need for active restoration and passive restoration, as I was telling you. In some areas, there is what is called as just clear the area and leave it as it is. That's what is called as passive restoration. Active restoration is where we try to clear the area and plant a few species inside, and that has its own advantage and don't disadvantage. But how do we really mix both the knowledge of active and passive restoration for a successful ecosystem restoration is what becomes important. And I think you as youngsters should all start whatever discipline you are. You may work across maybe even biotechnology, bioprospecting division or whatever, but I think within the core of your heart, and 5% to 10% should be left for restoration of ecosystem. That becomes a central theme for all of you, the only message I want to leave behind. Thank you very much, Dr. Santosh.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Abdul Subhan.
Yes.
Sir, my doubt is like, how can Miyawaki forest ecosystem, those strategies, will it be more successful in the perspective of ecosystem restoration, sir?
Yeah.
Like,
I think there are mixed views about Miyawaki forest system. Yesterday also, if you saw, I read a paper, very interesting paper, which says that they reviewed 200 and odd literatures with reference to Miyawaki, and where they say that when it used close planting, it brought biodiversity changes. It brought in a lot of butterflies and birds to the area. It has brought out soil. Gap planting is there, ANR is there, and systems like afforestation, reforest species. So there is not much of advocacy for Myanmar forests, as I see, but in some urban areas they try to do that because they want small carbon lungs, and they want small green patches in urban areas. So they try to do it hurriedly, and they say establishing a forest in 5 to 10 years, Miyawaki, is the best way possible. So give it a lot of water supply and things grow, and high density plantation forest is created. But still, people who are the old timers, they have their own support for the traditional forest systems that we are trying to do. Mixed planting with proper espacement, and then trying to do gap filling, etc., where canopy is respected. It's not that one canopy fights with another canopy, as happens in Miyawaki forest system. No tree is able to express its own dimensions, its free space, and in the best of possibilities, because every tree, as they grow in age, need to put its own dimension. Those things are choked in a Miyawaki system, where everything is curbed, curtailed, and controlled to grow straight. So it need not be that, the branches has to be lateral, it has to be free. If that is the topography of a tree, then those expressions become very important.
yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Santosh. Shall I come down?
Friends, we come to the close of this particular session. We had two speakers. It started off with Dr. Pramodji tracing the history of forestry, how forest has been treated from an economic entity and how it has turned out to be an ecological entity through the ages. I think the history of how forestry has evolved from a purely utilitarian concept where people were alienated to something more of, the objectives moved from pure economics to somewhere about 5 objectives, which he very beautifully described. It starts out with ecological functions of the forest as an important objective, climate amelioration as another important objective, productivity, forest conservation as a third objective, biodiversity conservation as the fourth objective, livelihood security as the fifth objective, and production as equally important as all the rest of the 4 objectives. I think, and he also envisages that in future, in maybe in another 25 years, agriculture production also might become one of the objectives of forest management. I think the concept of how in the early 1878 with reservation, when people were alienated, the forest department has been trying to get back into the people's mind through several attempts, starting from maybe social forestry in the 70s, joint forest management in the 90s, the Forest Rights Act, which came quite late, So it has been, when Forest Department has been trying to crawl back into the minds and making it people-centric. The question of the other in Forest Department is something that has been disturbing the forest management over the years. I think Forest Department has been trying to make amendments to what has happened in the past and probably get back into the thick of things. And today the most dominant themes that Forest Department talks about are things like human life, human wildlife conflict. Most of it is social, turning into political and probably communal, electoral politics. And I think one of the objectives that Pramod clearly outlined is how to get it back into either an ecological issue or as a social issue, not beyond that. I think that's an area where Forest Department will be working on. It was followed by an excellent talk by Dr. Krishna, who clearly outlined one of the challenges that the coming years of forestry research and forest development and forest management would be eco-restoration, because we have hugely damaged forests. I think Kerala has developed an eco-restoration policy, and the Forest Department of Kerala has been trying to phase out all the invasive alien species. It's a huge challenge, as Krishna said. This is not going to be an easy task. It's going to be requiring a lot of research support. And I think one of the suggestions that Krishna sir has made as so as to make a center of excellence in tropical eco-restoration at KFRI, owing to its huge successful research over the last 50 years, the core strength it has got in ecology, silviculture, seed science, ecophysiology. I think that's a very valid suggestion, and Forest Department definitely would be looking towards KFRI for a lot of research support that would be vital in success of this. And in that process, I am sure that, as Krishna sir hinted, this would become one of the centers of excellence which the whole world will be keenly looking towards. I think with these two very enlightening and very useful speeches, we come to the end. Thank you, sir, for the very important talk. And with a lot of youngsters sitting here, I am sure that they would have benefited a lot from this. Over to the organizers.
We had a very insightful session on forest conservation and management. This subsession, we are pulling down the curtains of on this session, and the stage is set for the next one of the most important topics of on human-wildlife conflict. Before moving on to the tea break, may I request our director, Dr. Kannan C.S. Warrior, to present a memento to Dr. N. Krishna Kumar as a token of our appreciation. And may I now request the director to hand over a memento to Dr. Santosh Kumar. Thank you, sir. So the first thematic session ends here, and before moving on to the next session, let us energize ourselves with a short tea break. We will break for tea and assemble here at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Good morning to all. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the session, back to back. See, our second session is on landscape level conservation, linking ecological dimensions with human-wildlife interactions. Today we are privileged to have two eminent speakers in this session. Our former director, Dr. P.S. Isa, KFRA, and a member of National Board Wildlife, and Dr. P.O. Namir, professor and head Department of Wildlife Sciences, College of Forestry, KAU, and Director of Information Systems, KAU, Veldanikara. I am extremely happy to welcome Dr. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐶𝐶 as the moderator of this session. And Dr. 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐶𝐶 is a retired senior principal scientist of KFRI. During his distinguished career, he played a key role in linking forestry research with field level practices, major contributions to the plantation forestry, productivity assessment, capacity building, and training of forestry professionals. His work is widely recognized for its practical relevance and lasting impact on forestry research outreach and sustainable forestry management. Sir, over to you to conduct the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mallikarjun Swami, for inviting me to moderate this session. Very good morning to you all. In the first instance, I will say that this is the most important session. Excuse me, moderators of other session, because it's a very hot topic and highly relevant to the present scenario. The title of the topic is Landscape Level Conservation, Linking Ecological Dimensions with Human-Wildlife Interactions. And the speakers, both the speakers, I have been traveling with them during their whole forestry career. I had the age advantage of being slightly elder to them. And I am fortunate that I am here with them today also. Maybe 50 years or even more than that. Thank you very much for being here, accepting the invitation of the KFRA and coming here to present your experiences and motivating the youngsters. That is very important, as our earlier speakers, Krishnakumar sir was also telling that the younger generation, they are here. I find them from different colleges doing post-graduation. Their teachers are also here. Hope it will be useful to them. Let me introduce the first speaker, Dr. P.S. Isa. He has 48 years of experience in biodiversity conservation and management. He has worked on different groups of animals and has a number of scientific reports, books, and papers to his credit. Retired as director of KFRA, he has been a member of several policy-making bodies and committees of Government of India, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, and Kerala. He was also advisory board member of Wildlife Research Institute of India and SACON. Currently, he is a member of the National Board for Wildlife, IUCN Asian Elephant Specialist Group, Research Advisory Committee of Zoological Survey of India, Technical Committee of Elephant Rehabilitation Center, Kerala, and Puttur Zoological Park. I invite you, sir, for the presentation. I think you will be taking about 45 minutes. Thereafter, we will have a question and answer session. I advise the youngsters to write their questions in a piece of paper and hand it over as and when this speaker gets on with his talk, so that it can be very, very impressive. This is the only occasion probably you will get to ask questions. Science has grown through questions. So question our experts and others, put so many questions to them. Doesn't matter whether you are an expert or not. Ask them and get answers. Some of them you accept, some of them you reject. Go on well. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. P.S. Isa.
Good morning, and thank you, Chaco, for the introduction. And thanks to the director and his team for organizing such a wonderful program, which will give a lot of opportunity for the students to get exposed to various topics. Today morning, we had been discussing, how many of them could understand yesterday's talk on ecosystem services by Jyotis, because a lot of economics are involved. But I think, it is important that, you also understand that even the biodiversity people should be bothered about economics of, there is something called economics of biodiversity. So that is very, very crucial. And so as everybody was talking about the importance of the topic which we are going to deal with, I think it's a real problem. In fact, I was thinking of writing it as human-wildlife conflict interaction. But the topic given to me was human-wildlife conflict. That is why I have put it as conflict instead of negative interaction, human-wildlife interaction, negative interaction. Today, I think we had been listening to Pramod and also to Dr. Krishna Kumar, where they had been stressing on the various aspects of forestry and also the conservation scenario. I think I will pick up from what Pramod said about the economic part of the economic utilization, the economic aspects of forestry. Maybe we had been giving a lot of importance to the economic aspects of it more than the ecological aspects. So the problem was with so because that was the time when we had not been talking about a lot on ecosystem services, or we were not aware of what is happening with the ecosystem services. We were least bothered, or we were not aware. I think it was actually we were not aware of the ecosystem services and also the impact of our actions, our human activities on the ecosystems. But then the IUCN came, and the IUCN said, the objective of conservation is something different. It is also to see that the ecosystem services are maintained. So maintenance of ecosystem services is very crucial. And also, if you want to have if your plan is to go for long-term conservation, then we should have larger intact natural habitat. This is very, very crucial especially since we are talking about connectivity. And the area requirement varies depending on the species. If you are talking about tiger, and if you are talking about elephant, or if you are talking about some other animals, which require larger areas, which has the normal behavior of, I will call it as a vagabond. So naturally, they need larger areas, but there may be some other areas also. So we have the concept of umbrella species, and so many other terms have been introduced to say that, this is our idea. So ultimately, the goal, the objective of conservation is long-term conservation of viable populations, and for which we need larger areas, contiguous areas, larger contiguous areas. And if I borrow the word from the tiger conservation thing, we want the larger inviolate areas, undisturbed areas, for long-term conservation, and depending on the species. Now, as I said in the beginning, we were not bothered, or we were not aware of what is happening around. And most of the stress has been the utilization part of it. We had been utilizing the resources, or we will say that resource exploitation, that was the word which has been in use, for a long time. So, and this is the result of it. About 1 million species are at risk of extinction. So that's very, very, very serious issue. And then, if you look at the present century, maybe because of all these activities and also because of the approach of, human approach, our human relation with the rest of the nature was not that good. Currently, it is in real trouble. So, I would say that, the present, is it working? The present century witnesses a crisis in the human relationship with the rest of the nature. And this is again becoming more and more serious because of the more and more serious because of the results of the climate change. You know that the climate change is set in, and we have several examples and several papers which is talking about the consequences of climate change, and also the mitigation for to escape from the climate change problems. Now, in addition to that, there is also a change in the attitude of the people. This attitude of the people is very, very crucial. So there is a change in the attitude of the people. And if you look at, there is something called 𝐅𝐎𝐑𝐿 ecology, which is actually talking about harmonious relationship between animals and human beings, the nature and the human beings. But then there was an imperial ecology, which talks about that, human is dominant over the rest of the world, or rest of the organisms, and even beyond the nature, above the nature. And all the organisms are just under us, and everything is for us. This is again coming back, though it was imperial ecology, it is called as imperial ecology. This approach, this attitude is coming back now, where we think that, this is not for us. We don't want. Why should we have elephants? The ultimate question is, why do we conserve? That is the question. And part of it is explained yesterday by Jyotis in the ecosystem services, which is very, very, very crucial. And then we have also some results from some of the surveys conducted by some people. Among the scientists, there was a survey conducted among the scientists on the main factors that or drivers affecting biodiversity. What do they think about it? They said land use change is the major thing, followed by climate change. Land use change is the major thing. That is the most important part of it. And if you look at, there is another statistics which talks about 17% of the land is heavily transformed by cities and agriculture. 56% is characterized by less intense modifications. But the most important part is only about 26% is large wild areas that are largely intact. That's the most crucial. So we have only 26% to talk about for your ecosystem services or for resource utilization or whatever we are talking about. Only 26% is left out. So this is something very, very important and very, very serious when we are talking about it. Land use change. This is just an example from 𝐓𝐑𝐿 taluk of, I have taken it from one geography professor, Dr. Mani, and we modified it slightly. But if you look at, this is a situation in 1975 in 𝐓𝐑𝐿 taluk. This is the place, where you have Chinnakanal and Anirangal and all those places are involved, Munnar and all those places. Now, 1995, and you can see the shrinking habitat, shrinking forest areas, and this is a 2015 scenario. So this definitely shows how the fragmentation is happening in our areas. And this is not just 𝐓𝐑𝐿. I don't know how many of you, whoever has been working, is still working in KFRA, should go to the library and look at a report by Dr. Menon, A.R.R. Menon. He's no more with us. He has also done the similar exercise for Idukki. And we have done it for Wayanad long back. In our report on human-wildlife interactions in Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary, we have done it. So there is definitely a change. And this is visible. So this, you can go to the people and say that this is what is happening. Again, the question remains, why should we have? Why do you conserve? That is the question. The question will still remain. But then, the major issue of fragmentation is definitely the genetic diversity, the loss of genetic diversity. You have, I think, the slows. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this word, slows, single large or several small. This was a question by MacArthur and Wilson in the ecology field. This was in the conservation field, this was a very important question which was raised. How should we have larger reserve or can we have smaller reserves for protection, for conservation, for ecosystem services or whatever it is. So single large or several small, this was the question. Now, if you are looking at the larger one, you have the smaller one also. The larger one can definitely accommodate any number of species, irrespective of the area requirement. They can definitely accommodate more species. Whereas the smaller one will have problems. They cannot accommodate larger number of species, and they cannot provide the sort of ecosystem services which we expect from them. So this is a major issue when we are talking about these things. Disruption of the genetic gene flow, that's a major issue when we are talking about such fragmented areas. Now, what will happen ultimately? We will have small populations. This is the small population. These are the small populations. And the small population, because of the genetic problems, it will become smaller population because of the lower reproduction rate and higher mortality. This has been established that the small population will have a lot of issues because of the inbreeding and a lot of loss of genetic variability, and then which will ultimately lead to lower reproduction rate and also higher mortality, especially among the juveniles. I would say that, I don't know how many of you are from Kerala, but if you look at 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐾, you are going to witness this. Maybe not you or me. Maybe next generation will see that. What is happening to the elephant population in such a small areas. That is going to happen in 𝐓𝐑𝐾. Because of the, we don't know, it's not visible because, because of the higher, longevity. It is not visible now. So higher mortality, and it will become smaller population. So from small population to smaller population because of the genetic problems, and from smaller population to extinction, it's not far away. So this is what is called the extinction vortex. So I think this is the crucial thing when you're talking about fragmentation. We do have a problem. It's not just the conflict, or it is not just because of the negative interaction between human and wildlife. So we are talking about conservation strategies. What could be done when we are dealing with the fragmented habitats? We can have several options, but everybody talks about ecological connectivity, which is the chances given to the species for unimpeded movement and the flow of natural processes that sustain life on Earth. This is very crucial. So whatever be the other solutions, people are talking about the ecological connectivity is the most important part of it. To give an opportunity for the species to move around, to give larger landscape level. I think all the youngsters should be familiar. They should go back and refer. Landscape ecology it has been picking up. I think we started reading it in 80s on landscape ecology, landscape elements, landscape ecology. So this is very, very crucial. And we also call it as biological corridor when we are talking about connectivity, the lack of connectivity, and we wanted to establish the connectivity. And we are talking about biological corridor. Some people call it as elephant corridor. I said that, put up a board that it is only meant for elephants. No, it's meant for everything. Anything can move, and that's also a problem. Anyway, we'll come to that later. So this is a geographically defined area which provides connectivity between landscapes, ecosystems, and habitats. It can be natural or modified, or it can be even human-dominated landscape can also act as a biological corridor. We'll see how people have already done it in the case of elephants. Now, if you look at the connectivity, the importance of the topic, connectivity, I was just wondering, how Sandeep, when Sandeep and the director was talking about connectivity, I was just wondering, how come they came to know about this? Look at the importance. In 2002, the number of papers, publications, and by 2013, it has gone up. And if you take the case of 2025, definitely it will touch peak. I mean, it will be at the most important part of it. So much of importance is given. And in this case, it's not just connectivity. If you look at the 4 important focal points were studied, were part of these studies. One is the connectivity and climate change. The second one was connectivity and restoration planning, connectivity and land use or cover change, modeling and planning, and connectivity and ecosystem services. So everything is connected to the connectivity, the topic connectivity. So it has a lot of importance when we are talking about, and I was just always thinking that, oh, connectivity is just the corridor. That's not the case. This is the connectivity. This is the corridor, biological corridor. I always give the example of that. This is a room. This is another room. This room can be, one of these can be smaller also, it doesn't matter. So this is the connecting corridor, the veranda. If it is not there, definitely you are going to be doomed in this. You are going to be confined to these areas, these rooms, and then that will be the end of your life. So this is what it is. Unfortunately, even among the forest officials, not even among the forest officials, most of them talk, wherever elephant goes, they say that it's an elephant corridor. No, it's an elephant habitat. Anyway, and what is the common element? The common element is passageway and the connecting. So the passageway. So corridor, the biological corridor is only one part of the 3 landscape elements which I said about in the beginning. Landscape ecology, landscape elements, and this one is the patch, the habitat. The corridor is the connecting habitat, and the matrix is the surrounding land, the surrounding area. The surrounding area can be human-dominated area also, landscape, part of the landscape. So landscape, I'm sure that you are familiar with the landscape, seascape, and in fact, some people have started talking about teascape, coffeescape, because of coffee estates and tea estates. So passageway, it's a relatively narrow connectivity between habitats, and this is these 3 elements are there: the passage, and there's a patch, the corridor, and the matrix. Now, if you are looking at why are you so bothered about these things? As I mentioned earlier, isolated patches are more likely to leave species without paths meant to carry out the ecosystem services. Again, we are coming back to the ecosystem services. We are bothered about that. Why should I conserve? I should be the beneficiary. How much do I get out of conservation? Or what is the benefit of conservation? So again, ecosystem services, if you are talking about smaller patches, the ecosystem services is going to be smaller one. And sometimes it takes only a small link, as we have seen, so that to ensure that the ecosystem service is retained or brought back. This is, of course, about the urban areas. We can have narrow tree lanes or even hedges which can act for a smaller one, for a smaller animals. In fact, I was just wondering, about the corridor when the Vice Chancellor of Malayalam University, when we were in the Board of Studies of the Environmental Division there, he said, 𝐓𝐑𝐿 Muhammad Bashir, the famous novelist, he was the first person to introduce the term corridor in Malayalam literature. When he said, how come if you are going to have a wall there, how will my rat snake will move from this place to the other place? So that is a barrier. He considered it as a barrier. There are a lot of things that are happening around anyway. So corridors reduces the isolation of spatially isolated populations. Connectivity, again, people are also talking about spatial ecology. So that is another term which is being used in place of that. Then allow recolonization of isolated patches, increases the extent of available habitat. That's a more crucial one when you are talking about the conflict. If you are cramming the animals to the smaller areas, then there is going to be a lot of perimeter available there are more opportunities, or probability of interaction with the people is always on the increase. So this is another. then decreases chances of animal to come in contact with the humans and lead to reduction in the conflict incidences. So basically, connectivity will ensure larger areas with all these benefits. So that's the most important thing. Now, the other one is, are we talking about smaller homogeneous areas for individual species, or are we talking about heterogeneous habitat? I think we are talking about heterogeneous habitat. It need not be just the one type of forest. It can be the human-dominated landscape. It can be sometimes, as you see later, we will see that it can be the agricultural areas. That is a part of the landscape, which is being used by the animals. So we are actually talking about not about just protected areas. We are also talking about the heterogeneous landscape. So the co-occurrence of large mammal species and people can often lead to negative interactions and conflict between them, which will ultimately lead to a very negative attitude among the people against wildlife. So that is the ultimate result of all these conflict situations, that people will become an enemy of, they will say that, no, this is not, which Pramod was also mentioning about it. Now, it is not just with the elephants. This is about the tiger also. You look at, this is the tiger range in around 1900, and also the current range of potential habitat. You can see that these are all again in small pockets. When it comes to the elephant, it is still worse. We will see again. And there had been first attempt, I think, before the elephant corridor, we had been talking about the first attempt was talking about tiger conservation. And this is the Satpura up to Melghat, and then this is the larger landscape which people were talking about, the connectivity in the central Indian connectivity, starting from Madhya Pradesh to a part of Maharashtra. So this is very important. To some extent, Nagzira, Navgaon, and all those tiger reserves now, all these places have been considered to be a part of this connectivity. A lot of people had been working from Wildlife Institute of India. They started this work in the beginning, talking about the connectivity in this P.A.'s landscape and Satpura Michael landscape. So all those things are very, very, very important. The first attempt of making first attempt to make a connectivity was that of a tiger. And then, of course, we have also been doing on the, this is a sort of, I don't know whether it can be called as a bigger problem of connectivity, but still it is a problem of connectivity. It's because we do have all these yellow patches are meta-populations. You have the larger population of Nilgiri tar in Erivikulam National Park, but the rest, Nilgiri tar in Erivikulam and the adjacent grass hills of Tamil Nadu, and then you have all meta-populations. So how do we connect these meta-populations? Or are we leaving these meta-populations to die on their own? That's a major, another challenge, which is very, very crucial. We have actually published this paper. And then elephants. Elephant is considered to be the most impacted species because of these connectivity issues, which has led to the human-wildlife conflict. India has around 60% of the Asian elephants. You know that out of some 45,000, we do have the larger population, and the largest population of Asian elephant is in, and the largest elephant habitat is in this Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, including Wayanad, Mudumale, Bandipura, Nagarhole, our BRT and all those areas. Now, but if you look at the number of people because of the conflict, now we are coming to the conflict. The mortality of 100 elephants and 400 people annually, that is very, very serious. If you look at some of the statistics given, in the reply given by the ministers in the parliament, you will definitely see that, no, it is definitely, we don't want elephants, that's the sort of thing. But elephants are also getting killed as a retaliatory thing, So this is a problem. And as I said in the beginning, this can lead to an animosity among the people. So they go for retaliatory killings. So Asian elephants, this is also because the conflict is mostly, or I will say 99% is also because of the fragmentation. Because Asian elephants range lies in habitats that are both fragmented and heavily impacted by humans. Now, why do we have a problem with the elephants? Why other animals are not creating problem, or why are we not talking about other animals? Because the elephants need larger areas. I don't know how many, you have the home range, the area utilized by the animals. So the home range, so this is the home range for our areas. This is done in Mudumale and then in Parambikulam by me and other people. I mean, it is around 799 square kilometers is the largest one of from the studies, radicolor studies in Mudumale. But a recent study in Chhattisgarh, in fragmented habitats, look at the home range. It is 1,711 square kilometers for a bull, 25-year-old bull. And a 40-year-old, again, 1170 square kilometers. The larger the area. That means there is a problem with the resources. There is a problem with the food. There is a problem with the water. There is a problem of biological disturbances. And there is a problem with everything, you know, the habitation and the infrastructure, the linear infrastructure, everything. And this is not just one bull or anything. It's also with the other group also. They have done several things. This is by Lakshmi Narayan of Wildlife Institute of India. Young adult bull, 25 years, 3,582 square kilometers. This is by the minimum convex polygon method, you know, minimum MCP in the case of home range calculations. And then for young adult bull, 25 years, again 3,582. So adult female, 2,500. So basically, the animal needs larger areas. This is especially important in areas where resources are very, very scarce. And this is what is happening. Now, if you look at the elephant distribution, the whole of Asia, this is the situation. It's all fragments. It's all small, small populations. The worst is Sumatra. In Sumatra, one of my colleagues, you know, one of my friend in elephant research, you know, he said, hey, come, we will see the one population there in one part of Sumatra, in Aceh, nearer to Aceh. I said, how many are there? 2. I said, 2 elephants and you call it as a population. What are you going to do? Because of the land use change. Because they have converted the Sumatran area to rubber, oil palm, and now what is left out are just fragments, isolated patches here and there. So highly fragmented, and if you look at the Indian scenario also, the largest population, which I said, the largest habitat is in the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve area. We have the largest populations. Now, if you look at another statistics, about 55.55% only remains percent of the elephant habitat is there now. 45% is gone. So maybe because of several programs, because of the development, and because of other reasons, which Pramod was telling me, he didn't say call it as encroachment, he said migration, whatever be the reason, it has happened. So, and now traditional migration routes are stopped, or rather are affected because of the installation, power installations, canals, agricultural settlements, and fences. We will come to know how far our own mitigation measures are helping the animal. There is a problem with that also. And the human activities in the fringes of these habitats, because of the smaller habitat, because of the fragmented habitat. They are also going into the fringes of the habitat, so leading to more conflict situations. Animals are crammed into smaller pockets. And you have, of course, some what we call stepping stones here and there, small patches for the animal to go and take rest, and then move from there to the larger landscape. So that is also possible. This is from Valpare by Kalyan Verma. And then there had been attempts to identify the corridors, elephant corridors in the country, the connectivity problems, and have been identified. More than the first one was definitely the tiger. I will say that tiger was the Satpura, Melghat, that region was the first one to consider for connectivity. And then we started working on the elephant corridors of India. So going to those places and then field work and then identifying the length and width and the geography, GPS and reading, everything was taken. And then published the rite of passage, the elephant corridors of India. The second edition, again, because we found that there are some missing links. Again went, and then again the next one. And then the third one by Wildlife Ministry of India and the MOEF, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have come up with another publication, the same one actually with some modifications based on the latest information. So this is available in the net. If somebody is interested, they can definitely go to these things. So what is the corridor? This is the corridor of North Bengal situation. The number of corridors, the red arrow indicates the corridor. The number of corridors also talks about the fragmentation, the severity of the fragmentation. So the more the number of corridors, the more will be the fragmentation. This is the northern North Bengal area, northern West Bengal area, where it is very severe, maybe because of the tea estates and other activities. And then elephant, we have seen that it needs a larger area and it is moving all the time for a larger, for its nutritional requirement. And then so the major function of the corridor is to facilitate the movement. It's not a feeding area. That's something, which has to be. When we are talking about management of elephant corridors, we should see that it is not managed for providing shelter, food, water, no. It is just to facilitate movement. So major function is that. And then elephant corridors, of course, connect patches. These are all but there is a statement here, it should not connect a good habitat with a very low quality one. I think, this is debatable. Even I am not very convinced about it because sometimes, we want to connect the low, let us put it as a different one. A low quality one with a good habitat, so that the biodiversity in the low quality habitat will have an opportunity to move to the better habitat. So that's a most important part of it. Now, what should be the extent of the landscape? The connectivity. There are a lot of work has been done. But the most interesting thing I saw was Kathiwada and his team in 2025. They were talking about wild dog. They were talking about the wildlife conservation, wild dogs, conservation in the whole of, in their ranges. And they said, Bhutan, China, Myanmar, and Northeast India, and Nepal, we should think about conservation. And connectivity, they say that functional corridors must be established so that they can survive and they will have an opportunity to move around, have a larger area for hunting and also for breeding. So that is something very important because normally we say that landscape means, elephant, tiger. But now what should be the extent? As much as possible. There is nothing. There is no hard and fast rule that the connectivity, the landscape should be of this size. No, there is nothing. So that's why I said, this is going beyond the country. So what you call now the intercontinental or something similar to that. Our tiger conservation plan guidelines, I don't know, we have tiger conservation plans for tiger reserves. We have wildlife management plans for sanctuaries and national park. But tiger conservation plans, so management plan of tiger reserves are called tiger reserves. Tiger conservation plan. Tiger conservation plan guideline also talks about connectivity. They say that it is not just the tiger reserve area alone you should consider. You should also consider the connectivity with the adjacent PAs, the adjacent protected areas. So that is also important. So there are mentioned here and there without knowing what is what. And then corridors, habitat management, I already said that we are not supposed to go for any management which will attract the animal to remain there. We want them to move. Now, is there any method to calculate wildlife corridors, the length and breadth, and there is nothing. But there are some suggestions are being given. Corridor paths is to use least cost modeling and all that. Since it is mathematics and statistics, I always keep my eyes closed. But it's very important. As a student, I am sure that you should get into these things also. Some models have been used for identifying areas and also for to see what should be the length of the patch, but the connectivity patches. So now, how do we identify and prioritize connectivity? We are normally how do we identify, how did we identify the elephant corridors? We just went there and we walked through the corridor, we looked at the map, and we found that, these are the fragments, and we walked through the corridors, and we were asking the people whether elephants have been moving this area for a long time. They said yes, and somebody said no, only occasionally. And then we were looking for evidences like dung and footprints and other things. And then if the animal has been using that area, at least occasionally, we will put it as a corridor. But then prioritization may be different. But here, they are talking about a prioritization. This bottle and others, they are talking about prioritization of biodiversity conservation action based on these things, because we don't have that many resources. So how do we allot the resources for identifying and then allocating, or for going for installing the these areas, for connectivity? So it can also be for restoration. It can also be for species, populations, habitat prioritization. Or what is a species we are talking about? I am going to look at only elephants, so that this is an umbrella species. So once you conserve the larger areas, you are going to conserve the rest of the species also. So for diversity of species, so benefit multiple species can be targeted. But that is why we say that in a species with larger area requirement, which moves a lot, can be focused for connectivity when we are identifying the connectivity areas. So that is very important. Now, how wide should be? That is another question. It can be wide as possible, but narrow ones will have problem. It can be harmful by creating negative edge effects. You will have more opportunity to be in touch with the people. So we don't want, as much as possible, let us think about keeping a very broad area as a corridor. But they are also talking about, it can also promote movement of species, unwanted species. It can be an invasive, or it can be sometimes a predator, which we don't want in that area. So this is again another negative aspect of going for a connectivity. Now, these interactions, it can be in different forms. There is a study, and that is why I'm talking about these things. Now, we have, this is the spatial distribution of incidences in Hassanur district in Tamil Nadu. And this is the hotspot. So you have this distribution of incidences everywhere, but there is a concentration. There is a core place where you have the largest conflict is happening. Hotspots, HEC, human-elephant conflict hotspots. This is very crucial when you are talking about identification of the connectivity areas. Now the method, how do we go about? We go for traditional. This is the Machan, this is not for tourism, but this is to scare away the elephants. And nowadays, it is meant for tourism. Or it can be for trenches. As you see, the elephants can definitely manage it. No, there's no problem. Yeah, the trenches again. And it can be by chasing. That's what is happening. And this is another one, within southern West Bengal, people are so courageous or foolish to go around and then using this technique, to scare away the elephants. Or we always talk about transportation of elephant, capturing and translocating the elephants from one habitat to the other, basically shifting a problem from one area to the other place. And then solar power fence, very good, technically very good. If properly installed, wonderful, but how do we use it is very, very crucial. So this can also be used for this purpose. And hanging fences are also being used nowadays, or maybe the most popular one. This has been used, it should be animal friendly. Normally we say that any mitigation measure should also be animal friendly. Yeah, this is the so-called Armstrong fence, or people call it as rail fence. Yeah. But this is also happening, so it is not animal friendly. It can create problem. in sternal recumbency, the elephant can go, die in that. And then kunkis are being used effective for smaller areas. This is actually from Indonesia, where I saw that the kunkis have been chased by the wild elephants. And kunkis are actually escaping, running away. And the so-called honeybee research, honeybee fences, which is a utter failure in Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Malaysia, success in Kenya. Our problem was that we have been always going for importing, copy-pasting, or whatever has happened elsewhere. But the same lady, who had been Lucy King, who had done it in Sri Lanka, done it in Kenya successfully. Successfully. She came to Sri Lanka and she said, there is some problem with the elephants and the honeybees in Sri Lanka, but honey is very good for health. That was her thing. So everywhere, why not? It failed. So in most of the places, and wherever people call it as a success is because of the solar power fence parallelly given, installed in these areas. And then warning systems are working in some places like Valpare, in higher elevation areas, from where the warning is given to the people. Rapid response teams are there. And then people talk about decoy crops as buffer, decoy crops, so chili, and this fellow is showing us, how his chili has been completely damaged by elephants. And again, you cannot substitute chili or lemon for rice. No, you cannot have morning chili for lunch, chili for lunch, chili for dinner. No, you need rice. So you cannot ask the people to shift to these things. Now, why did I say about these things? Goswami and Vasudev in 2017 did an analysis of the papers published using these things, where fences have been used, chemicals have been, biodeterrents, then light, sound, and compensation is another thing, and awareness and problem. So they had done an analysis of the papers. They looked at a review of the papers published based on these techniques have been used. And 48% of the papers in India is on larger elephant conservation landscape. They are talking about that. They ultimately say that the solution is to have larger landscapes. And 42% of the papers mention about connectivity considerations. So the connectivity is picking up, and the larger conservation landscape is picking up. It's no more the barriers. And if you are going for a solar power fence, you are creating a barrier. And you are not going to. And we had been talking about social fencing. What happened to the social fencing? The eco-development, social fencing. No more social fencing. It is now solar power fencing. So people have shifted to these fences and the trenches and everything, which is actually a barrier, which is a problem for creating larger landscape. So we should not go for that, but then what is it? Now, how do we secure this? We know that this is a corridor. This is a Tirunelli-Kudirakot elephant corridor in Wayanad, in Tirunelli, where we did the survey first in 90s. And then we went for purchase as a part of an NGO. This was purchased. The people were given alternate land, alternate houses, and everything, all their demands were met, and they were shifted. 4 families have been shifted to a place, and their life was, this is a function where we gave it. And then we had also gone for monitoring these people. How do they manage afterwards, and all those things were happening. Voluntary relocation, golden shake hand. We will give you 15 lakhs per family. Family is defined as 18 plus. And we will give you, so you move to anywhere you want. That's a very bad thing, I would say, because you are asking the people to go away, and we are not bothered about your future, your plan. There should have been monitoring also. I think they say that there had been some monitoring of what is happening. Otherwise, it's a real problem. I remember one fellow who has been moved from voluntary location in one of the locations in Wayanad. He told me that, government cheated me. I said, how? You didn't get the money? Yes, I had only 2 children, so they gave me only for 2. That means I got only 30 lakhs. My neighbor had 6 children, and they got more money. And the government told me in the beginning that I should go for only family planning, and only 2 children. So government cheated me now. So a lot of interesting facts are there, if you are going for such studies on those things. Now, it need not be always shifting the people. This is securing the community-based area. It's in Paake Tiger Reserve in Arunachal Pradesh, grain for grain. We wanted these people to allow the elephant to move from that area through their habitation, through their agricultural area to the next habitat. People said, yes, provided we are compensated. We said, we will give you money. No, we don't want money, because money will take, we have to go for travel 40 kilometers to get the grain. No, we want grain for grain. How much is the damage? You compensate with the grain. It's a good success. Forest Department and the NGO, they came together. And then, so it is not always required to go for purchase of land. It's not always required to go for relocation of the people. This is another one in Garo Hills in Meghalaya, Siju Rivak, Elephant Corridor. Those people wanted some community reserves, community reserves and also the community halls and so many other things. Everything was given. Fine, happy. And they allow the elephants, and they also conserve the hulo gibbon. Everything is possible. So strategies are different, and strategies are according to the situations. And this is the Chilla Mutichur corridor in Rajaji Tiger Reserve in Uttarakhand, where government as well as the NGOs, and now they are going for underpass, overpass and everything. But I think, that's it again. The train hit incidences have come down or almost nil now. And this is another one in Kaziranga, Karbi Anglong in Assam. Kaziranga, Karbi Anglong, I will call it as a landscape rather. But there are issues, because of the road and other things. Now, it is possible for the elephants and for the rhinos and other animals to move from one place to the other because of the dialogue, and also because of the initiative by the department, Forest Department, to declare some of these areas as protected areas. So part of the Kaziranga blocks. And we have the problem with the linear infrastructure. This fellow doesn't know the status of this lion-tailed macaque. Is highly endangered, endemic to Western Ghats, fellows. And we say that it is always on the top of the evergreen forest. Everything is fine, but he's coming down because he doesn't have. When the roads were widened, we didn't have. So people have started going for a canopy corridor. This is also one possibility, providing canopy corridor. If you go to Chinnar and other places, you will see such things. Canopy corridors, which is, and also in Valpara area, you can see the lion-tailed macaque moving from one habitat to the other one. So the strategies are again different depending on the situations and also depending on the resources. Now, is it enough? Is it always necessary to declare the areas protected, or is it necessary to acquire the areas to secure the corridor? No, need not. There are so many legal provisions available. So those legal provisions can also be used, but very difficult. In a political scenario, it is very, very difficult. It's not the conflict or human-wildlife interaction is no more a wildlife problem. It is a socio-economic problem. It's a political problem. So it is, and as Santosh was telling, it's an electoral problem. So everything is a problem. So we have several provisions. Easement is a Section 4 and Wildlife Protection Act. We have several provisions in this which can be utilized for these things. So there should be policy decisions, and we can probably go for legal provisions. We can look at the legal provisions, and legal intervention is also sometimes possible, because we can definitely, if you declare an area as a corridor, you can say that no more constructions, no more roads, and no more rail, because this is an elephant corridor. So that is one possibility which can happen. I don't say that which should happen. So successful, when the needs of the people and the needs of the animals are met, then we call it as there is a possibility for coexistence. Otherwise, because it is a continuum, you cannot say that, I'm going to look at the wildlife managed conflict issue only now, but it is a continuum. Moving from conflict to coexistence is a continuum in which neither the conflict nor a coexistence is looked at a fixed point. It is a continuous process. So that is also important. So connectivity, I'm connecting this connectivity to corridor and the conflict, or my attempt was that. I don't know whether I have succeeded. Just to introduce some of the reports. This is the report of Sariska, you know Sariska problem, where tiger was, has completely gone, and the committee was appointed, Sunita Nara and others, and the report title was Joining the Dots. That's a crucial one. Joining the dots. I think, I don't know how they came into this title, but it's beautifully titled, I would say. And then there is a report of Gaja, Elephant Task Force. I was also a member of that, where we have prepared the situation in India on the elephants, and various aspects are given. If somebody is interested, they can go for that. And guidelines for conserving connectivity through ecological networks and corridors, published by IUCN. Very beautiful, very good. I would say that now you have umpteen number of references, and there are so many things. Whatever I had been talking about, you can see in these guidelines also. So that's one possibility. So connectivity definitely is for conservation, and then allowing the animal, and also it is also for coexistence. We are talking about, we will talk about Noah's Ark and everything, but we forget about these sort of things. So that's it. And this is the perception by me, not of the animal. We have to look at the animal perception also sometimes. So thank you so much. And thank to the organizers, my former colleagues, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Isa. I was just amazed by his presentation and the type of quality of slides, everything. I felt like being in a theater, seeing a good film, enjoying film. Congratulations.
With a good content, I hope.
Yeah, now it's up to the youngsters and other senior scientists to ask questions. Don't leave him like this.
Don't allow him to go.
Yeah?
Don't allow him to go like this.
Yes.
I think as we grow up, we stop asking questions.
No.
As an youngster, as a boy, as a girl, chota, we ask several questions. And of course, sometimes the mother or the parents will answer, or they will say that they will pass it on to the teacher, and the teachers will pass it on to somebody else. And now this is a chance for you to ask us.
Probably one of the seniors can initiate some
No,
a
doesn't
question.
matter. We will have a panel also, no? That time.
No, please come forward. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. There is a question. Yes.
I think he is the only man who has been asking questions.
Yes.
Sir, so thank you for the session, first of all. So when we talk about conservation-induced displacements of the communities, especially in the context of tiger reserves and stuff like that, so we often neglect something called as the cultural sensations of the people, because you're asking people to move from an area where they have been there, their ancestral properties are there, so their livelihoods, everything will be based on that particular location. So how do we take into account this cultural sensation of the communities when we are bringing in some conservation projects?
It's definitely a very important issue which has been raised. I was also mentioning about it, that saying golden shake hand and then you ask them to go anywhere. It's not fair. There is a problem. There is definitely a cultural shock. I will tell you one example, one of my experiences with such incidences in Chilla-Muttichur corridor, which I had been talking about. I went and talked to the people there, Gujars, some of the Gujars, and I asked them, are you willing to move out from here? Kya karenge na, hum jayenge. What to do? We are ready to go from here also. Then I said, what do you mean by that? We were brought here when some river dam were constructed from there to this place, and we don't know where our relatives are now. And now if you want us to go from here also, please, we are ready to go. Such a poor people, the downtrodden people. I mean, it's a very pathetic situation. And then I would say that no corridor, nothing. You are talking about what do you call now, the severing the relation. In most of these places, this has happened. In another place in Jharkhand, in West Singhbhum district, a coal area, some big company, JSW or somebody had gone for a coal mining area. And in that coal mining area, they have purchased the land. And you know what has happened? The money was given. And the money was never utilized. People have taken, a lot of other people, insurance agencies and car people, tractor people, everybody came. And the money had gone. And moreover, all their relatives are in different places. Nobody knows where exactly they are. So, development, that is a problem. In all these places for position, we have such an issue. That is why we say that there should be a proper monitoring should be there on their economic status afterwards. And I think successfully it has been done in Madhya Pradesh. In some places they have done it, and in Achanak Marg, I'm told that they have done it. So I think these are all good areas. Good examples are there, but worst examples are also there. Definitely that is an important thing, which is being debated everywhere, every time. Good.
Sir, one more follow-up question, can I?
Yeah, please.
So another major issue when we're dealing with this conservation-induced displacement is the conflict between the acts, especially the FRA Act is there, the Wildlife Protection Act, and the Land Acquisition and the Resettlement Act. So how do we manage the trade-off between these?
You should have asked this question to Jyotis yesterday, because Jyotis had been working on Forest Rights Act and implementation. And anyway, but this is again another issue which is not yet addressed completely. Maybe as an administrator, I don't know how Tamil Nadu had dealt with that, but in Kerala also we have certain problems. Some of their claims have not been allowed, agreed to. So we have issues, but I've seen in some other places also where Forest Rights Act has been given and they cut down the entire tree. Forest Rights Act is not just a right, it is also coming with some duties of conservation. But that nobody told them. So they have completely removed, felled all the trees. And then again, this is in Jharkhand. So that is a problem. Anyway, such issues are there, and I think in most of the they put it under carpet and then they don't talk about it. That's what is happening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, Suma.
Sir,
Yes.
Yes, sir. It was a very informative lecture, sir. So the thing is that, like, through and through your lecture, you were highlighting about the corridors. So there are actually multiple factors that are coming into picture. Like in most of the time, the newspapers we can read that like the scarcity of water, the non-availability of food, and then the influence of fire and all those things. So even if we can connect the landscapes through corridors, like how can we still that problem exists? No, so do you think like all these multiple factors are coming into play? That is my first question.
That is, I think you are talking about the multiple factors that may.
Yeah, sir. Like always,
even with the corridor.
Even with a corridor connect, can we solve out those multiple factors also? Then second thing is like always, whenever you use some defensive measures, the elephant will be adapted to those things. Like eventually that will surpass all those.
The learning.
So no, now that recently acoustics are also coming into picture, where you are using as Dr. Rajan was recently he proposed a project in which he was mentioning about the acoustic means, so that you can use acoustic means to scare away the elephant. So will that will be having
Elephant is an animal which can learn to overcome all these issues.
But if you use the same
technique.
Yes, elephant sounds itself like
acoustics, Rajan. Acoustics, you should see the result of the initiative taken by Tamil Nadu Forest Department in Valpare, where a lot of sound and everything is being made and elephant is happily feeding on jackfruit. It's not bothered. Dancing and eating, we can probably call it as. And we have used a roaring, tiger roar sound, recorded and played, and nothing happened. Elephant ultimately found that, okay, this is something in which he, now, so we are not, animal get used to so many of these things. But maybe useful for birds, that is one possibility. But for the other thing, multiple factors, cannot be addressed by corridor. Because, and in more often, these are all just hearsays. I would say that, the lack of water in Wayanad is leading to conflict. Who says? We have photographed each and every water hole in 2024, dry season. 76 or so water holes, all photographs and all documented, and map is prepared by Forest Department. It shows more water problem. You can probably call it as Wayanad Kolam area. So water is not a problem. In most of, and water, food scarcity. No, most of the conflict in Wayanad is happening during after rains. So it cannot be. Definitely it cannot be. There are so many factors, including the attitude, including the tolerance level of the people. Everything is affecting. So that's a major issue. So these things, corridor cannot, and you can have multiple corridors also to solve the issues. Sometimes, you have several areas being connected to one larger areas. So there could be multiple corridors also, depending on the situations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Isa. And
Rajan has something to comment.
Please.
Sir, that concept is not actually, using acoustic for elephant threatening. Actually, I was telling that how to learn their behavior through acoustics. After that, we can use their threaten call to threat other elephants. Basically, we are using their own behavior, acoustic behavior, not external force like a tiger roaring.
There is a website, Elephant Communications,
Yeah.
where they have been using it for ultrasound communications and everything. And they have even recording and then playing that record, the calls. They have attracted elephants even 300 kilometers away to that place. So how do they communicate each other? Elephant communication is very interesting, and maybe this will help. We haven't studied anywhere. There was an attempt in Bangalore, didn't work. Yeah, that's the one. Girl was there who did Vidya. Yeah, he did her masters with me here. So, but then she left, ultimately ending up marriage, and then.
Thank you, Dr. Isa, and the delegates who have asked excellent questions. Now we pass on to the next speaker. I will have some more time later on during the concluding session. Now we will hear Dr. P.O. Namir. He is a professor and head of the Department of Wildlife Sciences, College of Forestry, and Director of Information Systems, KU. Dr. Namir is a distinguished wildlife biologist and is widely recognized for his contributions to wildlife ecology and conservation biology, and has played a significant role in strengthening wildlife research, teaching, and academic leadership at Kerala Agriculture University. Through his research, publications, and mentorship, Dr. Namir has contributed substantially to wildlife conservation science and policy discourses in Kerala. Over to you, Dr. Namir.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, Chako sir, for that kind words of introduction. Chako sir was my professor during my undergraduate period, so it's a privilege to have been, introduced by my former professor. So also, my former speaker, earlier speaker, Isa sir, was also my professor, so it's a great privilege for me to be amongst the giants to talk about this topic. At the outset, let me thank the organizers, the director and other officers of the scientists of the Kerala Forest Research Institute for giving this opportunity to me part of this tropical forestry conclave and give a lecture on the ecological dimensions of human-wildlife conflict. So this is a topic that has been assigned with me. All right. So primarily what I'm going to talk about is based on a study that we did in 2018-2019 period, where we did an analysis of the human-wildlife conflict over a decade, that is between 2006 and 2016. We did analyze the human-animal conflict details from across Kerala, all the 40 plus forest divisions of Kerala, and which is a project that was done for the State Planning Board. So primarily, I'm going to summarize the findings that we have made as part of that study. So as part of our study, the most conflict causing animals and the conflict prone areas in Kerala is primarily, it is three species. One is the elephant, which account for 48.2% of the conflict. This is between 2006 and 2016, followed by wild pig, 22.8%, and bonnet monkey, constituting for 16 points. So these three species account for close to 90% of the conflict in the state. So I mean, such kind of prioritization would definitely help in prioritizing our conservation actions or the management actions. So that is the significance of such information. And we also did look at most conflict prone areas within Kerala. So 3 divisions in the Wayanad district. The Wayanad North Division accounting for 28%, South Division accounting for 24%, and wildlife accounting for 12%. Thus, close to 65% of the total conflict happening in the state has been from these 3 forest divisions. So we wanted to find out what could be the reason. Well, prior to this, we have prepared spatio-temporal maps for all the forest divisions as well as block panchayats of Kerala. And say for example, this is the elephant conflict map. As you can see, it's primarily in the Ghats, mostly in the Wayanad region and the Palakkad region, the Nilambur region and Idukki region, and scattered in southern part. So that has been the conflict scenario with respect to the elephant. With respect to the wild pig, you can see that their conflict has been seen not only in the Ghats but in the midlands as well as in the coastal regions as well. And so is bonnet monkeys. Though the key area of conflict is in Wayanad district, it's also there in other places. So we have also prepared heat maps for all the 40 plus forest divisions like this. So this is, for example, the North Wayanad Forest Division heat map. So we will know which are the specific areas within these forest divisions where you get most of. So in the case of North Wayanad, it is Begur, Manandawadi, and Peria are the key regions. In the South Wayanad, it is Chedalat, Mepadi, and Kalpetta region. And in the Wayanad Wildlife Division, it is the Muthangya, Kurichad, Katikulam, and Kutta region. So such heat maps have been prepared not just for the Wayanad, but for the other divisions also. Like this is Kannur division, where Arlam, Kottayur, and Taliparamba as a key. The heat more conflict-prone areas, and in the case of Mannarkad, so similar heat maps have been prepared, as I said, for all the forest divisions. Well, that's fortunately, such a study has been carried forward by the Forest Department subsequent to our analysis in 2016, and Forest Department also has identified close to 273 human-wildlife conflict-prone areas, including 30 panchayats as a hotspots. And if when we look at these 30 panchayats, it's almost on par with the results that we got between 2006 and 2016. So that's very interesting to note. Well, we have also done block panchayat level analysis, and this is one sample that is shown for the Wayanad, and where we have looked at the land use pattern, as the previous speakers, Isa sir as well as Krishna Sir was telling about the landscape, and even Dr. Brahma was telling about landscape level analysis and the land use changes. So we wanted to also find out what could be the probable reasons for why all these conflict scenarios are happening in Wayanad region. So we looked at the land use pattern, and so this is the and on this land use pattern, we overlaid the roads, and as you can see here, there are lots of road or linear infrastructure networks within the forest areas. So naturally, when there are more roads, there will be more disturbance, including the fragmentation of the habitat, which previous speakers did highlighted the issues with the fragmentation and the associated aspect. Not only that it fragments the habitat, it also gives an opportunity for the people encountering more with the wild animals, thereby creating issues. So, and we overlaid on this the human settlements, and here also you can see that there are a lot of settlements within the forest as well as forest fringe areas. So all these could be contributing to the conflicting scenarios, and as I said, so I'm just showing one block panchayat. Similar analysis has been done for all the 150 plus block panchayats of the state. Now again, we did some closer analysis of the forest status in the Wayanad district, wherein recently a paper was published in 2002 by Saha and 2022 by Saha and co-workers, where it has been demonstrated that over a 70 years period, close to 40% of the forests have been lost in the Wayanad. Forest is lost means, if you look at the reserve forest boundary, you still may be having, 377 square kilometers of Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary. But then within that, if you can also see that, the forest extent has been decreased and the plantation extent has increased. So there has been a clear decline in the natural forest in Wayanad to the tune of close to 40%. We also did look at did an analysis of the plantation crops that are grown in Wayanad region, where we can see that banana, arecanut, rice, jackfruit, and coconut, which are most preferred species by the wild animals, particularly the herbivorous animals, account for close to 40% of the crops. So we need to look into all these dimensions, like decreasing forests, increasing plantations. Those plantation itself, it's something that is more preferred by the wild animals. All these, scenarios has to be seen in a single frame or a single context to understand this complex issue called the human-wildlife interaction or the complex conflict. Well, from now on, I'm trying to evaluate some of the forest management interventions and its effect on the human-wildlife conflict. So one of the major forest or wildlife management prescription that is followed by the forest department is a vista clearance. Vista clearance means, on either side of the existing road, a width of, 10 meters of undergrowth will be cleared. So, that is a prescribed, prescription. But then, as you can see here, this is Wayanad, where that road is passing by, and 10 meters maybe up to that Karimarida. But you can see that it's for several meters, even up to kilometers, the undergrowth has been completely removed. And it is not just at one place, in several places in Wayanad we have seen that. Then what we did was, we did a regeneration survey in Wayanad specifically, wherein we did close to 200 quadrats, and we measured all the trees there, and this is an analysis that we have done. And for people with the basic understanding ecology, we all know that in an ideal forest, the girth class distribution should have been in an inverse J shape, isn't it? Go by the Odums or Aldemans or Pascal's principles, it should ideally be in an inverse J shape. But here you can see it's a clear dumbbell shape, which also does mean that the set of the future, what we call as the young regenerating community in the lower girth classes, is almost absent. Up to 100 centimeter category is almost absent, which means that in the future of this forest is extremely bleak. And this is in the case of Terminalia elliptica, which is the കരിമരുത്, and this is true with other species also, Anagesis latifolia or Dalbergia latifolia, Lagostomia microcarpa, Grevia telefolia, Cassia fistula. So all the major species in Wayanad, their regenerating community has been extremely low. And true with the Sclichira and overall trees of Wayanad also followed a similar pattern. So this is something that's really alarming and something that need to be addressed to. Well, and yeah. So, and another thing, which Isasar briefly mentioned about this issue on the water holes. Again in Wayanad, there are close to 171 vials and 168 water holes. The vials means, natural swampy areas. Wayanad has got, many of you must be knowing that Wayanad has got its name from the term Wildnad. It has been the land of, vials, the natural swampy areas. So it does have, 170 plus vials in Wayanad, the natural swampy areas. The problem has been that many of these water holes have been constructed very close to, or in many cases within the vials. Okay, so if we go by the basic principles of hydrology, we'll know that when you dug a big pit in one place, particularly near a swampy area, the water from the nearby area, the natural vial is close to several square kilometers, where you dig a pit having a specified dimension of say 20 meter by 30 meter, having a depth of close to 4 to 5 meters. All this water from this shallow swampy area would drain down to this natural water hole, drying up our natural vials. And this is happening. And now we go by the prescription called the vial management, which has not been there in the past because our vials were intact. Okay, so when the water table was high, it was not permitting many of the regeneration of the natural forest communities, but the water table went down, the vials were occupied by natural species. Now we had to go for a vial management. So here what is happening is we are destroying one habitat, an extremely important habitat, and trying to create another habitat. We have done an analysis of this water hole usage by the wild animals on these vials. We found that very little animals are using these vials. So that is one issue. And we have also mapped where you can see that the yellow is a water hole and the red is a vial. Most of the water holes have been created either very close to the vials or even within the vials. So which is a challenge that need to be addressed. And we also did an evaluation of the human wildlife mitigation practices that is followed. So a combination of elephant-proof trench and solar fence to the tune of 190 kilometers, and elephant-proof wall to the tune of 650 meters have been constructed here. And but this again has been mapped, and we can see that again an unfortunate scenario which leads to fragmentation. We can see that all these linear infrastructure have been constructed in and around the administrative boundary. So that is Batheri range, that is Kurchar range, above that is the Mutanga range, and the top one is the Tolpati range. But in between, on the western side, is the South Wayanad division and the what you call the North Wayanad division. So we are actually fragmenting this ranges or this habitat by creating linear infrastructure across the administrative boundaries. So this again something that need to be reviewed and addressed seriously. Well, the barrier has a lot of ill effects, Definitely, well-maintained barriers are extremely good mechanism. But, when you go for the barrier, it should be, these days the trend is that, we go for barriers as a first option. But it should not be the way. Barriers should be considered as perhaps the last option. And even which, when you go for the barriers, it has to be gone by evaluating at the landscape level, okay, not at the administrative level, which is something that need to be considered. And okay, for example, denying animals access to crucial water source or foraging area can be detrimental to their survival and may aggravate the conflict. And we have a classical example from West Bengal, where the West Bengal Forest Department installed a 70-kilometer electric fence to stop the elephants from the Dalma Wildlife Sanctuary in Bihar to crossing the state boundary. But then what happened was that those elephants created huge problem in the Bihar, and the people of Bihar, they dismantled the fence to resolve the problem. So all such things need to be bear in mind. So formerly we were having trenches. Isasar also spoke about this. Trenches, well-maintained trenches at the suitable places have been one of the best way to mitigate, and they will definitely control animals like elephants. But so also the well-maintained electric fences are also quite good. But as I said earlier, were to have these barriers, it is something that is to be, a lot of thoughts has to be given before we creating such barriers. But then ill-maintained trenches and ill-maintained electric fences, Isasar also spoke about that. So I'm not getting into details of that. But this is extremely, extremely important on the maintenance. So the same picture Isasar also spoke. Okay, this point also, Dr. Isasar did mention as an answer to your query, as you asked about whether how to resolve the problem of scarcity of water. Where is the data to show that there is scarcity of water? We don't have any data. Okay, and look at this graph wherein this is elephants. They're coming out to the human-dominated landscape in the month of peak monsoon, southwest monsoon, June, July, August months. That is the time when maximum animals are coming out. So had there been a shortage of water in the forest in the monsoon, okay, so this is something. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to have a clear analysis on the causative factor of the problem before we come to a conclusion. Okay, bonnet macaque. This is another issue in the policy document made by the Forest Department recently. There has been huge discussion that is happening to move bonnet macaque from the Schedule 1 to Schedule 2. And that Madhubhumi that has come today morning, this article has come where, one of the forest officers, Mr. Joshil, has written an article on the same issue of, advocating movement of bonnet macaque from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2. Well, I would say that, I was involved in that committee at the MOEF in the revision of the schedules, and we took a very, I would say, considered opinion in putting bonnet monkey in the Schedule 1. I'll explain that why we did so. So the argument has been change of the schedule and the population control. There are 2 points mentioned in the policy document. One is, shifting the schedule, and the second is the controlling the population. I'll first talk about the first aspect, then I'll come to the second aspect. We need to understand that. So this is the distribution of bonnet macaque in India. It's a species that is seen only in South India. It is endemic to South India. But that is not the problem. The problem is that rhesus macaque, it is like, the Teague-Sal divide line. Similar to that is the distribution of bonnet monkey and the rhesus monkey. So the bonnet has been seen south of Krishna River, north of which, we have been getting a rhesus monkey. what has been happening is that rhesus is pushing bonnet down. Rhesus has, has come to the other side of Krishna River and started pushing bonnet down. And studies have shown that, these are studies by lead primatologists of the country, led by Meva Singh and his team. It has shown that bonnet has already lost close to 25,000 square kilometers of its habitat. Number one. Number two, again, studies by Meva Singh and team have demonstrated that there has been a population decline of bonnet to the tune of 40 to 60%, 65% over the last 20 to 30 years. Okay, so we are looking at the problem from a very narrow perspective from our state, and we are recommending for a policy change of moving it from one schedule to another, not really trying to understand the full problem or full issue. We need to understand one more thing. The IUCN has put bonnet monkey in vulnerable category. Until 2008, it was least concerned animal as per the IUCN. But then in 2020, again, Meva and his team only did this evaluation for the IUCN, and they were bold enough to put it as a vulnerable species. So we need to really try to understand the ecology and the landscape dimensions before we come up with such concrete recommendations. So that is one thing that I thought of highlighting. And where does the problem of the bonnet arises? It is primarily in the tourism zones. It's all there near the selfie points in all the Ghat section, whether it is Nellambadi Ghats or Wayanad Ghats or Silent Valley Ghats or Munnar Ghats or Ponmudi Ghats. It is primarily in all these Ghat section where there is a selfie point or the viewpoint. Near that people will get down of the vehicle, they take some pictures. Some local vendors will come there, they will have a small shop there, and then these animals, we out of our curiosity start feeding these animals, and the problem arises from there. So this is something that we need to, and the animals are extremely intelligent, as has been already told by ESSR. They are extremely intelligent animals, so they have the habit of carrying babies, and they literally beg food from you, and later they start grabbing food from you, and leading to conflict. So those, we need to also think from the animals. Isazar nicely said that as his last slide. We need to think from the animals' perspective also. What mainly happens, we always tend to think only from the anthropocentric manner, from the but from the animal perspective, we very rarely think. So, and another thing, we keep dustbins or waste bins in all such tourism or such selfie or viewpoint areas, but there is no point in keeping it open because it doesn't serve any purpose. We need to keep it monkey proofing covers to such things. Just to summarize, the root causes of human wildlife conflict, I would say, are habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation. That is what I've been trying to say. So these are these root causes should be addressed at the first instance, if you want to resolve it. And before going for any mitigation measures, we should do a landscape level evaluation, because without doing a landscape evaluation, as has been, as I have told in the case of some of the forest rangers where they have done it at the administrative level, that is something that need to be reviewed. And important consideration, okay, and cost benefit analysis is extremely important aspect that need to be considered. The policy guideline, well, state government is now coming up with policy guidelines, but the policies should be science based. That is something that need to be understood. And there is no single solution for a conflict. We need to try for a combination of mitigation aspects. And corridors about which, Isa has said in detail, so I'm not getting into that, but that is very important. Coexistence peacefully. Right now, Forest Department, one of their main mandate is to create awareness and sensitization, and which is very, very important to convince the public that both forest, wildlife, and people all are important. So that awareness action is important. And this has been told by Mr. Pramod also. It cannot be solved by Forest Department alone. All of us will have to come together. Not only the administrators, the scientific community, the researchers, the students, the general public, and the sister departments, like agriculture, revenue, and other departments. All of will have to come together. Then only we'll be able to find out a solution. And last but not the least is the compensation settlement issues. This is something that need to be addressed very carefully because when there is a crop loss or life loss, it need to be adequately compensated, and that compensation has to be timely settled. Not that a meager amount is given after ages. No, that has to be stopped and it has to be settled immediately. I think that is it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Namir, for your excellent presentation, concentrating especially on Wayanad area and touching on the other parts of the southern India. Questions, please. This time for Q&A. Questions are always a motivation for the speaker. You ask any question, doesn't matter. You need not be an expert to ask a question because some of the intelligent questions come from non-experts. Please, let us not, we are on time, let us not waste time. Madam, you ask one question, please, for my sake. Please. Yeah, good.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Yeah.
I'm Adria Sullivan, a PhD scholar from Soil Science Department. So this was not a planned question, but I was working in SACON as a junior research biologist, which is a elephant corridor. And the elephants there is very habituated to the humans living out there. But when I left the campus, there was also an incident where a student was stampeded by the elephant. So do you have any advices for the young students, like an ethical practices who we have to keep in mind being there in a habitat like that? Like we researchers, of course, we have to be there for our study, for bringing out new findings, but we do have to keep some ethical practices in our mind. So what is your take on that?
Okay, there are two things here. One, first of all, SACON has been constructed on an elephant corridor. Okay. So which shouldn't have been done. So it is constructed, it is on an elephant corridor, so the animals are disturbed there. Okay. Second thing is that elephant doesn't know that you are a forest ecologist or a wildlife biologist. Okay. So we need to take that precaution. The student need to take that precaution. This is told by our professors while we were students, like, elephants do not recognize you as, forestry or wildlife students. So we need to take that precautions. One more point is that, many of our animals are, behaviorally, they have been changed considerably, owing to various reasons. Okay, one, their habitat is shrinking, it is fragmenting, it is quality is deteriorating. Plus, the additional human-induced problems like, we tend to chase them away, we tend to throw crackers at them, we tend to produce noises in distance. So their, behavioral changes is also something that need to be borne in mind. Along with that, one of the additional thing is that, the electric fences that we have unscientifically created across the wild animal habitat, including in this case, the elephant. You just imagine, you're comfortably sleeping at your residence, and one fine day morning, you take out of, get out of the house through the usual exit or entry point, and you imagine what if, you get a shock. So, that actually panicked the animal. Okay, so the animals are in a panicky mood. They move this direction, they get a shock. They move another direction, they get another shock. They move to a third direction, they get the pelting of a stone or firecracker. So they are completely confused. So when compared to older days, the animal behavior has completely changed. They are now mostly in an aggressive, nature, primarily because of all these aspects. So those things need to be borne in mind. So the take-home message is that we need to be extremely, extremely careful in the field. And when you go to unfamiliar places, always take the companionship of good trackers who knows the terrain. Okay. Eh? Other.
Two more questions to Dr. Namir. Sister, can I expect a question from you? Please. Oh, you.
We will come to her.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for the excellent presentation. So, in your presentation, you said that for conservation and management, humans need to think in animal perspective. So, SSR also mentioned that. So, how can we humans think in animals' perspective?
For that, we should know the animal. Okay. We should know the animal means, we should know the animal behavior, we should know the animal ecology, we should know the animal habitat, we should know the animal requirement. So we have to have a good understanding about all these things. And also we have to have basic, we should be compassionate towards wild animals. Then if you put all these things together, we will understand the animal well. And once we understand the animal well, we'll be able to coexist with the animal in a better way.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The last question to Dr. Namir. It need not be a question, it can be a comment also.
This is not related to this human-wildlife interaction or anything. Sir, you were mentioning about the rhesus monkeys and the bonnet macaque, right? So, and you were mentioning about the species, the range expansion of the bonnet, and that is already inviting into the rhesus territory.
Expansion of the rhesus.
Okay, yeah, rhesus to the bonnet, yeah. So, see, now that when we consider about the biological species concept, we know like in plants, within say if a particular genus has some 10 species, lots of interspecific hybridizations are happening, right? So I know like monkeys are very particular, they move only in troops and there is no, a lot of conflicts are happening among the mid-sill. So what about these two species are now coming into the same landscape, and what about the conflicts? Will that triggering the one species to move out of forest, or whether there is any coexistence and that can eventually lead to an interspecific hybridization of, crossing all the biological species concept? So general.
Okay, so it's all possible. Because hybridization is already happening. You may be aware that in the case of the langoose, okay, we have the Nilgiri langur and we have the, we have the Nilgiri langur and we have the Hanuman langur. Okay, so in the case of this, I'm talking about Kerala context. Already hybridization is happening. Hybridization have been reported from many places within Kerala as well as from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu area. So hybridization is reported from the langoose. But from the macaques, it has not yet been reported. But there are reports of, bonnet monkeying trying to mate with the lion-tail monkeys. They coexist. Okay, in the Vivek Menon's field guide, there is a photograph by Kalyan Varma where a bonnet is trying to mount onto a lion-tail monkey. So such and in this case both are macaque, belong to the same genus, both the bonnet as well as rhesus. So there is possibility of hybridization also. But rhesus is a more aggressive species when compared to bonnet. So I don't think they will wait for an opportunity to mate or hybridize with the bonnet. Their basic trait is because of their aggressive nature and more adaptive nature, they are trying to push bonnet down. And that's what is happening, and that's where I said, as per the studies by Dr. Mehwa Singh and his team, already bonnet has lost 25,000 square kilometers of its range from the entire South India. So that's what's happening.
That can very well happen.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I invite both the speakers to the dais so that we can conclude this session. Please.
സാർ നേരത്തെ കുറച്ച് ട്രീസിൻ്റെ ഇൻവേർട്ടഡ് ജെ ഷേപ്പ് ഇല്ല, ഹെൽത്തി ഫോറസ്റ്റിന് ഇൻവേർട്ടഡ് ജെ ഷേപ്പ് വേണം.
അതെ അതെ.
സ്കെയിൽ എന്തായിരുന്നു അതിൻ്റെ?
സ്കെയിൽ ഏത്
ഈ ചെയ്തതിൻ്റെ
പ്ലോട്ടിൻ്റെ സൈസ് 10x10 പ്ലോട്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ 200 പ്ലോട്ട്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
It's in a landscape level.
Yeah. It's for the entire Wayanad sanctuary or the fall ranges.
All the 3 classes of trees has been looked into. Top canopy.
Yeah. So if you go by the girth class classification, it is from 5 to 10 centimeter to 300 centimeters. All the trees about 5 centimeter girth were measured. It's a detailed analysis.
And the past episodes of regeneration were also looked into.
Past episode of regeneration means?
മുന്നേ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു influence facts വല്ലതും അവിടെ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
No, that we didn't see. Because we were primarily looking at, because we have seen this removal of weeds and the undergrowths in an extensive way. We did not see any regenerating material, new recruit coming up. So we thought we will do this study to understand what is the regeneration status of the trees there.
Because at some places in Wayanad, ഈ മിഡ് എലിവേഷൻ ഗ്രാസ് ലാൻഡ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഏരിയാസ് ട്രീ ഇൻവേഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് കൺവേർട്ട് ചെയ്ത് പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Yes, that is a completely different scenario. That is, this mid elevation grasslands are actually secondary grasslands. Secondary grasslands have been formed because of biotic interferences like fires. So when you give good fire protection to such places, naturally regeneration would come up. That's a different scenario.
ഇതെല്ലാം ചേർത്തിട്ടാണ് ഈ ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പ് ലെവലിൽ ഇത് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്.
അതെ.
താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you very much. Now, both the speakers are on the dais. Any more questions, doubts remaining? Maybe one or two questions can also be asked to them. Otherwise, we would like to make the concluding remarks. Anyone? Yes. Only two questions. One is there. Yes, please. Anyone will answer. You can ask.
So one thing when we are looking at the human-wildlife conflict management is that the practices which we make is usually centric to one particular animal, like the fences and all those things. They are mainly focusing on the elephants. So recently when I went to Wayanad, many farmers were saying that the species have changed. Like now there are nilgais coming into the field. Nilgai, yeah, in Mepadi region, Mepadi and Vaduanjal region. Nilgai എന്നാണ് report ചെയ്തത്. So, okay, and then mountain goat is also something which is now encroaching into the field. Okay. Okay, fine. So they are saying that the species has also been changed. So how can we address this kind of issues?
See, addressing all the multiple species is not going to be that easy because we have, if something is being done for elephants, of course, elephant, wild boar, gaur, and up to wild boar we can manage with the fences, solar power fences, because but if you go to some tribal areas nearer to Aripa, they have gone for usual twigs of branches, and they have made a fences. Our usual old traditional fences. They said no wild boar problem in that area. So that's it. But when I say that to people in Wayanad or Attapadi, they'll say that only for 10 cents, 15 cents, it is okay. So that's a problem. Multiple species it's a big issue. So I'll tell you another incident also, experience. There was an interaction with the elected representatives of Wayanad, where I found that the then chairman of the municipality, Sahadevan, he was not talking about elephant issues. I said, what happened? Why are you not talking about elephants? What elephants are? Bonnet macaque is having a bath in my water tank. Now I am bothered about bonnet macaque. So that's a problem. So everything changes, and your banana farms and everything is attacked. In fact, that's a problem. We had a discussion. Remember, when Wildlife Institute of India organized a workshop here in KFR itself. And we were in that monkey managed group because that's very interesting, very difficult. And what we said is capture. You go to Malappuram area, interior of Malappuram, you can see bonnet macaque. And I saw in Morayur area, a lot of coconuts in the places, which is not being collected. When I asked the guy, what is happening? Why are you not collecting it? He said, sir, this was done only by bonnet macaque only yesterday. So I have to now start collecting it. Look at, what is that? The giant squirrel. So the issue is different and from place to places. Peacock has become a big issue.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, one question from Dr. Sajeev.
I think the most important thing is to prioritize your species, the most problematic one, and then address it.
One question from Dr. Sajeev. I think he's not able to come, but he has sent a question. The problem is huge and the solutions are badly needed. Do you have a solution for any one of the wildlife problem?
I'll tell you the best example. Again, I will quote Sahadevan. Sahadevan, forest department, forest officials were garaved by the villagers in Wayanad. And they said, you have to capture this tiger, otherwise we are not going to allow you. We will not allow you to go. So naturally, everybody came, and then Sahadevan came, and then these people said, Sagave, they are not capturing the tiger, so we cannot do it. You know what was the answer? So that's it. That's the solution. Basically, it's not. Solutions are site specific, and solutions are also depends on the attitude of the people. See, that's why today everybody was talking about the socio-economic or political. You remember?
Yeah.
Long back. So that sort of situation is there. Very, very difficult.
Along with that, sir, the problem, we tend to see it as a very simple problem. It's not a very simple problem. It's as complex, I would say, it's as complex as that of rocket science. Because we are dealing with, n number of animals. Okay, and the biological and ecological requirements and the behavioral requirements of these animals are different. So, but what we are trying to give is, come out with the automuli. There is no automuli. Okay, it has to be, as Sir has rightly said, it has to be site-specific, it has to be species-specific. We don't have a single solution for this complex issue. So try understand that, this is a complex issue and it has to be addressed in a site-specific manner, in a species-specific manner.
Thank you very much. Now we will just we will conclude. A few remarks. Both Dr. P.S. Isa and Dr. Namir, P.O. Namir, made excellent presentations, and the interaction was also highly encouraging. On behalf of the organizers, as coordinator of this program, I thank everyone. In Dr. P.S. Isa, I'll just highlight a few takeaways. I am not a competent person to give a summary of what they have said. Still, I wish to highlight a few things which went to my mind. Number one, Dr. Isa said the goal is long-term conservation of viable population. Change in attitude of people is essential. It is difficult, but we should be attempting to that, because to change a person is the most difficult thing in the world. So, but we need to be for it. And two main conservation strategies he highlighted was, one is ecological connectivity is most important, and biological corridor between landscapes, ecosystems, they are extremely important. That is habitat and connectivity. Then he concluded saying that three things to be looked at are policy decisions, legal provisions, and legal interventions. And human-wildlife coexistence is possible, and a deliberate attempt to be done in that. He had made a pan-India as well as global coverage on all these things. It was highly interesting. Thank you very much. Coming to Dr. Namir, he was specific to Kerala and to Wayanad, especially with the data. He said elephant, wild pig and bonnet monkey, they pose 87.3% of the conflicts. I'm not blaming the animals, nor he has blamed, but according to survey, that is the thing. And he has given a case study of rhesus macaque and bonnet macaque. One species pushing out another species when competition comes. That's a very clear example that we should look at the species-species interaction as well, not only human-wildlife interaction. And in conclusion, he raised a few points. Number one is vista clearance is done in national parks and sanctuaries, where regeneration is not there, so it is completely barren. Second thing is studies on his regeneration show that regeneration is very poor in most of the forest areas, and that need to be looked at. And the management of wilds and swamps are extremely important, as very clearly examined. In one area where a very large wild was there, for water storage, I advised that we should bring JCBs and dig pits and store water in that. My experience was that water was there the first day, second day not even a single drop of water was there. Then I looked back during my old student days where paddy fields were there, why they were preparing the paddy field in such a way that water seepage is not there. So what I did, the blunder I did was the impervious layer I removed and threw it away and tried to store water. That was a blunder. That was a very big blunder, not here, outside the country. Still they are tolerating me. Fourth one was human wildlife management, as both of them said, it's very important. And barriers, that was also dealt with by both of them. That has to be done depending upon the context. Everywhere you cannot prescribe barbed wire or electric fencing or trenching or maybe other ways of doing it. And also, I was under the impression that biofencing is good, but now I understand some of them need to be looked at very carefully. And I had great appreciation for species like citrus and all. Now he is abusing that. And also maybe beehives, which we have also tried in some place. Yes, these are things to be looked at. And in conclusion, my suggestion is that so much of information is available in scientific forum and with people who are in management. So KFRI should initiate to have a all India workshop or an international workshop on this, and then gather information and try to use whatever is useful and possible. With this conclusion, I hand over the podium to Dr. Organizers. Yes. Thank you very much.
We are end of the morning sessions. Now I request our Director Kannan CS Warrior to present a memento as our gratitude to both the speakers. First, I would like to call Dr. P.S. Isa. And I request Professor Namir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. No. And also, I thank Dr. Chaco also for making this program as a moderator. And also I request Director to present a memento to Chaco. Thank you. Now the lunch is ready at cafeteria, and after the lunch by 2 o'clock, all are requested to assemble in the auditorium. Thank you.
Welcome back after the lunch session. Now we are on to the third sub-theme, emerging threats and prospects in forest conservation and management. We are extremely happy to have three eminent speakers for the session. Dr. K.V. Shankaran, former Director, KCST KFRI, Sri Rajesh Kumar IFS, Chief Wildlife Warden, Union Territory of Ladakh, and Dr. B. Venkatesh, Chief Scientist G and Head, National Institute of Hydrology, Belagavi. And the session will be moderated by Chief Scientist of KFRI, Dr. T.V. Sajeev, who has nearly 3 decades of research experience in environmental science, forest health, and biological invasions. Integrating science and social relevance, his work spans entomology, ecology, and philosophy of science. He has made notable contributions to invasive species management, forest pest ecology, and biodiversity conservation. A respected science communicator, he has delivered several lectures across academia, grassroots groups, and public forums. He has led national bodies, collaborated internationally with bodies like FAO and WWF, and serves as an expert on committees of judicial and government bodies. Over to you, sir, for the conduct of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Respected Director, KFRI, Dr. Kannan C.S. Vaidya. Respected former Director, Dr. K.V. Shankaran. Respected scientists, my colleagues, students from different colleges, ladies and gentlemen. So we are into the afternoon session of the second day of the Tropical Forestry Conclave. Today morning, yesterday, we started off our conclave with deliberations on biodiversity, ecosystem services and all. And the second day, we really moved into the problematic areas. Today morning, we were discussing about the human-wildlife conflicts. In fact, when we were discussing the issue of human-wildlife conflict in this particular room, what was really happening in Wayanad was that at Chirikel, a tiger was out in the non-forest areas. Schools has been closed over there. 4 domesticated elephants have been brought in. The forest team is trying to bring out the tiger from the 2-acre agricultural land. So things are happening out there. In this afternoon session, we are moving to threats other than the human-wildlife issues which are very cardinal and which are emerging, and maybe in the immediate future will have a very big role to play in forest conservation and management. We have been dividing this particular session into 3 parts. The first will be addressing the question of alien invasive species. The speaker is going to be Dr. K.V. Shankaran, who was the forest director of, former director of KFRI. He was also the founding coordinator of the Asia Pacific Forest Invasive Species Network. Even after his retirement, he has been extremely active in the field of invasive alien species research. He was a co-author in the IPBS documentation work on invasive species. He is just back from Nepal after deliberation on policy development to manage invasive alien species in Nepal. A prolific researcher, he started his career on working on the taxonomy of fungi. He later on moved over to productivity enhancement of eucalyptus plantations. He then moved over to invasive alien species. He was the pioneer to start off invasive alien research in Kerala. And he is known across the country, across the globe, as a prominent expert in invasive species research. So Dr. K.V. Shankaran will be speaking to us on invasive species as a prominent threat for our forest. And then we'll be moving over to 2 different aspects. One is Dr. K.V. Shankaran will be dealing with the biotic factors. We'll be moving over to Venkatesh, who will be speaking about mostly about the abiotic factors, focusing on water. He's a hydrologist. I'll provide details on Dr. Venkatesh when I invite him for the talk. And then we'll be having a forest officer, Sri Rajesh Kumar IFS, who has got experience from different parts of India on managing forests. So we have a forest manager, we have a hydrologist, and we have an invasive species specialist. So that's a fora for today. We have 2 hours for this particular session. So I'll be dividing half an hour for each of the speakers, and then we will have the question and answer sessions. It is my proud privilege to invite Dr. K.V. Shankaran on our stage for making his presentation. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. I hope after a very sumptuous lunch, you will not sleep during this lecture. I will try to make this as simple as possible because technical issues may not be of much interest to you. Okay, let us now move on. Biological invasions actually is the process. Even though we call invasive alien species, this is the process of invasion which involves intentional or unintentional transport or movement of a species outside its native range by human activities, and where it will become established and spread. Invasive alien species are plants, animals, and fungi, and other microbes non-native to a specific ecosystem, whose introduction and spread will cause harm to biodiversity, ecosystems, local economy, and good quality of life. You can see lantana, you can see tilapia, you can see a Canada species. These are all invasive alien species. Alien means exotic. Native species means those originate in a native land. And then alien invasive or invasive alien species means part of the alien species, a group of the alien species can cause harm to economy, ecosystem, and to human beings. So, biological invasions is a widespread and significant component of human-caused change, and is one of the most serious environmental challenges that we face today. They are one of the 5 major drivers of biodiversity loss, the others being climate change, land use and sea use changes, pollution, and then overexploitation of natural resources. So, since biological invasions is a global problem, the global community of scientists thought that we should have a stock-taking exercise. So there was an intergovernmental policy platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services, and we went for a thematic assessment of invasive alien species, and we reviewed all the world literature, especially those which are in English, and then some of the literature in other languages, and we produced a report. It's more than 2,000 pages in length. I did not carry it. It's more than 2 kilo in weight. But I have got a concise thing. Say, we have prepared a small document on summary for policymakers. And the report was presented before 145 countries who are part of the IPBES. And all these countries accepted in a meeting held in Bonn in Germany in 2023. They accepted the report, and then they are on the way to introduce all what has been recommended in this report in the field. And all the countries have agreed to do that. and they are in the process of doing it. So as I told you, the thematic assessment of invasive alien species, we had a multidisciplinary team of 86 experts and 200 contributing authors from 47 countries. And I was representing Asia, even though I was say nominated by IUCN and Government of India, I was in fact representing Asia, because there was only one another coordinating lead author. He was from Japan. And this was developed over 4 years. And we engaged with indigenous and local knowledge because they have their own methods of invasive alien species management. And we had several internal reviews and 3 external reviews, and almost all the countries participated in those external reviews and provided their comments. And as I told you, it was endorsed by 143 member countries. So the major findings of the report is that people and nature are threatened by invasive alien species in all regions of Earth. And they are there in Antarctica even. And there is a plant species, a grass species by the name Pova annua, which is widespread in Antarctica. And we found that there are 37,000 alien species. These are not, all are not invasive. And this has been introduced by human activities worldwide. And to this, 200 alien species are added every year. Biological invasions happen all the time. Only thing is that not all species are invasive. And there are 3,500 invasive alien species of the 37,000 with the negative impacts on nature and people. And of these, invasive alien species are 1,061, 1,852 invertebrates, 461 vertebrates, 141 fungi and microbes. And what's more important is that invasive alien species cause, it contributed to 60% of global species extinctions, plants and animals, without our knowledge, and many local extinctions. Of this, 16% of the extinctions of plants and animals were caused by invasive alien species solely, alone. And most of the majority of the documented impacts on nature by invasive alien species are negative. Only a few impacts are positive. So impacts are, I will deal with mostly with plants because I am a specialist in plants. But I will mention here and there some of the impacts caused by invasive alien animals. So invasive alien species affect economics, food security, water security, and human health. 80% of documented impacts on nature's contribution to people, such as provision of food, water, etc., are negative, especially affecting food supply. And in 2019, when we did this analysis, the annual cost of biological invasions is $423 billion US dollars. And we have found that if the situation continues as such, because we are not taking any steps to manage these species, by 2050, the increase in number of invasive alien species will be 36% higher than in 2005. So the invasions happen, and countries are planning to take steps to stop the invasions now. I will go to it shortly. So let us deal with invasive alien plants now. They invade ecosystems, spread very quickly, displace native plants, they smother them. And we have lost a number of plant species due to invasive alien species. They upset ecological equilibrium. And finally, when you look at it, they form a large monoculture of invasive alien species. If you have seen, say, communist parts of Chromalina odorata, you may have seen a large stretches of areas covered by just Chromalina. Lantana is like that. Most of our wildlife sanctuaries are covered by Lantana. That's why we have human-wildlife conflicts. And number of, there are other impacts also. I am not going to mention everything here because of the paucity of time. It's not working. Oh, okay. So there are certain biological attributes which makes a plant species invasive. Okay, they are alien species. If they have to become invasive, they should have some characteristics which support them to become invasive. These are phenotypic plasticity. When there is a change in environmental conditions, these species can change their morphology suitably, and physiology also. And they have dispersal benefits. They produce a large number of seeds. Widespread geographic range. Here, the fun is that they can grow anywhere and everywhere. And they are very good at vegetative reproduction. A small piece of the stem can grow into a new plant. Fire tolerance. They tolerate fire much more than our native species. And soon after the fire, these are the main species which come out first compared to our native species. And they have better competitive resource capture and utilization capacity than the native species. And they have allelopathic properties. They will not allow the native species to grow due to allelopathic substances which are released into the soil. Please. Okay. Now, let us deal with the introduction. How the introduction happens. This is the prime thing. The introduction can be inadvertent. It is not intentional. And this is through trade and transport, especially through goods transported through the ship. Mainly, the ships are responsible because they have two things in common. One is ballast water, which they carry at the say bottom of the ships to keep the balance of the ships. And this ballast water is normally collected from the port where they start. For example, if it is Brazil, they collect ballast water from the sea there. And when they come to Kochi or so, they release the ballast water into the sea here. So that brings a lot of marine invasive alien species. And beyond that, there is hull biofouling. Means the ship will have a number of organisms attached to its base because it has been sailing for such a long period. And as soon as the ship settles or they reach the port here, all these organisms will be deposited into our sea. So these are two main pathways of introduction of marine species. What's wrong with this? Okay. So what I have shown here is the 24 observation of aircraft travel. It was taken in 2007. The situation have changed a lot now. So those small dots are all flights traveling from different places. All these flights are carrying a number of people and goods which can transport invasive alien species to different countries. So this is again the pathways of ships traveling from one country to the other, one continent to the other. And these ships carry mainly cargo. And these are sources of invasive alien species. Next. So these are unintentional introduction of invasive alien. These are the pathways. When it becomes intentional introduction, they relate to human interest in nurturing species that are helpful to him. For example, acacia species. Maybe the one shown down here, it is golden apple snail, which was imported for, say, protein for our consumption. And forestry, there are several other species, such as eucalyptus, which of course is not invasive, and Acacia myanceae, which occurs in Munnar, which is an invasive species, black wattle we used to call them, and for ornamental purposes, mainly lantana. And dietary needs, as I told you, the golden apple snail has been imported to Asia for dietary needs. And there's a third kind. These are all, say, very few species. These are introduced for biocontrol of invasive alien species. And sometimes they jump the fence and start attacking our native plants or native animals. Next. So the main pathways of introduction, how these species are introduced, they could be through import or export through ships and flights, as I told you now, and through aquarium trade, introduced for biological control, and plants introduced for agriculture and forestry purpose, nursery trade, which is happening all the time through private agencies and horticultural purposes. And of course, tourism, when people travel from one place to another. Even the dress can carry invasive species, spores, and pollen grains, and all those things. These can settle down here and pose problems. Not only that, when people visit tourist areas, vehicles travel in between different areas, and the tires can carry invasive aliens from one region, one place to another. So, in summary, global trade increasingly facilitates transport and introduction of invasive alien species. And we found that number of invasive alien species in a region is strongly correlated with the volume of commodity imports and air traffic networks. And our biosecurity measures have not kept in pace with the growing volume and diversity of global travel and trade. So, in summary, growth in international trade and travel, intensive land and sea use change, and demographic changes will increase the number of incursions and the negative impacts. So let us deal with briefly on the harmful effect of invasive alien plants. They alter ecosystem processes, hydrology, primary productivity, decomposition, nutrient cycling, fire regimes. And they can also breed with our native species, and they can change soil structure and profile. And human animal health, some of the species cause allergic problems in human beings like Parthenium bistrophos, which I have shown there. Next. And aesthetics, death of vegetation, they can smother native plants, they can smother and kill native plants, and affect biodiversity. Population decline through altering of ecosystem, allelopathy, and they also interact with the global changes such as climate change and land use change and sea use change, posing problems that will help them to invade ecosystems more easily than other species. So the impacts are on different ecosystems such as forests, agricultural land, plantations, and then invasion of plants is almost the highest compared to birds and fishes, especially in our Asian region. Next. The three main stages of introduction and establishment of invasion. That's the first one is transport. The species is on the move. That's in the form of seeds, fruit, spore, plant part, etc. And it's introduced through ships, flights, packing material, and import of various articles. And once they are on the move, ultimately they will arrive our ports. And most species can be detected at the ports of entry through surveillance. If we go for periodic surveillance, we can identify those species, we can stop and kill them, and we will have to stop invasion through development of appropriate biosecurity measures. And once we identify that they have already entered our system, we should go for early detection and rapid response. We should have to kill them through various measures such as physical, chemical. And we can also eradicate them through various means. Next. Establishment, this is a tricky process. So the plant should have physiological tolerance, small seed mass, so that the seeds can travel long distances. And prolific seed production, one Mycenia plant can produce, I think, more than 30,000 seed. Vigorous vegetative propagation, even if the sexual reproduction does not work, if the seeds are not germinating, then they can go for vegetative propagation, and they lack natural enemies. Most important, when they come from their native ranges, they are not carrying their natural enemies together with them. I have seen mycenia growing in Brazil, and there it's a small plant, just like maybe our tumba or so. Because the growth and proliferation of mycenia micrantha is highly regulated by the natural enemies, pathogens and insects. And those pathogens and insects are not carried to the country where they are invasive, because either they will be arriving as spores or something of that. So then, say they are not carried. So for them, growing and proliferating here is very easy, because they don't have any natural enemies to control their growth or minimize their growth. So they outgrow our native species. And once they establish, they tend to spread, because they have better competitive ability, resource capture, better utilization ability, and moreover, they have allelopathic residue, chemicals produced and released into soil. Next. So I will show you some of the major invasive alien plants in India. Chromalina odorata here, Mycenia micrantha, Chromalina odorata. Next. Mimosa Diplotrica, variety Diplotrica, and then Lantana camera, Acacia means on the top. Spaghetticola trilobata is a recent entry of an invasive plant from tropical America. And Parthenium has been here for, I think, maybe more than 50 years. Next one. This is Senna spectabilis, which is a big problem in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, especially in the high ranges. We have a big problem in Wayanad, in Muttanga area. I read the newspapers that the government of Tamil Nadu is planning to eradicate Senna spectabilis, not eradicate, they are going to control it by cutting. They have allocated a lot of money to do that. And they have been doing it for Lantana also, merely by cutting. I'm sorry to say that just by cutting, we cannot control Senna or Lantana. We have to go for a restoration of those plots where the invasive alien species have been removed. This Mucuna bracteata, very common in Kerala. It was brought to Kerala for as a cover crop in rubber plantations. Next. It's Ageratum cornicoides, which is very common in high ranges. Lucina leucocephala, I don't know whether you have seen Lucina any time. It is not growing in Kerala because our soil is acidic. It's very common in Delhi. Wherever we see green in Delhi, it's all because of Lucina and another species, Prosopis. This is quite common in Tamil Nadu, in other places, not in Kerala anyway. Next. This is water hyacinth, very common in our ponds. This is Hypoestus. The Pistia stratiutes is also, we call it water lettuce. It's very common in ponds and rivers. Next. Clydemia hirta, Ricinus communis, is a very common plant. Prosopis, as I told you, this is widespread in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, and north of India. When you enter Coimbatore from Palghat, you can see large patches of plants growing. These are all an invasive plant by the name Prosopis juliflora. It's not a native plant. And the people of Tamil Nadu use it for making charcoal, and it's also used as fodder. So management of Prosopis is a socio-economic problem in India. We cannot talk about controlling them because it's sometimes the only means of livelihood for the poor people. Next. So this is something what we see in Tamil Nadu. Prosopis everywhere where other plants cannot grow. Next. This is some of the invasive alien insects in India. This is Papaya mealybug, which can be controlled through biological means, Asian ambrosia beetle, Erythrina gall wasp, Leptoceiba invasa, which cause gall in eucalyptus seedlings. Next. This giant African snail, you may know that. And that is golden apple snail for some other that it has not reached the south. It is very widespread in Calcutta and neighboring states. Next. These are some of the invasive alien fishes. Sucker catfish, common carp, African catfish, Mozambique tilapia. There are about, I think, 30 35 invasive alien fishes, which has caused a great harm to the native fishes in places like Chanakudi River. We have conducted studies there. Next. The current threats. These are some of the invasive alien species which are present in neighboring countries. For example, the coconut leaf beetle, which has its origin in Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. And the beetle attacks the youngest spear leaf of coconut. It chews on large areas of the surface of the leaflets and kill most of the leaves. It occurs on coconut palm, royal palm, Alexandra palm, and Erica palm. So, say, for the time being, it's widely distributed in Maldives. We are keeping our fingers crossed to see that this is not spreading to India, in Kerala especially. Next. This is how, say, the coconut leaf beetle kills. You can see all those spear leaves affected by coconut leaf beetle. Next. Another one which is a threat to India is Ostropocenia cdi. Its origin is in South and Central America. It can attack all metaceous plants. It occurs in eucalyptus plantations and several other metaceous hosts such as CDM guava and all that. Luckily, it has not spread to India so far, but it can at any point of time. Next. Myconia convalescens is a beautiful tree. It has very large leaves. You can see the the below side. It is very nice looking brownish color, and the leaves are pretty large. And this ornamental tree is from tropical America. It's widespread in Sri Lanka, in natural forests in Sri Lanka. And now it's distributed in Australia, Sri Lanka, and USA. So Sri Lanka is just next door. So once it comes to Kerala, I don't know what will happen to our native forests. It can spread very fast. Luckily, not so far. So based on the IPBS reports, I can tell you for sure that invasive alien species of negative impacts can be prevented and mitigated through effective management, provided we have sufficient resources, long-term commitment, and good governance systems. So there are three main management options to choose from. When a species is absent, we know that this species is there in the neighboring country, say for Nepal, maybe Pakistan or Bangladesh. Then what should we do? We should go for preventing its entry through pathway management. There are several possible ways of preventing an invasive species, and this is the most cost-effective method to manage an invasive alien species, prevent it from entering our country. During the establishment phase of an IES, there are several methods. These are all species-based methods. This can be done at a local or landscape level, like we have tried on Puccinius spegasini, to control Mycania micrantha. Surveillance, preparedness. Surveillance means look for, be on the guard. We just look for whether invasive alien species has reached our border area before its entry into in our country, post-border. So then it can be detected early and killed then and there. Eradication is a good method to control when the invasive alien species is not spread to a large area. It's very useful in islands. Next. When a species is already spread, like maybe in our case, Mycania, Lentana, Chromalina, Mimosa diplotrica and all, then say it's too late for us to control them because it's already spread. So when the spread is not very wide, then we can go for containment through physical, chemical, and biological methods, and we can control them. This is the sort of method which we use in Asian countries. We go for controlling them through physical means. If it's a plant, we go for cutting them. Chemical means we apply herbicides, and we go for biological control. An example I quoted just now, we have used Puccinius spegasini, a rust fungus which we introduced from Trinidad to control Mycania micrantha. When a species is widespread, we cannot do much because they are already there. none of the physical and chemical and biological methods will control them. So in that case, we go for adaptive management. We extirpate the species through using different methods, even using integrated pest management. And then soon after that, we go for restoring the site using fast-growing native species. This restoration is highly necessary when adaptive management is practiced. And I can tell you, species and site-based measures have been successful and cost-effective in terrestrial and closed-water systems, but it's not effective in marine systems. And pathway management is the only method to prevent invasive alien species in marine systems. Next. IAS data and knowledge gaps. I wish to tell you that even though a lot of information is available in the developed world, like say Europe, USA and Canada, Australia and New Zealand, on invasive alien species, they have prepared data sheets and data set on almost all the invasive alien species. But compared to that, the Asian region and the African region, we don't have a lot of information. We know something about invasive alien plants, but we don't know much about, say, invasive microbes like fungi and invasive invertebrates. We have only very partial information on that. And I had been to different countries in the Asia-Pacific region as part of the network. I had been to Cambodia, but they didn't have a list at all on invasive alien plants, even then Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Bhutan, Nepal. So at that point of time, it was about maybe 5-6 years back, and then they didn't have a list of invasive plants. And we from the network, we have tried to help them to produce such a list. And of course, they don't have an invasive species list for even, say, Maldives also. They have no information on invasive alien microbes, fungi, and marine species. And some information, of course, if India is concerned, they have some idea on invasive invertebrates, but not all information is available. So we have a big knowledge gap. And say, we must encourage research to collect the information. Then only it's possible to control invasive alien species. Without a list with us, it's very difficult to go forward. And I told you about IS management in Asian countries. We only follow physical methods. Sometimes we follow chemical methods, but it's environmentally damaging. And it will not be effective for a long time. Invertebrates are physical and chemical control. Vertebrates, I can tell you a case in Australia where they go for using viruses to control European rabbits, and they shoot horses. So they can follow those methods in Australia, but we can't think about in India about those methods. And the best method for us would be classical biological control, using an enemy from the native region of the pest, of the invasive alien plant or whichever invasive alien insect. And then we can bring it here and introduce them to our system so that it is not risky, it's very effective, cost effective, and say the method may not kill all the plants and insects and all that. They will keep it under a level which will not cause damage to our ecosystems. Next. Yeah. What are the challenges to manage biological invasions? Sajeev, how about the time? Yeah, fine, I will. So we don't have an exclusive policy and legislation to manage IAS. Of the countries that we have surveyed, we found that 83% of all countries do not have an exclusive policy. And 45% of the countries do not invest in invasive alien species management. As I told you, we don't have authentic checklists, and lack of awareness on IAS impacts. We don't know what are the impacts of invasive alien species. Lack of capacity and capability. Our staff are not trained in the modern methods to control invasive alien species. And of course, due to gaps in data and knowledge, especially in Asia and Africa. And there is no collective and coordinated response to IAS impacts from the government sector. The government, say, is just good and it's not active in managing invasive alien species. They are not allocating funds also. Next. Biosecurity regulations need be improved. And then, say, ethical debates, as I told you, when, say, one example is the wild pig. Ethical questions are there, we cannot control them, although it's not an invasive alien species. And poor stakeholder management, engagement. Without the help of the local people, without the help of the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, I mean farmers, foresters, and policymakers, without their help, it's very difficult to implement a management program, and it's difficult to manage an invasive alien. So we should ensure stakeholder engagement at every step. Next. We should develop an exclusive national policy and action plan. We should constitute a separate government agency, and the government should include IS management as a priority issue in plans. And we should have an integrated governance approach, because we need, see, imagine that we have a department to manage invasive alien species. Without the help of the different officers at different level, say from the very base to the top, if we are not going to engage them at each stage, and if we are not telling them what they should do, management will not work. The top level officers cannot do that. So we should include all the people in the management process. And implement, so we should have an implemented and focused national biodiversity strategy and action plan. It's usually a wish list when we submit it to the CBD. It is a wish list, and those things are never practiced. Next. Increase awareness among people. We have suggested that invasive alien species need to be included in the curriculum of schools and colleges, and update biosecurity regulations, improve the capacity and capability of staff, and increase the availability and accessibility of information, and encourage research above all. We must encourage research to fill all the knowledge gaps. Next. I already told you we need authentic national databases. We should involve stakeholders. We should go for periodic surveillance. We should be on the guard. We should check for invasion all the time. And we must promote classical biological control, how to manage conflict species such as Prosopis juliflora, and site restoration. Soon after the management method is applied and the invasive species is killed or eradicated, we must go for a site restoration with fast-growing native species. Next. Some of the Indian plants are also, don't think that all the invasive alien species are coming to our country all the time. Some of the invasive alien species in other countries are plants in India, such as Hedychium gardnerium, which is widespread in the UK and Australia and New Zealand. Next is Impatiens glandifera. It's a big problem for them in the UK and some of the European countries, where they had to go for finding out a biocontrol agent from the Himalayas. KFRA helped for that. Next. So thank you. That's all. I have made it, I don't know whether it's very brief or detailed, but say I can make it maybe for 2 hours or 3 hours continuously. But for you students, I think this is enough. And questions are welcome. I would be very happy to address that. In fact, I would be happy to address questions rather than doing a monologue here. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. So I have many questions. So initially, I have to mention that most of the pictures you have shown in the presentation, I think that they are the native species here. So this is the first time I get a knowledge that they are invasive plants. So that's a new information for me. So thank you for that. So I have 2 questions. The first one is that you said that we know that so many problems are arising due to these invasive plants, but our government of India or any other governments, even in the powerful places, they are not mentioning this kind of problems were arising due to the species. So what are the things we can do when it is come into a law and order perspective. So we can ensure that most of the commodities are importing in India. That's you have also told that international trading is a problem making this kind of things. So how we can implement our law in order to control this kind of innovation. And the second one is each species has their own habitat to propagate and reproduce themselves. So most of the plants or species were shown in the pictures as so many innovations, means so many differences in different locations. They are innovating different locations. So they don't have any adaptations, or is there any habitat for them to propagate in all places, or they are adapting each climate set for their own self to propagate in basically I am saying that if India has any innovative plant, so they are propagating here. If it is go to Sri Lanka or any other countries, is there any changes with their propagation method? So habitat is a factor for their propagation. Thank you, sir.
I will answer the second question first. These plants can easily adapt to any environment. And most of these plants are coming from South America, where the climatic conditions are almost similar to what we have in India or the neighboring countries. So they can easily adapt, one thing. And as an answer to the first question, we must adopt biosecurity regulations scrupulously. For example, if you go for controlling this with the quarantine, if you check at the airports for anything being brought from a country. I can quote an example from New Zealand when, say, a cricketer was traveling to New Zealand, and he had to wash his shoes before he entered the country because they wanted to avoid any organism coming to the soil attached to the shoes. This type of, care we are not taking. When you say, get down at Nedumbassery airport, say you're coming from Europe or America or whichever country it is, they will ask you anything about the things that you carry, whether you carry a seed, whether you have got anything, an animal, say a pet animal with you. They will not check for that sort of things. And when the ships are arriving at ports, they are not checked for, they are not controlled for ballast water. They are not treating those ballast water and harmful. They are not interested. They are not taking care. We have been suggesting all this. We have in fact in Kolkata, we have prepared a national action plan for the government of India to follow. But I am not sure because invasive alien species is one of the least priority items for India and most Asian countries, whereas it's a priority item for European countries and then say Canada, Australia, New Zealand, in all those countries it's a priority item. And government earmark a lot of money to manage invasive alien species. For us, it's just fun now. Next, please.
Hi, sir. So, what are the possibilities of having a straight level invasive alien monitoring system rather than the national quarantine guidelines? See, given the most groundwork happened in Kerala, won't be that more effective?
Good question. So, as I told you, government of Tamil Nadu is taking a lot of effort in managing invasive alien plants in protected areas, in wildlife sanctuaries and all. In Kerala, such initiatives yet to begin, but my friend Dr. Sajeev has been working for a long time to bring this issue before the government. And there are lots of stories on that which I'm afraid I don't have the time to explain. KFRA developed a biocontrol method which the forest department did not accept for some reason or the other. So lots of stories are there. Government of Kerala can take initiative. In fact, KFRA is leading that. But things are not yet on ground. We have found out a biocontrol method, not a physical control method for Senna spectabilis, which I think it's better for the Tamil Nadu government to follow that. So we've been working on this problem for the last maybe 20 years or so. We have answers, but the government authority should take those clues from us and implement them. Next question, yeah.
Hello, sir. My question is, can a plant native to Himalaya be invasive in Western Ghats? And the second question is, there are some recently some works are going, some works are categorizing some invasive native species along invasive alien species. So, what's your opinion on this categorization?
Answer to the first question. Plants in Himalayas cannot be invasive in the Western Ghats because there are two plants which are say known as the most important invasive alien plants. That's Robinia pseudoacacia, that is not occurring in, that cannot grow in the Western Ghats. And there is another one by the name 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐴nthus ultima. I don't remember the exact, it's an 𝐓𝐿anthus species. It's also known by the name I forgot that. Yes, 𝐓𝐿anthus altissima, that's the one. These occur in actually in Kashmir, but they cannot come and grow in the Western Ghats. It cannot adopt to our conditions. These are all species which come from, say, countries which have the same sort of climate. So the list of invasive alien species in temperate India is a bit different from that we have in the tropical. Of course, they have lantana and all that. Even in Nepal, mycenia is a big issue. And what was the second question? Yeah, some species we can call, they are invasive, but they are self-limiting. They will not pose a lot of problem for us. More questions? Yeah.
First of all, thank you for the insightful session. So I was having a couple of questions for you. So first one is, since I have been working with the state government of Maharashtra for developing a local climate action plan for villages in Raigad district. So one major thing which I have noticed over there is that alien species is not only a major issue for the biodiversity there, but is also having some socio-economic implications. Like where the women farmers are more involved in the field, so they are finding it more problematic because they have to spend more time removing these weed species, especially the invasive weed species. So I'm interested to know, like, is there any protocols developed in any of the countries across the globe for these kind of addressing socio-economic constraints of invasive weed species?
Good question. Thank you. As Saji was telling, I was in Nepal helping the government to prepare a policy document on managing invasive alien species. In presentations made by several scientists, one presentation was very interesting because he got the help of the stakeholders, mainly women, to plant turmeric to manage mycenia micrantha. What happened is, once mycenia was removed, the local people were planting turmeric in that place, in a forest area, I must tell you. And within no time, the mycenia was controlled because it was cutting light to the mycenia to grow, to emerge from the seeds. Then he has been practicing, and not only turmeric, he has been using some of the fast-growing local species also to control mycenia. And it is very successful, and they are going to practice it everywhere. And then the people who were engaged in planting turmeric, they were given the turmeric when it was harvested, and they were given other incentives also, the wages and all that, so that they are interested in that. So that's happening in Nepal, in a poor country like Nepal. We have not, we not been attempting those things in those lines, although in an FAO project, my friend Dr. Sujanapal here, he attempted removing mycenia, lantana, and chromalina in an area in Vadachal, and we went for growing native species there. We didn't have the chance to go there and assess what happened afterwards. That's part of an FAO project. So we can do a lot of things Only thing is that somebody should be prepared to do that. Thank you.
So one more question.
Please do.
Yeah. So in Muttanga region, the major issue is Senna spectabilis, as you have mentioned. So some of the workers who are involved in the eradication of these trees, they have mentioned that when they're cutting out these trees, the chemicals which is released is causing some allergic reactions. So it is damaging their eyesight and things like that. So is there any kind of occupational or health safety guidelines which is there for eradication of these alien species?
Okay. We have not come across anything like that. We have done a lot of work on managing in Senna spectabilis, my friend Sajeev, and a group of scientists from here under an FAO project to manage Senna spectabilis. And we found the best method to manage Senna, that is debarking the tree until the collar region can kill the tree. And the saplings will have to be removed as soon as they emerge out of the soil. If you can do that, the trees will easily be killed. As far as I understand, what they follow in Tamil Nadu is that they're going to cut the tree at the base and then use the tree for pulpwood. Some of the paper industries were prepared to take it as pulp. And then afterwards, they are debarking. I don't know about the details of that, but if they debark it, it will be very good. Otherwise, they have to cover the cut end with a soaked sack or something of that, or plastic, so that there won't be any growth of coppice shoots. But what we'll do with the soil seed bank is a big problem. All these need be done before the tree flowers and sets fruit. Otherwise, it will not be useful. And I saw a paper report in, which paper, I don't remember. The additional chief secretary in Tamil Nadu, she is planning to implement a major program on Senna spectabilis management. But if they cut and remove the trees, it's a very major program. And then if they cut and remove the trees and then leave it like that, Senna will grow fast. They will grow back. That won't be useful. That is also the same case as lantana. If they just uproot it, it will not work. Restoration is the key. You should cut light to all the seedlings by planting fast-growing native species. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? So can I, yes.
I like to know, is there any invasive species that cause damage in South India, which is came from North India? And also, I like to ask, as a remedy, can we import the natural enemy of the invasive species to eradicate it?
Good question. The first one, I don't think we have any. These are all native species, belong to India. So I don't know. Maybe I am wrong. Whether there are any species in North India becoming invasive in South India. I have not come across any. Maybe the other thing is also, I have told you exactly, because biocontrol, classical biocontrol is based on the suggestion that you have made just now. Because all natural enemies in those areas, because for managing bugs, Mycania micrantha, we brought a rust fungus from Trinidad and Ecuador. It's working very good in different countries, although it has not been practical in India for some reason, because we didn't import the correct pathotype of the fungus. We had Trinidad pathotype. When Ecuador pathotype was used in Papua New Guinea, Fiji, China, Solomon Islands, Australia, it was extremely successful. Mycania, do you know Mycania? Have you seen Mycania any time? Just look around, you can see. So it was very easy for them to control. So we are actually thinking about reintroducing that pathogen to India. But I am out now. I am no longer in service. We should have a champion to promote that. Unless there's a champion, we cannot do that. Somebody should be prepared. Somebody should take charge of that. Getting permission from Government of India, we'll have to have some method, going to them, talking to them, impressing upon them that this is very necessary and all. We were successful in the first instance. But now I don't know. Things have changed a lot.
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
Sir, IPBS.
It could be a difficult question.
Sir, you told that in the IPBS team, there were more than 400 scientists, right?
Not 400. 200 scientists acted as, they were not really collaborating with the work, contributing others. We were around, say, I don't remember that. Say from 87 countries, we had around 150.
Fine. So if for 150 scientists, but then for Asia, you were just 2.
Yes.
Asia is nearly 30% of the whole land area.
Right.
And for 30% of the area, there were just 2 people. And so that's a absolutely skewed distribution.
It is.
And how was the experience? Which countries had the more people?
I don't know whether I can reveal all that. It has been a big fight. I've been fighting with all the people there, and I told them at least 3 times that I will walk out of this meeting, because this assessment is meant for white-skinned people. Sorry to say that. Not for Asians nor Africans. There is only one African fellow, young fellow, he didn't open his mouth. There's another person from Japan, language problem, he was not opening his mouth. So I had to fight tooth and nail. And we had a colleague here the other day, Dr. Shepherd. He was very good speaking and all that. In all, say, throughout the period we conducted the assessment, I was fighting with all the time, telling that your Australian scenario is not the Asian scenario. You know only Australia and the New Zealand guy also. So it was a big fight. And unless you go for fighting, most of the officers go there and then just simply at the back and will not say anything. Because I don't have to worry about anything. I am retired. They can't do me anything. So I can raise my voice. I told them, if you are not including this point in your assessment, I will quit. And write a letter to government of India saying that, say we should quit from IPBS. This was the first experience I had. I have been party to several international groups. FAO I had worked for maybe 10, 15 years. It was so good to work with FAO. There was no problem. There was no colonialism shown. But unfortunately, there's a paper published also. It is there. Colonialism is there. In that they wanted to show that this is for them, a report for the European people or Canadian and other people, and to be introduced. They wanted to say that invasive alien species are more problematic in Europe and America and New Zealand rather than in Asia. They don't know the situation. Since I have worked in several countries in this region, I told them. So in the end, they had to include that. They included that this is a problem in South and Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Who knows, as I told you, in Cambodia, they don't know anything about plants. They don't have zoology and botany taught at the university level. They have no clue on that. So, at least whatever is included in that report on Asia and Pacific is because I'm not boasting, because I had intervened. I made that point.
Thank you, sir. The take-home message is that there are rich countries, there are poor countries, and the rich countries are ruling the world, and the poor countries are catching up, and India comes in between. And as people like Dr. Shankaran is reaching out to both the ends, to the rich countries, participating there, fighting it out, and also being helping the poor countries to come up. So can I just add on to some of the questions which came up with our...
Please.
One of the questions from Nikhil out there, we have a establishment called the Nodal Center for Biological Innovations, operating at KFRI, looking at all the different innovations, starting from plants, animals, snails, turtles. We have a pet surrender program recently started for red-eared slider turtle. It comes to Kerala by us to pet trade. So if you have time, you can visit our space where we are holding the turtles. Children buy it as pets, and when they become big, they throw it out. And that can create a big problem. So we are offering a program where they can surrender the turtles over here. So KFRI has got an active program on that. The second question from you on Senna spectabilis, if you just Google the chemical constituents of the tree, you get nearly 240 different chemicals. If you are debugging it, in just 5 minutes, you start to get a headache. And in half an hour, you feel like vomiting. It's have large number of volatile chemicals over there. Now, KFR has not recommended cutting of the tree. Tamil Nadu is finding it extremely difficult to manage the re-sprouting of the cut trees. What they are doing is to use polythene cover to cover it to prevent re-sprouting. But interestingly, we have met across a biological control potential for the. We have an ambrosia beetle which attacks the tree, healthy trees, and it is getting dried. It takes nearly just 3-4 months to kill the tree. So we have submitted a proposal to the Forest Department to take it up in a big way and take it forward. Very interestingly, as there are a lot of youngsters over here, doing science is quite fine, but taking it to the application phase is a big job. You get absolutely foolish questions, which will kill all the research which you have done. Like for example, we suggested, we just gave this proposal. I got 2 calls, one from a retired scientist of KFRA. അദ്ദേഹം വിളിച്ചിട്ട് ചോദിച്ചു, സജീവ് ഒരു ഇൻസെക്റ്റിനെ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് ഇൻസെക്റ്റിനെ ഈ മരത്തെ കൊല്ലാനായിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ പോകുന്നു കേട്ടു. അത് ഈ മരത്തൊക്കെ തിന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അത് പിന്നെ മറ്റു മരങ്ങൾ തിന്നില്ലേ? ഇറ്റ് വാസ് എ ഡൗട്ട്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തോട് പറഞ്ഞു, ദിസ് ഇൻസെക്റ്റ് ഈസ് നേറ്റീവ് ആൻഡ് ദ ട്രീ ഈസ് എക്സോട്ടിക്. And our trees have been challenged by this insect for thousands of years. So there is no problem. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, എന്നാലും ഒന്ന് സൂക്ഷിക്കണം. Now science doesn't, people don't believe. And then I got a call from a environmental activist. അദ്ദേഹം ചോദിച്ചു, ഇതൊരു ഇൻസെക്റ്റിനെ ഇങ്ങനെ വിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ആകെ പ്രശ്നമാവില്ലേ? അതെല്ലാം തിന്ന് നശിപ്പിക്കില്ലേ? People, we are living in a society which is not run on science. ഇത് ചില തോന്നലുകളുടെ പുറത്തും എന്താ പറയുക, സ്വപ്നങ്ങളുടെ മുകളിലൊക്കെ പോകുന്ന ഒരു സൊസൈറ്റിയിലാണ് നമ്മൾ സയൻസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇറ്റ് ഡസൻറ്റ് വർക്ക്. വി കനോട്ട് സെൽ ഇറ്റ്. ലൈക്ക് ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് കേസ് ഇസ് അവർ കേസ് വിത്ത് NPV. ടീക്കിൻ്റെ ഒരു മേജർ പെസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിനെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് വി ഡെവലപ്ഡ് NPV വൈറസ് വിച്ച് ഇസ് നേറ്റീവ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് സ്റ്റിൽ വർക്കിംഗ്. ഫീൽഡിൽ അത് ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. വി ഐസൊലേറ്റഡ് ഇറ്റ്, പേറ്റൻഡ് ഇറ്റ്. നമ്മളത് ഔട്ട് ബ്രേക്ക് സീസണിൻ്റെ തുടക്കത്തിൽ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. We formulated it, transferred the technology to the Forest Department. The department didn't take it. കാരണം എന്താ അറിയോ? ഒരാൾ ചോദിച്ചു, എന്തൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാലും അതൊരു വൈറസ് അല്ലേ? സ്റ്റോപ്പ് 15 years of research. അവിടെ നിലത്ത് വീണ് പൊടിഞ്ഞു പോയി. സോ ദിസ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് എ പ്ലേസ് വെയർ പീപ്പിൾ ടേക്ക് സയൻസ്. അവർക്ക് വേറെ ചില നോഷൻസിൻ്റെ മുകളിലാണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുക. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് നിൽക്കുന്ന സയൻറ്റിസ്റ്റുകളാണ് ഈ സെലിബ്രേറ്റഡ് സയൻറ്റിസ്റ്റ്. ഈ നുണകളുടെ ഒപ്പവും സത്യത്തിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പമൊക്കെ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടൊക്കെ ചാഞ്ഞും ചരിഞ്ഞൊക്കെ നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന മനുഷ്യർക്കാണ് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നത്. പീപ്പിൾ ഡസൻറ്റ് നീഡ് സയൻസ്. അതാണ് അതിനകത്തുള്ള പ്രോബ്ലം. ദർ വാസ് അനദർ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഓൺ മൂവ്മെൻറ്റ് ഓഫ് സ്പീഷീസ്. ഹിമാലയൻ സ്പീഷീസ് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. വാട്ട് ഹാപ്പൻസ് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് ഇൻവേസീവ് സ്പീഷീസ് ഓൾവേസ് travel along the latitudes, not along the longitudes, because latitudes are the lines which connect the parts of the globe with the same climate. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് that is the reason why we get large number of invasive species from South America. നമ്മുടെ മൊത്തം ഇൻവേസീവ് സ്പീഷീസ് ലിസ്റ്റ് നോക്കിയാൽ മിക്കവാറും എല്ലാം സൗത്ത് അമേരിക്ക നോക്കും, ബിക്കോസ് ദ സെയിം ലാറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ് കണക്ട്സ്. ലോഞ്ചിറ്റ്യൂഡിൽ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ദർ ഇസ് എ ഹ്യൂജ് ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ഇൻ ദ climatic conditions. So invasive species doesn't move along longitudes. So that is a quick response to some of the.
So just out of curiosity, sir, since you're traveling global and with our limited study on the economic impact, just wanted to know, sir, under the periodic surveillance that is happening, probably in the developed nations, is the economic impact and policy level activities also being covered? Because what you have rightly stated is we have a huge data gap,
yes,
time series data gap, and we are unable to really work out the numbers at the end of it. And eventually we are talking in terms of the cost.
Yeah.
What is the huge cost that is being borne in because of the invasion? So is there a periodic surveillance that covers this also?
Yes, all the costs are covered. Yes. Surveillance, management, everything is covered.
Okay.
When you talk about cost.
Right, sir.
I can tell you one thing. When classical biocontrol was employed in Australia, the cost-benefit ratio was 1:23. In certain cases, 1:37.
Okay.
In South Africa, it is more than 1:1000 sometimes. So it is so cost-effective. So that's what I wanted to advocate here, that we must go for classical biocontrol control, because it's not risky at all. Right. With my experience working for so long, I know it's not risky. I've been talking to the Nepal government that they are very reluctant to introduce Puccini aspergillus. So I talked to the minister and told him that this is the only one method that you can use to control Mycenia in Nepal. No other method will work out.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
So one final question.
Please.
Basically, because we are looking at the threats, what is going to happen if it doesn't attend to the invasive problems in the forests of Kerala? What do we expect? What is going to happen?
It will continue growing and cause all the damage. If you control it, the damage will be much less. Economic. You know the agricultural system, forest system, loss of biodiversity and all that. So if you are not controlling it, the damage will be much huge.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any more questions? Any chodyangal? I'm pretty happy to answer. No. Thank you then for your patience.
Thank you very much, sir. We now move over to Sri Rajesh Kumar IFS, who is the Chief Wildlife Warden, Union Territory of Ladakh. Sri Rajesh Kumar IFS, he is joining online. He is a Senior Indian Forest Service Officer of the 2000 batch, serving the Union Territory of Ladakh. He currently holds the charge of Additional Principal Chief Conservator Forest and Chief Wildlife Warden, Union Territory of Ladakh, where he oversees wildlife conservation, habitat protection, anti-poaching efforts, and ecological management across the high-altitude trans-Himalayan region. Prior to this role, he was served in various leadership positions in the Indian Forest Service, including conservator and deputy conservator roles in multiple states and union territories. So I welcome Sri Rajesh for delivering the lecture.
For that introduction. Let me share the slides. Give me a few seconds.
Both are there online.
സ്ലൈഡ് അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ചെറുതായിട്ട് ടൈമിംഗ് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാനത് വാട്സപ്പിൽ അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. വാട്സപ്പിൽ അയച്ചു.
Rajesh, are you audible?
Yes.
Maybe we are in the process of uploading the presentation. Meanwhile, you can start talking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, congratulations to 𝐓𝐑𝐿 for organizing this Tropical Forestry Conclave 2025, which is bringing experts and deliberating on key topics related to advancing forest management in our country. And I'm also particularly thankful to the 𝐓𝐑𝐿 for this invitation to share my experience and reflections on advancing carbon forestry, especially in the context of emerging climate markets. So if you can share with me the kind of audience we have, then I can tailor the conversation accordingly. Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we are switching the camera to the other side so that you can view the.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to know the profile. I think most of them are like young scientists or students. So I think I will touch a little bit basics about it.
We
Though
have,
some of the slides are
you can
little
see them
advanced.
right now. Can you see them right now?
Yeah, yeah.
We
Yes,
have
yes, I
50%
can.
of postgraduate students over here. And then we have
Okay.
the researchers of 𝐓𝐑𝐿 and also the scientists of 𝐓𝐑𝐿.
Great. Thank you so much. So I can just modulate accordingly. So, yeah, thank you so much. So can we load up the slides? Oh, okay. Okay. So can we start?
It's all set.
Yeah, thank you so much. So welcome to this short discussion on advancing carbon credit framework and sustainable forest management in the context of conservation strategies. This is the topic which has been given to me for the discussion. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so over the course of the presentation, we'll have a quick introduction to what are nature-based credits. Then we focus on how forestry constituency is potentially situated there. And then we look at different kinds of forest carbon credits. And we also look upon certain case studies, both from our country and abroad. And we then focus on understanding some of the best-selling carbon exchanges. Then we conclude with our way forward. Next. So as I mentioned, forestry credits, carbon credits rather, they're in the overall category of nature-based carbon credits. So essentially, when we say nature-based carbon credits, it simply means the sequestrations we secure through ecosystem services, primarily through forest, wetlands, or mangroves. So they're all aiming to remove certain quantities of greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere. And typically, we know these projects include major categories like afforestation, reforestation, improved forest management, agroforestry, and REDD+. These are the classical categories of projects from the forestry side, which we have been developing and advancing carbon forestry interventions in the market. But then at the same time, carbon forestry credits are not just about trapping carbon. They're also about pushing multiple sustainable development goals. So that adds a special dimension to these credits to gain better premium value in the market. So how they can be connected, we will be discussing. But then on a superficial level, we can say when the forestry carbon credits are also supporting certain developmental outcomes on biodiversity conservation, water cycle regulation, and supporting indigenous and local communities. Obviously, they push different dimensions of SDGs in that context, and thus they gain at a premium in the market. Next one. And essentially, now we focus on forest carbon credits. Basically, as I mentioned, it's a category under the nature-based solutions. And what is attractive here is these are all scalable, science-backed solutions that, as I mentioned, combines carbon removal with several core benefits. And nowadays, high-quality forest carbon credits are also very much in the demand, as that we will see in the subsequent slides when we look at the carbon markets. And of course, because of which it's a leading category as well in terms of carbon forestry projects. And on a rough scale, it is estimated that nearly 37% of the total requirement of carbon credits can be simply met by this particular constituency, which is the forest constituency. That's the potential we have and the one which we have to realize. Next. And now, simply putting, why forest carbon credits are much in discussion or much in demand. As I mentioned, obviously, it takes its connection to the nature-based approaches, but it is very cheap and it's cost-effective and a scalable solution. And as I already mentioned, it addresses different SDGs, particularly climate action, SDG 13, which is a very versatile SDG. Like if you do anything for SDG 13, it addresses several dimensions because several other SDGs are directly or indirectly impacted by SDG 13 actions. And SDG 15 is a clear action, which is life on Earth, and forestry is a clear component of that. And what is interesting is the market for forest carbon is growing very rapidly. And in the current year itself, it's estimated to be nearly like 23 plus billion US dollars. That shows the kind of potential in terms of market availability for forestry carbons. Next. And I mentioned about the forestry constituency, and let's see now how big the constituency size is. Essentially, these projects anchor on deforested areas or areas which can be taken up for afforestation or for agroforestry purposes. That's the context we have. So in that context, if you look at the data, we have like 420 million hectares of forest we lost prior to 1990, which is a threshold year for initiating carbon projects. So this is a huge constituency, 420 million hectares, potential for reforestation. And every year, 1 million hectares of tropical forest is impacted by deforestation. Again, it's an area for creating projects. And global forest plantations have also been increasing, which is also a reflection that how we can shape those plantations, particularly the afforestation category ones, into winning carbon forestry projects. So the potential is there, but there are certain challenges also. But then this scenario gives us a kind of a scope for engaging with it. Next. So now let's look at what is a carbon credit, though it looks very elementary, but just to set the discussion across the kind of profile of audience we have. So essentially, carbon credit just represents 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide or its equivalent in other greenhouse gases that has been either removed from the atmosphere or prevented from being emitted. This is the basic DNA of the entire calculation. And these credits are to be just not generated. They have to be verified by independent third parties, which are commonly called accredited verifiers, to ensure their legitimacy. And obviously, there shouldn't be any double counting. And they should guarantee real-time climate impact. These are like essential cardinals of a high-quality carbon project. And of course, they also are considered to be a strong source of financial resource, or rather we can say a financial stream for pushing different sustainable development agendas, especially where we have challenges with budget support. So that is one particular reason why these projects are greatly explored to support not only just afforestation or reforestation or REDD+ projects or agroforestry, but also to foster different kinds of developmental outputs and expectations or targets we have. Next. So now we talked about carbon credit, just the unit of carbon sequestered. But then what makes that carbon credit a high quality one? So high quality ones are definitely defined in terms of its specifics by certain standard verification agencies, as I mentioned. So some of the commonly availed standards are from BERA or Gold Standard, and also from Integrity Council for VCM. So VCM is essentially the voluntary carbon market, and which is a major market we have currently. And second key requirement is additionality. Additionality simply means that the sequestration is simply coming out of that intervention. It is not like a complementary to anything. So in putting in simple words, it means that we are taking a particular activity just to ensure that there is a credible carbon sequestration, which is converted into CO2 equivalents. And third feature is the permanence, which says that the credits we prepare or credits we generate, they have to stay there, and they should be free from other risks like deforestation, wildfires, and land use changes. So this is essential because if you consider forestry projects, we may set up certain plantations. Unless we take care of the risks for forest fire or for a flood or for any other land use changes, there is no permanency of the carbon credits which we are generating through that project. So we have to ensure that for a particular definite period, maybe 20 years or 25 years, depending upon the commitment period, we should secure the permanence of the carbon credits which we are generating from the project. So this is another important feature. Next. And transparency is again an important aspect. We cannot just say that the project has generated this. it has to be verified by a third-party agency, which is commonly called an accrediting agency. And that has to be also supported by a robust monitoring, reporting, and verification arrangements. So based on these MRVs and clear transparency framework, they can validate the carbon credits the project has generated. And as I mentioned before, these projects should actually go beyond carbon removal. Though initially projects just considered only carbon removal as a proposition, but then the times are gone, and now the market is for high quality carbon credits. That high quality essentially means not just removal of carbon, but also delivers multiple social and economic and governance related outcomes to the society or the stakeholders. Next. So now let's look at what are the major kinds of forest carbon credits we can generate. So essentially, we have 5 major categories. I have presented here the kind of credit type we can have, that is blue carbon, for example. They're all related to coastal protection, mangroves, and so on and so on. So the certification agency supporting this is BERA and Gold Standard, and currently they're having a market share of 10%. And you can also see the kind of extent of CERs, certified emission removals, generated by this category of projects. Second is forestation, reforestation, which is a significant one with the 20% of the market share. And Red Plus is the one with the largest share of 25%. And improved forest management is with 15, and agroforestry is with 12. So here we understand how the constituencies divided, forestry constituencies divided across the different project categories. Next one. And just to illustrate further, blue carbon projects, as I mentioned, they focus on restoring coastal ecosystems and mangroves, very relevant for the state of Kerala. And obviously they have a special tag that they sequester carbon at rates 4 times higher than terrestrial forest. So from a restoration or a carbon forestry or a climate response or mitigation perspective, these are more premium kind of credits. And second is afforestation, reforestation, which is a classical category where I'm sure that most of the colleagues are confident of it, because this is a established activity in terms of forestation. So the price is around $24 per CR. And the core benefits could be improving soil health, creating jobs in rural communities. These are like quite common benefits associated with afforestation, reforestation projects. Next is about improved forest management, a category which is to be pushed further, considering the kind of forest stocking levels and forest biodiversity values we have now. So this is all about promoting conservation practices and sustainable logging practices wherever logging is still resorted to, and the price is around 16. This is an average price. And next one is agroforestry, which has also huge potential across continents, maybe in Asian, South Asian, or even African or Latin American. There's even in the Southeast Asian markets, there's a huge potential for agroforestry. And still, for all these categories, we have methodologies devised by the standard verifiers, so we can use them. And the last one major category is Red Plus, which is protecting forest from deforestation and degradation. And Plus signifies for the additional SDG benefits or biodiversity benefits we can bring in. And market share is around 25%, as we noticed previously. Next. Now let's look at how we can align the carbon forestry credits into an offset strategy. So this has to be built in the overall strategy of engagement. So suppose we are shaping up a forestry carbon project. We have to base it on science with the credible evidence. And then we need to also look at certain risk mitigation arrangements also, because as I mentioned, previously, to secure a forestry carbon project from certain risks is very cost intensive. At the same time, we need to achieve that as well. So to that end, we can diversify our offset portfolio from a developer's perspective by including additional streams of offsetting options, such as biochars or renewable energy, or even buffering for potential risk. And essentially, then the key component is the reporting part. As I mentioned, MRV is very critical, and stakeholder engagement. These are all very generic to set up a clear alignment of our expectations for a good forestry carbon project into the project development proposition. Next. And now look at a little closer what could be the key requirements of a carbon forestry project. Additionality, as I mentioned, it has to be additional to what we are doing in the business as usual scenario. So that extent of clear additionality has to be established. Permanence, we discussed about permanence. We have to secure permanence for the committed period. And non-leakage is another thing. For instance, we are taking up a deforestation or RED Plus project, but then we may secure only that project. But the kind of drivers of deforestation or degradation which operated in that landscape may potentially go and operate in another landscape and leading subsequently to for deforestation or degradation. This is one example of a leakage. So we have to see all such potential cause for leakages in the projects and put mitigation measures or ensure that there was no leakage in the project. Next. And risk buffer, I mentioned about risk. We need to put sufficient risk bufferings if we are unable to really mitigate the risk completely. And robust monitoring, as I mentioned, and verification. So verification has to be done by the accredited verifiers. So after the project is shaped up, we need to onboard an accredited verifier for verifying the project before we launch to the market. Next. And this is the flow cycle of a carbon project cycle. So you start with the project type out of the 5 or 6, which is up to the field demands. Then conservation methodology, we have to fix a methodology. So for all the kinds of established categories of projects, we have methodologies available. So we can follow them, or we can also propose new methodologies based on science and get it validated. Then it goes for a project idea note, which is a shorter version of a project design document. And then we need to do initial registrations. And it all depends upon the kind of registry we are looking for. If we are going for a compliance market, there will be slight deviation to this. Or if you are going for a non-compliance or voluntary market, the protocols will be slightly different. Essentially, the generic flow of the steps will be more or less like this. Next. So this is a case of a carbon clean development CDM and carbon project which we developed in the National Capital Territory of Delhi in the year 2010 to 2013. It got registered with the UNFCCC as a CDM project, clean development mechanism project. You can Google it and see the complete document up here. This is a screenshot of the UNFCCC website giving the registration details. Next one. And this is a summary. This is basically this is a small scale project which was based on the methodology AMS 0001 version 6 approved by the UNFCCC, and the registration date is Jan 13 with a CR equivalent of 12,000 plus, and crediting period is until 2038. So this is how this project has been envisaged. So it has generated around 380,000 CERs that will go to the market for monetization. Next. And And just wanted to share with you some of the top 5 forestry carbon projects right now running across the world. This is just to give you a feel about the kind of projects running. So afforestation, reforestation, we have this Myanmar reforestation and community forestry project. You can Google down and to reach to their respective project design documents and understand further. Next. And this is Blue Carbon project of Kenya. So again, it's coastal protection, fisheries support, community empowerment, highly relevant for the coastal protection of Kerala also. Next. And to improved forest management or Timor-Leste community forest management project. You can see the extent of CERs generated, more than 100,000 tons of CERs generated annually, which shows how phenomenal is the project. And it focuses on sustainable water security, rural livelihood development. Next. And this is in the Indonesian Kalimantan peatland restoration and conservation project. Again, focusing on biodiversity protection, indigenous rights, climate resilience as core benefits, generating 7.5 million tons of CO2 avoidance. Next. So now let's look at what kind of Indian markets we have in our country. So it is generally characterized as Indian carbon market. So our government is actively promoting forestry for carbon credits through carbon credit trading system, CCTCS. And green credit program is also launched, and which is picking up. Most of the protocols and methodologies required to be followed are available online. You can also just get familiarized with it and develop projects. And forestry projects involving afforestation, reforestation, and IFM. Credits can be traded under ICM. This is the current state of matters. Next, for our market in the country. And now let's quickly look at the kind of markets other countries have developed. There are Australian voluntary carbon markets, which is also consuming a lot of CERs generated. Next. Japan GS League, again, it's a voluntary emission reduction trading system where there is ecosystem available for domestic consumption of the credits. Next. Now let's look at where we can sell our carbon credits after we have done complete registration. So this is just to familiarize with you some of the best exchanges available for selling forestry carbon credits. ACX is the best carbon exchange for the last 2 years consequently, especially in the context of voluntary carbon markets rankings. And it gives a seamless access to a broad range of carbon credits with the transparent life cycle tracking. So that is the focusing on the monitoring side. And Expensive is another major global exchange for environmental commodities, and which also takes the credits from forestry. Next. And the Carbon Trade Exchange, which is another platform with low transaction fees and real-time settlement, quite easier. Carbon Store is one which is very UK-centric on most by and large. Next one. And Carbon Mark, it's a kind of an open market access for verified carbon credits, and it leverages on blockchain. So this is connecting much into various aspects of verification, monitoring, and reporting. And Pachma Silverterra, this also provides an extended help to the developers in verification process and connecting to buyers. So that way it is a little more easier. Next. So just to moving towards the summarization of what we have been discussing, carbon pricing is a kind of a bit dynamic area where multiple carbon markets are operating, and carbon prices are also varying with respect to different years. If you look at the bottom square about the carbon credit prices, some years back renewable energy credits used to fetch very high prices, more than 8 USDs per CERs. Now it's like 1 CER. And the case of nature-based credits was just reverse. They used to provide 6 to 7 or 5 USDs, or even sometimes 4.5 USDs But things have reversed, and now yielding more than 15.5 USDs per year. And in the
Excuse me,
case of
Rajesh. Excuse
yeah,
me,
please.
Rajesh. Could you explain the color code on the first on the map?
Which one?
The map, the world map. There are different colors. What does that color indicate?
Oh, they probably the emission trading systems we have.
Okay. So where does India come in?
We are developing only still,
Okay.
as
Fine.
I mentioned.
Okay. Thank you.
Next. So this is again just to go a little closely to look at the final configurations of the market. So if you see the situation, there is a demand for markets. Sorry, the voluntary demand in the voluntary carbon market, and this is also primarily driven by the compliance requirements. And there is a growing surplus of unretired credits also in the market. So here I should clarify what is retired and unretired credits. Retired credits, unretired credits, let's take first. Unretired credits are like verified ones available in the market, but not mapped against a particular sequestration or particular commitment requirements. Whereas the retired ones are already purchased by a buyer, and then they are linked to a commitment requirement. But the market currently shows a little bit of a divergence here, because one side we have an increasing demand for nature-based credits. At the other side, we have a little bit of surplus in terms of unretired credits. Again, the credits available for purchase. And credit prices softened lightly. This is another challenge, especially for those project proponents. So the way forward would be to generate high quality credits, so which can fetch higher values and faster movement. Next. And as we just discussed, and we saw like different countries, including our countries, have put in market mechanisms. So nearly large middle income countries have somehow implemented, or they are in the process of implementing direct carbon pricing, and also in setting up of their own regulatory arrangements. And from a regional perspective, China has been leading with their own emission trading systems. Similarly, EU has own emission trading systems, and Canada has, Australia has. So these kinds of institutional developments have been supporting this market area, but still it is still evolving with different kinds of dynamics happening. Next. So now let's look at some of the risks and challenges in the forest carbon market. As we just saw, the supply constraints are growing as a concern, especially for high quality credits, which outspaces availability. Probably you must have read about at least 10-15 months back about the kind of criticisms or complaints regarding certain voluntary carbon credits generated by certain agencies. So that controversy has repositioned the focus on really high quality credits with high verifiability. So this is an area which is a risk as well as an opportunity. So to mitigate this risk, we should focus on businesses that will secure long-term offtake agreements. Otherwise, developing a high quality carbon credit project is also very cost intensive. And quality variability remains another challenge, just we discussed, because different projects try to achieve different outcomes and compromises in terms of investment and quality and outcome expectations. And regulatory uncertainty is another aspect of this entire market scenario. So there is a risk with respect to that also. Next. So now let's come back to the forestry sector particularly to understand what is the prospect we have So there is a growing investment happening, as we saw in the beginning of the presentation, like market is around 23.5 billion so far as per reported figures. And it is also fast emerging as an investment class, attracting both private and public capital through blended finance models and long-term offtake arrangements. And there is a shift to removals and co-benefits than simple sequestration, as I mentioned. Maybe around 2010, 12, 13, 15 times, it all revolved around afforestation, deforestation, but the focus has since then shifted to REDD+ categories and improved forest management and agroforestry. Next one. And there is a clear need for high focus on integrity and quality, without which it's a risky proposition. And still, forestry and land use projects remain the leading category in the voluntary carbon market, which is a very positive signal we have, and taking care of 37% of the all credit requirements. Next. So now if we see, try to look at the future of this domain, especially through the lens of forestry carbon credits, it's evolving rapidly with the new technologies we have, especially drone-based monitoring, AI applications, improved MRV systems. It's easy to really verify and to project the quality statements on the carbon credits you generate. And new policy frameworks are evolving, especially in the EU countries. And the developments are not just limited there, as we saw previously as well. Markets are emerging in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. They're also becoming hotspots of forestry carbon projects. We saw some of those projects in the top 5 categories we discussed. Next. And now the challenges forest carbon credits is we need to secure their longevity of forest carbon against wildfires and displacement of deforestation and so on. And regulatory uncertainty is another dimension I mentioned. Next. And future is by and large positive, with a market growth projected, driven by efforts to improve integrity and transparency as vital pillars. And that will improve better investor confidence and increase the flow of climate finance for supporting improved forest management or sustainable forest management globally. Next one. Next, thank you. So that was all for the discussion today. So I'm happy to take questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Rajesh, and we shall open up the forum for some quick questions.
Yeah, please.
Any questions?
So thank you for the session, sir. So I have a quick question on agroforestry-based carbon credits. So especially if we take the case of Wayanad coffee, it is having a good value as it is having a lot of ecosystem-based adaptation practices like shade trees. So is there a potential of such kind of agroforestry systems to be a part of the carbon market? If yes, what kind of biodiversity credits we can focus on, and what are the certification standards we must emphasize on?
Yeah, so there is clearly potential, but then as I mentioned in the very beginning of our discussion, that we have to establish a clear additionality. So we need to bring in certain dimensions of climate response, particularly from mitigation side. Then model your agroforestry system accordingly and adopt certain management practices which will support both different SDGs and the carbon credits you want to generate. That way we can shape the project. But then methodologies are already available in most of the cases, and they're easily available on the websites of Vera or any other gold standard or any other verifier. But then you can also modify the methodology and get it approved and then fill the project. So did I make it clear to you, or still areas of confusion there?
Fine. Any other questions?
Dr. Nandakumar.
Yeah, please.
You have made an excellent presentation. My question is, how can we use the carbon credit method for the development of forests or ecosystems, and even outside forest management? For example,
Yeah,
we have, as per the National Forest Policy, 1/3 of the area is under a forest. Again, for Kerala, ideally it is 2/3 because of the geographical this thing required. So how can you manage the concept of carbon credit for generating resources to sustainably manage the forests or ecosystems
So,
outside?
yeah, when it comes to forest management, essentially we can pick up on two important categories. First one is the improved forest management category, and second is REDD plus category, like a reduction of forest degradation from deforestation and forest degradation drivers. So these two categories simply we can push for developing projects. But then the purpose of the project will not be just like a additional source of income or resources for pushing forestry actions, but also will be supporting several other SDG concerns, maybe for poverty alleviation or gender inclusion, or even for conservation water bodies and so on. So it's up to us, like how do we approach it. But clearly I see two way forwards, especially in terms of pushing projects in improved forest management and REDD plus category. Did I answer you clearly?
Fine. Any other questions?
Hi, sir. So you show the case study of urban forestry.
Yes.
So my question is, how can we distinguish the forest? Like, it will be different in different places. Like, if it is a tropical forest, it will be different. Grassland will be different. So, is there or anyone can plant some trees and call it as a forest? So, how is there any mechanism, a standard procedure or something, which really distinguish different kinds of forest?
Yeah, so for the purposes of carbon forestry or climate forestry projects, the forest is defined by the host country, like in our case, our country, India. So forest is defined in certain terms, in terms of area, the height of plants, and the specifics. So we have to go as per that definition. So every country has a definition of forest for its own, for the purposes of climate projects. So we use that for defining the forest. And secondly, to qualify for a reforestation or a reforestation project, the area was to be deforested before 1990. So there is a rule like that. So that is why I mentioned in the first slide that we have a lot of scope in terms of the area degraded. So that indicates the potential of available land for reforestation. But afforestation projects, definitely it's a clear initial start, so you can take up projects. Have I answered you?
Thank you. To add on, there are a large number of definitions for forests, and we counted nearly 7,200. But we sorted out the tropical forest definitions, and that's going to be compiled, and the book is going to be released on 19th. So we'll have a book on tropical forest definitions released right here. Thank you. Actually, one more question. Any other questions over here? Now we have what is the time frame you think India will be open for the carbon markets?
It has started, so it's picking up. Like if you see the projects registered under GCP, which is like a major vehicle for pushing this, it gives a very, very encouraging sense.
And the public sector forests are also falling in line?
It depends upon how they are fielding projects, like Nagaland has picked up projects, Haryana has picked up projects, Punjab has picked up and delivered credit benefits to the farmers. So it depends upon the state agency when they wanted to pick up the projects. Of course, there are many, like the Delhi project I presented, which was registered in 2013. So they're all earning credits now.
Fine.
The government of Delhi can monetize it.
So then the question is, what is the bearing of our federal structure, and also for us coming under the concurrent list, has got a bearing on this carbon financing?
Of course, climate change is in the concurrent list, and most of the policy positions and guidelines are issued by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which is the designated national authority also. So we have to follow the guidelines issued by the ministry, but then projects can be developed by the state governments or the UT administrations according to their decisions taken with the concurrence of the competent sometimes it go to the cabinet, sometimes decisions are given by the ministers. But the point is that the governments can identify the projects, then field it for registration with the host country, which is the ministry, for host country approvals. Then after host country approvals, they can field it. So we have to essentially follow the guidelines issued by the Ministry, Environment, Forest and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Rajesh. If there are no more questions, I take this opportunity to thank Rajesh for giving a global and national level overview of what is really happening in the carbon credit scenario. Thank you very much, Rajesh.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best with the rest of the proceedings. Thank you.
Towards the last speaker of the day, Dr. Venkatesh. He is an hydrologist, and we are going to handle a very varied field observations, modeling, and geospatial approaches to support sustainable water resource planning. With a strong publication record, Dr. Venkatesh's research is widely cited and has relevance for river basin management and climate resilient water systems in India. Over to Dr. Venkatesh. Welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon, and I really thank you very much for my brief introduction. I'm just going to share my screen now. I hope the screen is visible. Screen is visible, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, again, good afternoon to everybody. I'm just going to make a small presentation on one of the work which we have done in Sahyadri Mountains, especially in the Western Ghats of Karnataka, wherein we did a field-based study by doing measurement and modeling of hydrologic regime under different land cover to understand the impact of changing land cover on the hydrology as such. So I think if all of you are aware, this is a standard hydrology cycle wherein the water evaporates from the ocean and all the water bodies and goes up into the atmosphere, get condensed and reappear in the form of rainfall, and then it flows on the surface of the earth, and certain amount of water goes through the soil media as in the form of percolation. That percolation will help to improve the soil moisture. The excess soil moisture will go down to the saturated media called groundwater, and the water which is draining, which is flowing on the surface of the earth, is surface will be storing it at either through the natural depressions or the man-made depressions or man-made structures for utilization, and then whatever the excess is flows through and goes into the ocean, and the cycle repeats. If I take the portion of the forest and see what is happening with the hydrology there. So if you look at the water falls on the canopy, certain amount of canopy will get automatically evaporated, called the canopy evaporation or the wet evaporation, and certain amount of water passes through the canopy as in the form of drip. It appears on the surface, or whatever it is fell on the ground, it will be overflow, overland flow, or it just flows through the land, and certain amount passes through the infiltration and goes through as a through flow on the wet or the groundwater flow. But whereas within the forest there are different type of trees with having a different type of canopy, or that high density canopy or low density canopy, and there is a small, the various heights of the trees, so which actually uses a lot of moisture. Basically, when we talk about the forest hydrology, we have both the very two important processes are the use of moisture and the evapotranspiration being the major concerns. So when we look at the forest as a whole, it regulates the flood, allows the more water to infiltrate through the soil media, and it acts as a storage for the soil moisture. And again, it try to control the soil moisture, the soil erosion, and it also regulates the release of water during the non-monsoon season or after the monsoon season. But in the present day, the world over, the natural forests are being cleared for human activity or for the developmental activity, and due to which we are getting a lot of degraded land, and of late the degraded lands are being reforested. Reforestation is done using the exotic species, and then there is a concern how these exotic species are going to have an impact on our hydrology cycle. This is the one which we are interested to know how this particular afforestation strategies using various the invasive or the exotic species will affect on these four important topics like water yield, the availability of the water, how that is going to control our dry season flows, especially the non-monsoon flows, and what about the hydraulic properties of the soil which are under the exotic species, and about the soil moisture dynamics. Because these two, in order to build the soil moisture, we require to have a good soil hydraulic properties, and the soil holding a large amount of soil moisture will result into a dry season flows. So basically, these are all interrelated. We just wanted to understand under different conditions how that is going to be behaving. So in order to do that, we have selected the Western Ghats, because Western Ghats is one of the hotspot of environmental hotspot, ecological hotspot, and here in Western Ghats we have a lot of deforestation is happening because of the human settlement or developmental activity, and at the same time, there of the state forest departments are doing large amount of afforestation. Especially in the recent time, they are using Acacia aripiliformis as a replacement as a natural forest. And just we wanted of acacia plantation on the runoff generation and hydrologic region. To do that, we selected a district in Karnataka called Uttara Kannada district, which is one of the forest-rich district of Karnataka, and at the same time, we have large dams within the district, and also we have a nuclear power station situated in the district. So, due to the developmental activity, the large amount of natural forest has been cleared, and very intensive afforestation has been carried out in this district using initially they used the eucalyptus trees, and of late they are started using the acacia and casuarina plantation. So basically we are trying to look at the implication of acacia plantation on hydrology and soil properties. Those are the main objectives. As I had put it here, we wanted to study the control exercised by the climate and physical characteristics of the afforested soils on hydrological process, and try to understand the soil and its hydraulic properties under various land uses, and also the age of the trees, how they are behaving or how they are influencing on the runoff as well as hydraulic properties. We wanted to characterize the runoff regime under these land covers, also to simulate the likely impact of land cover changes on hydrology. So overall methodology, what we have adopted is we try to characterize what is the type of rainfall we are receiving on the experimental plots, what type of climate is there within our selected areas. We try to set up our own measurement experimental plot and other measurements, equipments and other things. And we try to analyze, understand what is the runoff and the spatio-temporal behavior of the runoff. And also we try to understand the physical properties, soil hydraulic and soil physical properties of the soils for hydraulic conductivity as well as for the moisture. And also like to analyze the impact of land cover changes on daily flows. To realize whatever the objectives we have set up for ourselves, we have selected 3 small watersheds of the area ranging from 6 hectare to 9 hectare under natural forest, the plantation forest as well as the degraded forest. In this particular district of Uttara Kannada, during the colonial rule, they used to allocate the slopes of the mountains for removing the green leaves for mulching the valley wherein they grow areca nut. That's a commercial plant. So many of the people who have that ownership have very nicely maintained their slopes, or some of them have really become degraded. So the degraded watershed is a mixture of the you can say badly maintained that degraded land. Okay, that's a definition there. And when we look at the climate condition of those selected watersheds, the annual average rainfall is about close to 3,000 millimeter or 3 meters, and majority of the rainfall comes through the southwest monsoon during the June to September. The annual average potential evapotranspiration or the water lost through evaporation and transpiration is about 1,500 millimeter. The temperature is between 20 to 27 degree. The geology is basically a schist and granitic gneisses. Soil is a red sandy to red sandy loam soils. The altitude is around 600 meters above mean sea level. As I had mentioned here, we have selected small 3 homogeneous land use cover under a larger watershed or a river catchment called 𝐓𝐑𝐿𝐒𝐻𝐿. So what we have done, we have our own measurements done at this particular 3 watersheds and also at the outlet of the catchment. And we try to look at how the change in the land cover within this catchment will have an impact on the water availability at the outlet of the basin. So when we look at what is the type of the land use there, we have about natural forest is about 11 square kilometer, degraded is at 10, and plantation forest is about close to 4.5 kilometer square. The other plantation, basically the garden plantation, is about 2.5 square kilometer. So this is the measurements and the frequencies what we have adapted for evaluating the whatever the objectives we have set up. Like we measured the soil hydraulic properties and the moisture, meteorological parameters such as rainfall intensity, evaporation, temperature, humidity, and the catchment hydrology. We have measured the stream flow, water levels, and overland flows and other things. This is basically we have done from 2003 to 2011. I'm just presenting the data for from January 2006 to 2008 December. And these are some of the photographs wherein we have done established our own observatories. These are the discharge measurement sites at small watersheds, and we had hourly water level or less than hourly water level measurements. We have just put the water level recorders. This is the manual soil moisture taking the samples for soil moisture manually, and thereafter we have installed another couple of instruments to measure the soil moisture at various depth, right from 0 to 1.5 meters. So to start with, we have tried to characterize the overall hydrologic regime of the study area by looking at the rainfall, both at daily and hourly, and try to look at what is the climate water model, climate water balance of the area in order to classify the area as per the 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐋 classification. When we look at the rainfall, we have taken about 5 years and we had put about 10 years of the average rainfall, and you can see many years under our observation period are above normal year, except 2004 being the below normal year or the little dry year. Otherwise, the most of the years out of 5 years, the most of the years are the wet years. And we try to see, basically, if you look at, there is a myth that the certain amount of rainfall or the spells contribute large amount of water to the annual rainfall. That's a thing. So if you look at that, in order to know what is the different type of rain classes which are contributing more to the runoff contribution, so we try to look at various rain classes, right, starting from about 5, less than 5 and above 5, up to 80 millimeter a day. If you look at across the year, between 6 to 8, you can see the large amount of water is covered, the large amount of rainfall is contributed from, if you look at the 40 and above, you can see the contribution made by those two rain classes. They are quite high. But these are the rain classes which probably gives us a lot of rain runoff and other things. And it is clearly either decreasing or increasing certain rain classes. And say similarly, we try to look at the intensities. If you look at the intensities, anything above 15 millimeter per hour and above are the one which is giving a large amount of water, rainfall into the annual rainfall totals. That is the major observations. Using those informations and also the evaporation estimated by using the TARP method, we could see that this area is classified as a humid climate with rainfall deficit during rainfall and winter. That's the 𝐓𝐑𝐄𝐋 climate classification. It says that these are all the catchment areas which are highly dominated by the seasonal rainfalls. Then, to understand the soil moisture, both spatially, temporally, as well as to how the soil moisture builds up during the monsoon and recedes during the non-monsoon, we have conducted, basically we had installed, as I mentioned earlier, we had observation from 0 to 50, 50 to 100, and 100 to 150 centimeter below the, from the surface of the earth. And these are the samples, the locations, and these are the values wherein we can see how the soil moisture is varying across the points spatially as well as across the depth. And these are the moisture values, the average values, how they are depending or varying across the depth and space. And this is how across the time period temporal variation, you can see all the three soil moisture for three land uses. You have the highest soil moisture in the degraded, lowest soil moisture in the forest, because the forest is using large amount of water during the non-monsoon season, but it gets saturated and remains saturated for a large amount of time during the monsoon. Otherwise, if you look at other two the land uses, you can see it goes up and then immediately starts drying out. Then we try to look at how many number of days it remains above saturation. This is the soil saturation capacity, and we try to look at how many number of days it is taking to saturate itself and then remain saturated for a number of days. You can see that at different depth in a natural forest, at 50 centimeter it remains for a small time, whereas for the 100 and 150, basically 100 centimeter depth, it remains for the larger time period. You can see across all the 4 years, that is a condition. It means that the water is being used between 0 to 50 and below 100 to 150 centimeter. The large amount of water is used by the trees during the either monsoon or after the monsoon period. So in order to know how the moisture is built up and how much of rainfall required to build up, and also what is the average rate of drying out. That's what we try to look at. If you look at that, see between for the 3 periods under the natural forest at different depth, you can see the rate of average drying rate is comparatively fast, but comparatively higher than the other two catchments or other two land uses, you can say. Here to measure the field soil hydraulic conductivities, we have laid down a grid of 100 meter by 100 meter for each of those small watersheds under 3 land uses, and we have measured at least 4 to 5 samples at all the 3 depths, or rather we have done it up to 2.1 meter. And in order to have statistically stable samples, we have taken number of readings at each and every depth. These results will then be used to understand how many patches within each of those watersheds or under each of the land uses, whether there is a overland or a quick flow is occurring or not, or is there any way that the plantation forest is influencing the improvement of our hydraulic conductivity in comparison to that of natural forest. So you can see here for a depth up to 1.5 meter, I am presenting the data here. You can see the number of samples we have measured under each watershed. These are all the means, and the range is for the depth at the forest at 0, the surface, it is varying between 51 millimeter per second to that of 384 millimeter per hour. This is the range of hydraulic conductivity compared to the other. See, if you look at acacia on the surface, which is highest, what we have measured is 109 millimeter per hour. So this is the range of hydraulic conductivity, and it slowly decreases across the depth. And then what we have done is we try to look at whether or not these the measured values for a different return periods of rainfall. The return period of the rainfall in the sense that what is the intensity, we can put it like this, what is the probability of having a particular intensity during the observed period. So basically what we have done is we have taken the highest intensities per hour, we arrange them in decreasing order, and then we have taken those values. Say for example, 1 in 3 years, the highest is what we have observed is 50.5 millimeter per hour, and this you can see most of the time it is much above than the mean or median hydraulic conductivity values across the depth. And similarly, at various return periods or various values, only the lower values, which is maybe 4 times it has happened within the 3 years, but it is less than or the median values of the surface hydraulic conductivity at the surface, but it is greater than the values of this. So it means that under the degraded forest, every time there is a possibility of having a Artonian overland flow, or simply it starts flowing the moment what the rainfall occurs on the land. That's the meaning of that. So when we look at all the analysis, a similar type of analysis, you can see that the conductivity decreases drastically below the depth of 0.3 meter onwards, In most cases, it gives you the infiltration excess overland flow, and it is a major runoff mechanism in these land covers or whatever the watershed we have studied. Overall, the conductivity values under the acacia indicates a greater prospect of overland flow and subsurface overland flow in combination of saturated subsurface overland flow. That is meaning under the, I'll come back to this figure. See that SSF, that saturated subsurface flow, in the sense that, for example, if the, say, the median value of the hydraulic conductivity here is higher than the intensity rainfall, what happens? The rainfall, whatever the rain which falls on the land percolates through, and then the immediate next is higher, lower than that, then it starts building up the soil moisture, due to which the soil gets saturated, and whatever the subsequent rainfall comes, it starts overflowing on the land. That is what is called as a subsurface, saturated subsurface overland flow. So that is a combination of the overland flow and subsurface overland flow is a possibility under acacia. Coming to the runoff, the measurements and the analysis. Basically, we had 3 years of measurements. This is the rainfall. These are all the values. And if you look at the plot wise under the different land covers, this is the rainfall, and you can see the maximum amount of runoff is available in the degraded, whereas the forest has a lower amount of runoff observed. But the thing is that it has large amount of water remaining in the soil, either for the lean flow or for the evapotranspiration, or lean flow plus groundwater recharge as well as for the evapotranspiration. So whereas the degraded has a comparatively lower, and the acacia is little say higher than that of the degraded forest. Maximum amount of water we have is under the forest. So if you look at that, we can rank them as the forest has the highest water remaining or moisture, followed by acacia and degraded. These plots gives an idea that soil under forest has enough water stored for both evaporation or evapotranspiration and groundwater recharge. So then, after having those measurements done between January 2006 to December 2008, we had assumed various conditions of land cover changes and then tried to do a simulation to see impact of this land cover changes on our hydrology. And these are some of the combinations which we have used, right? That is, first is keeping the forest remain unchanged and try to change the degraded forest across 3 different changes. And this is the results. And we have what we call flow duration curve. You can see the Q10 says it's a 10 percentile runoff, which is very high, and the Q90 is the 90% of the time this flow was available. So this is how the flow duration curves are. And if you look at that as a graph, I have just presenting here for the 3 conditions. Scenario 1 is the degraded 10 square kilometer, forest is 11. Now I am decreasing forest by 7 square kilometer and then making forest 0. You can see as the moment it becomes 0, we have very high runoff and very less runoff available. Duration wise, it's very less. So in the sense that the moment in the other way, converse is also true. When we have the large amount of forest, the peak runoffs are going to be lower, but we'll be having the water for a larger period of time. So that is what we can infer out of this. Based on this analysis, we can say that some plantation forest can improve the hydraulic processes. It can help us ameliorate the soil physical hydraulic properties. It can build up soil moisture. moderate the peak flow and increase the low flow quantities, possibly. That's what we can infer out of the analysis what we have conducted. And before I conclude, I just wanted to put it across this slide, which is again just for information to all the August members who are present over there. Recently, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India has launched a Jal Shakti hackathon for inviting the ideas from all the persons, all the people from India under the focused areas what we have put it over here. That is for water resource assessment and management, climate resilience and adaptation, river basin and flood management, wastewater treatment, water use efficiency and circular economy, efficient irrigation and precision irrigation, hydraulic modeling and including the urban flood modeling. The ideas which are within this focus area, if they get selected, they will be called for a presentation at New Delhi, initially online, and the online one also is selected for the second round. They'll be called for a presentation at Delhi. The selected ideas will get an immediate award of about 1 lakh rupee, and then to actualize the ideas, you can get a grant in aid for the selected proposals. You can register yourself under BharatWin, which is Bharat Water Innovative Network under the Ministry of Water Resources, Government of India. And the last day for submitting your ideas is up to 14th January 2026. With this, I conclude. Thank you for patient listening. If there are any questions, I'm ready to take them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Venkatesh. The floor is open for discussion.
This is a bit of a off field for the core forest people. Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir. This is Dr. Pawan, sir, from KFRI. Yes, sir. Like, I'm also doing some hydrology work. Like, we have developed some model watershed. And what I feel like quantifying evapotranspiration. Like, I find that you have used the Turk and Thornthwaite method.
Yes, sir.
But what about in agriculture, we are using Penman-Monteith equation, and we are multiplying with crop coefficient.
Yeah.
And with
see, actually, when we wanted to use the Penman-Monteith method, we required a large number of data, maybe about 20-25 different type of data. Since we could not measure so many data at the site, there was a publication by a professor, Professor Lakshman Nandagiri and Kavur. What they have done is they have evaluated various empirical formula for finding out the evaporation with the measured evaporation in their thesis. Ms. Kavur is a researcher who did her PhD under Professor Lakshman. They have published a paper under in the Irrigation and Drainage AAC journal. So I just took the reference from them because we were not having all the detailed data, whatever we require to use Penman-Monteith. So I have used the alternative method like Turk to use it as a proxy to evapotranspiration in our area.
What about
otherwise?
What about different types of forest, like moist deciduous evergreen forest? It will be changed with the method wise. Then how sure you are that?
Because the area what we have selected is hardly 28 square kilometer, and mostly the rainfall, the climate, everything is uniform over the selected area. So keeping that in view, we have used the only single method for estimating the evapotranspiration because the climate is not changing. Of course, as you mentioned, it is evapotranspiration is different under different land cover. Since that was one of the what do you say, one of the weak point on our work, because we could not have our own measurements for each of the the evapotranspiration under each of the land uses. May I answer your question?
And one
So
more
that
question.
was one of the weakest point, because we were not having the required equipment to measure evapotranspiration under each land uses.
Yes, sir. Right now we have the AD covariance and flux tower, but they are very
Yeah.
costly, sir. And
Very expensive.
Yes,
Even I tried to get the sap flow measurement equipment, but when I tried, initially they were costing about 10 to 12 lakhs rupees. By the time I tried to order, it became 25 lakhs rupees. So it was very difficult to get the required funding to get those sap flow measurements equipment. Therefore, we went for the empirical formula for that.
okay. And so one more question actually.
Yeah, please, sir.
You are like classifying overland and subsurface saturated flow.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, you are doing on the basis of K-stat value.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that model you mentioned, sir, regarding Arno model.
Yeah.
Arno, is it freely available or?
No, sir, it's not freely available. But you can use various other methods which are rightly available now. The Arno model is which is very because I worked on the Arno model for a for a long period of time, so I was very conversant to use that. But if you have your catchments are little bigger than what I have considered, say maybe in terms of so few kilometers, say 50 plus kilometers squares, you can very well use the SWAT as a the alternative method, because wherein you can categorize your land uses, and then you can bring in your soil as another parameter into the SWAT model. Whereas here our catchments were not even 1 square kilometers; they are few hectares. So that was one of the reason why I went for a conceptual model. It's not a conceptually distributed model you can utilize. The SWAT maybe you can utilize for a larger basis, not for the smaller one, because it's very difficult to characterize SWAT model for such a low such a small watersheds.
So any other model you can suggest, sir? For
you can say this is a public domain model, SWAT, that soil water assessment tool, which is freely available. You can customize your the SWAT model to your area, because you have if you have a good soil data and the land use data, anyway you can characterize the land use data. So both you can utilize in the SWAT. You can customize the SWAT model for your basis.
Okay, sir. Okay, fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
The government of Kerala has taken a decision against all exotic species, and the forest department is in the process of removing that. So based on your study, would you say that that decision was a bit early and you need to consider acacia as a soft species?
Sir, it all depends on, because when we consulted the forest department people in Karnataka, the reason for implementing the acacia was to protect the natural forest, because these are all fast growing species, and within a couple of years they grow, growing in the heights that they can utilize, they can meet the agricultural requirement for some of the trees can be used for the agricultural purposes. So in order to protect the natural forest, they have used the acacia. That's what the forest officials, they were telling when we went into the experiment, doing the experimental plot. But of late, there were many complaints even in Karnataka also. There are mixed opinion that acacia consumes large amount of water, and another certain set of people, they say that the acacia do not allow any offsprings to come under their canopy. There are mixed opinions. Maybe if you say the government might have taken a urgent decision, but if they are able to implement a natural species and the local species, that probably would be a better idea to conserve our national forest. Because the acacia trees are not the fruit-bearing trees. Basically, our the animals in the forest, they may not be getting benefited by growing this. But if they grow any natural, the local fruit-bearing trees, probably some of these wild animals can depend on that. This is my personal opinion, but hydrologically, this is what we have observed.
Yeah, that's interesting, sir. In Kerala also, we decided to plant acacia basically to protect the natural forest. Basically, because at that point of time, we were depending upon the firewood as a cooking fuel. But then the whole scenario has changed. Now, firewood use has come down, but acacia, at least one species of acacia has become invasive in northern parts of Kerala. So we have very high reservations against acacia. But it is interesting to note the hydrological perspective. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for inviting me.
So you have presented an important topic where forests, acacia plantations and natural forests during the period 2006 to 2008 actual field data.
Yes, sir.
So now it is 2025. Can you simulate or can you even take some actual data and project make it to assess the total impact? Is it possible? Is it not possible? One thing. Second thing is from hydrological, particularly from management point of view, we have a lot of problems of frequent drought and flood and watershed, ruptured watershed, creating a lot of problems. So how we can use these data or information for management intervention? What's your view?
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for asking me that particular questions. Sir, to answer the first question, yes, we can simulate using the data whatever we have, because anyway we have calibrated and validated models. We can utilize similar, the data for, we can very well simulate what could be the impact, if we continue to have that up to say 25 or 26 or 30. That is possible. We can simulate that. In our the second question, how do we use these data or the results for controlling our flood, drought, and other things? Sir, if you know, the Western Ghats are the basically the water generating sections of for all the rivers which are originating from Western Ghats. So in any case, if there is no either degradation or afforestation, whatever happens, unless until we have a good amount of water in our river, we cannot manage our water resources, because we need to grow a lot of food grains and meet the demand for various activities. So certainly this will give the whatever the results I have presented gives you an insight into what is happening at a smaller scale. We can scale it up to a larger one and see what is the impact of, in case if, as I presented the simulation, taking one particular land use to another, what would be the impact on our water availability? So that can very well be used for both for analyzing the water stress condition or water excess condition. That is for drought as well as flooding. So that can very well be analyzed and use it as a policy for managing the water. So we can basically to say that how much different type of land uses we can manage within our basin, so as to get in a normal rainfall year so much of amount of water, unless until there is any drastic changes have happened over the period of time. So that is possible, sir.
I understand.
So you can utilize. You can very well think about.
I understand, sir. My question is: have you made any attempt to project or the real impact of your study to the present scenario management?
We have done, sir, but again, see, problem is the moment we go for a larger scale basin.
Now it is 2025.
Yeah, and that's what, sir, I'm coming to that. See, when we have taken these results to a larger basins, the moment we get into the larger basins, the land use becomes more heterogeneous, not uniform. So, wherein we have done that analysis, recently we concluded a study for Goa, wherein we try to see the implementation of certain activities, how that is going to have an impact on our water availability in the present scenario as well as in the future scenario using the climate change data. That analysis we have done, and there is an encouraging results we have got for Goa, and we are in the process of doing it for both Karnataka as well as Kerala by selecting a couple of basins, river basins, and maybe by end of this next 2026 we'll come out with a report to understand to give an idea of what would be the change in the land use will have an impact on our water availability in Western Ghats, the river basins of Western Ghats. That's what we are in the process of doing next.
You are relating it with the remote sensing and GIS data also in between, so that...
Yeah, certainly the land uses are coming from remote sensing data only, and the soils we are taking it from NBSS LUP. So we are trying to combine them and then using the observed rainfalls as well as the projected rainfall from the climate change models. We are trying to simulate what would be the impact of this land use land cover changes on the water availability. We are trying to do. What we have been doing is that we are taking the land uses for 2-3 periods, like from 2005 to 2010, 15, 20. Under this, there is a large change in the land use, and that land use, how that has impacted on our hydrology in the present scenario, in the present time, and also how it is going to have an impact on the future scenario. That analysis we have already done it for Goa for a few basins, and we are trying to do the similar ones for selected river basins in Karnataka and Kerala.
Thank you very much, sir, for responding to the concerns. May I invite my colleague, Dr. Sandeep, Head Soil Science Department, to formally present the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for inviting me.
We are at the end of the proceedings of the day. So before going for that, I would like to invite our research coordinator, Dr. V. Anita, to present a memento to the moderator, Dr. T.V. Sajeev, as a token of our appreciation. Yeah, a photo of moment. Yeah. Okay. So today we had 3 very relevant sessions on forest conservation and management. The day started with the theme where we had deliberations on perspectives and outlook in tropical forest conservation and management. Then we moved on to a very hot topic on habitat connectivity, ecological dimensions, and human-wildlife conflict. And in the afternoon, the last session, we had discussions on the emerging threats and prospects in forest conservation, where biological invasions were discussed, carbon credits, and finally on the measurements and modeling aspects of selected watersheds in the Karnataka region of Western Ghats, Karnataka region. We thank all the invited dignitaries, our resource persons, moderators, rapporteurs, participants, and all the support staff who had stayed with us throughout the day and making this a great event. So with this, we are winding it up for the day, and we will be back tomorrow with more exciting sessions on advanced tools and techniques in forestry research and management. So we'll meet you tomorrow. Thank you all.